Hello everyone, in this tutorial we are going to learn how to create an ultimate clone of the Yandex Eats food delivery app. In the main page we can browse restaurants based on our current location. So at the top, display a location that we have picked. In the map page you can either browse the whole world map or input your desired location where the food will be delivered to, and your delivery address can be displayed here and you can choose it, and it is going to be displayed in the map page. You can hit the save button and you will be navigated to the main page. If your picked location is not nearby any existing restaurants, you will see an appropriate message in the main page. And if you have restaurants, you can conveniently filter them by the tags that are displayed slightly above the list of restaurants. Don't want to scroll through restaurants and find the best, or have one in mind? In the search page, you can search for the restaurants by the name. Here you can input whatever you want, and if there is a restaurant with this name, it will be displayed here. We can open a restaurant's menu by clicking on it. Menu page contains all the food the restaurant has to offer. At the top, display discounts if the restaurant has them. Tapping on add button, we add a food to the cart and we can increase or decrease its quantity. And if you are choosing items from another restaurant, but at the same time you already have items in your cart, you will be asked to clear your cart first before adding items in your cart. So if we click on yes, clear, now we can add items from the restaurant. So here I will add a bunch of items, and at the bottom page, as we have items in the cart, we can go to the cart page as well as from the main page. So the cart page displays list of the food that we have added. Also, it displays a total sum of all goods. Here is also displayed a delivery fee, unless the total sum of items is enough, so the delivery is free. The next button shows a bottom page which displays the current address, approximate delivery time, and the chosen credit card. Before paying a bill, you can change your credit card or add a new one. And then, if you're ready to pay, you can click on this button and it will start the payment process. So in a few seconds, snack bar appears with the success message if the bill was paid. Top left corner in the main page, here is a user profile button. By clicking on it, we can see our profile or orders. In the profile, you can change your email. Here, specify a new email and your password. Username is modifiable in real time as well. Here I can change it and it's going to be displayed automatically with a new one when I relaunch my app. From profile page, you can manage your payment info before ordering a meal as well. If you don't feel using this service anymore, delete your account. And lastly, orders page displays a list of orders with the status of order, whether it was completed, cancelled, or still in progress. Let's see a detailed overview of the order. It shows the order ID, the date, and the restaurant that we have ordered from. Tapping on the tile about restaurants opens up a menu page. However, if the restaurant is not within your current location, it is not available. Here you can see a list of goods you have ordered, and ultimately this page shows a total cost of goods and delivery fee. Overall is a sum of cost goods and delivery fee if it's not free. So I can't wait you build this awesome production ready application. So without further ado, let's get started. All right, so let's get started. First things first, if you don't have installed Flutter SDK on your machine, you can go ahead and in your browser, you can search for flutter.dev official website. And in here, you will have a bunch of docs which you can read and find out the information about how to install Flutter, about all the features that actually Flutter has if you're the beginner and you don't know about it at all. So before you get started, make sure to check out flutter.dev official website. But for now, let's go to the terminal, and here I will go to the root of my machine, and here I can create my Flutter application. In order to separate my Flutter projects, I prefer to dive to a separate folder. For this, I can go ahead and inside of the documents, VS Code projects, Flutter, I can create my Flutter application by running Flutter create, and here I will specify the name of my application, Yandex Eats. Great. So after running this command, our Flutter application should now be created. As you can see here, in order to run your application, you can type cd Yandex Eats clone and run Flutter run. So we are going to do exactly like that. Yandex Eats, but instead of running our application immediately, I'm going to open up this application in my VS Code editor. Most of the time, you will not have an access to this command code that, especially if you are not using VS Code editor. But if you're using VS Code editor, you can go in the Chrome and search for how to run VS Code from your terminal. And here you will have a documentation about how to set up the command in your terminal so that you can run this command like this. That will open up the terminal. That will open up the VS Code inside of your folder that you have actually run into. Great. So now our project is completely set up. And in order to test that everything is correct, we can go ahead and run our application on the device. In your case, if you're using Mac, you can run the iPhone. And if you're using Android, you can run your Android emulator. If you don't know how to set up the emulators, you can go ahead in the flutter.dev. Also, there is the documentation about how to set up, and you can also type something like Flutter how to set up emulators. And for that, you will basically need to install the Android Studio if you don't have it, and you will basically need to create an Android emulator, and you can run your Flutter project on the simulator. Great. So as you can see, our Flutter application has been launched on the iPhone without any issues. That means that we have successfully created our very own Flutter app. So without further ado, let's go ahead and set up our Firebase in the project. For that, once again, go to the browser, and if you don't have Flutter Fire set up on your machine, you can go ahead and in the official documentational website, you can go ahead and search where and how to set up the CLI tool that we will use in order to automate the process of installing the Flutter Firebase in our application. So if you already have that, you can go to the terminal either inside of your terminal or either inside of your code editor and run Flutter Fire configure just like that. Before you can actually, most of the time will be required to sign in your account before running this command. But in my case, I can immediately start creating setup in the Firebase. So in here, if you have already created your project inside of your Firebase, you can choose it from this list, but I will choose create a new project, and I'm going to specify the name Yandex Eats clone, something like that. And then I will be asked to specify the name of the Android that I want to have, Flutter Firebase project. But before that, you will be asked to choose the platforms that you want to initialize your Firebase with. You can just go ahead and select all of them, but I will uncheck macOS web and Windows, hit the enter button, and here I can specify the name of my Android. Here I will say Yandex Eats clone. Here you basically specify the name of the project of the application that you've specified. All right, so after all, you should have this message Firebase configuration file generated successfully. Great. So now in our lib folder we have Firebase options, but you can safely go ahead and delete it. And most importantly, in our build Gradle inside of the Android folder, not in this one. Yes, in this one, we have id com.google.gms.google services automatically configured by Flutter Fire. And in the settings of Gradle Fire, we have com.google.gms Google services of version 4.3.15 automatically specified by Flutter Fire configuration. Now we can go ahead and add a dependency in our application, Flutter Firebase 4, and inside of the lib folder in the main.dart file, we can do something like that in run zone guarded asynchronous. We can input in the body our run app. In the on error, we can use error trace to log the error that we can have. We can specify here the error name, give it a name, error trace, and before initializing our Firebase, we are going to run widgets Flutter binding ensure initialized, and here we are going to run Firebase initialize app. And most of the time you get used to specify here the default options that you get from the Firebase options generated file, but we don't need it. It can be automatically initialized by the Firebase itself, so you don't need to do that. Okay, so now let's before we are running our emulator, if you are running on the iOS, you can go to the pod file, and in here you can change the version from 12 to 14. And now we can run our emulator. We can actually close it and run once again. So in a few seconds, we should see that we have set up our Firebase successfully. Great. So as you can see, we have no issues. That means that we have successfully set up our Firebase. And as you can see, as I said, we haven't specified any options, any Firebase options, and we still have launched our application successfully. And if we go our browser to check whether our Firebase project has been created, we will immediately notice that it has been actually created over here, Yandex Eats clone, and our Android and iOS apps have been automatically created as well. Everything set up automatically by Flutter. And this is also for the best practice. I'm going to mention that it's not always the best scenario to have your in the same main.dart file your my application status widget, the main function that will run your application. You have to separate this logic into several folders or files. First of all, let's create our bootstrap.dart file, which will actually execute all the initializing code, and we're going to call await in our main folder, in our main function. And in our future void, we will actually run our app and execute all this code that we have specified here. We can copy it and paste just like that. And inside of the bootstrap function, we are going to have future, and we are going to call it builder. We're going to have it as a function. We're going to have it as a function. We're going to import asynchronous, and we're going to import material. And as a builder, we're going to pass it inside of the run app. We're going to await, and we're going to mark our run zone guarded as asynchronous. And we're going to import Firebase core, import Dart, not math developer. So now inside of the bootstrap function, we're going to pass my app, and we're going to import bootstrap. Great. So now we have separated our initializing code from our main file, which will only run the application, which will only execute the code to actually run our app. Great. So now we're going to separate our application. For that, let's create a separate folder. Immediately, let's create here another view folder, and in this view folder, we're going to create app view.dart, and inside of it, we're going to copy and paste my app. We're going to import Flutter material, import my home page is going to be also in this page. Copy all of that code, and we're going to for now create another home view.dart file. Inside of the view, we're going to create home page, paste the code inside. In the view.dart file, we are going to export our home page, and in the home folder, we are going to create home.dart file, and we're going to export view.dart, and inside of the app view, we're going to import home.dart file. So now we have separated a bit our code, and as well in here, we're going to create app.dart file. We're going to import view.dart file, and inside of the view.dart file, we are going to export app view.dart. Okay, so now in our main.dart file, we are going to import app.dart file. Okay, so now we have separated all of the code into different files and folders. So now our application looks already a bit more cleaner and more professional. As you can see here, we have some issues. We are going to import the app. We can auto-load our app, and we will see that it actually functions exactly the same. But we just applied the best practices to initialize our app and to separate our views into separate folders, just to have it all structured very well. So it is much easier to understand where we have our application UI, our home UI, etc., etc. We are going to do exactly the same for every single UI feature that we are going to have in this. Great. So now I would like to mention a little bit about the linter that we have in our app. So by default, in every single Flutter application, if you create with the default Flutter create command, you have Flutter links by default, the latest version. But in our project, we are going to use very good analysis. You can find it in the pub.dev with this link, packages very good analysis. And basically, it's just a more restricted linter for Dart and Flutter. And I would really recommend you to use this one rather than the default Flutter links, because it has much more best practices. It will actually make your code more consistent, and there are a bunch of rules that it has by default that will force you to write really good quality code. But for now, what we are going to do, if we are going to add analysis, very good analysis in our project, and we will remove other links from the project, and we should have actually added our very good analysis into the dev dependencies, so like that. And in our analysis options, we're going to replace our Flutter links with the very good analysis. As you can see here, to use the links, add as a dev dependency in your pubspec.yaml, then include in the analysis options in the YAML file. So we can replace everything inside of it, And now we have the very good analysis in our project. As you can see here, now we have a few problems. That means that the linter is working. And yeah, there are a bunch of missing of documentation for a public member and you are not willing to always document your code like that, write something above the code, above the class. So in this case, we're gonna disable public member API's linter by copying this code and pasting it inside of the analysis options.yaml file. And just like that, we're not going to see this linter warning anymore in our entire lib folder. But when you're going to create packages, we're going to cover it a bit later. You'll have to specify for each package these analysis options. You will get to that. You will understand it a bit later. So as you can see here, we can fix a few issues here. It says that we are missing an await for the future. It means that we have to await run zone guarded, as well as await Firebase initialize app, and we have the required parameter, and we also have dependencies not sorted alphabetically. You can fix it by running pubspec assist sort all dependencies. If you don't have pubspec assist, you can go into the extensions and here search for the pubspec, and you can go ahead and install it. Great. So now we don't have any problems in our project. So I do really recommend you to use very good analysis in your Flutter project instead of the default linter rules. And also, not to mention, if you are using very good CLI, which is basically the command interface line tool, which allows you to create a boilerplate application instead of the default one, which by default includes the very good analysis. But in this project, we are using the default Flutter create command because actually the very good CLI includes environments, flavors, sorry, and we're not going to cover flavors in this app, so we're using the default app. Great, so now let's write some code. First of all, let's create a new folder in the root of our application packages, and inside of this packages folder, we are going to create all of our utilities, repositories, clients, all this stuff, and we're going to dive into the packages. In here, as I said, we're going to use, as I mentioned, very good CLI. Very good CLI not only allows us to create other applications, but Dart CLI, Dart package, and much more. So in this case, we're going to run very good create, and in here we're going to create Dart package, provide the name of the Dart package, and optionally pass in the description. Sorry, we're going to create Flutter package. But if you're creating something that only requires the Dart SDK, you're going to create Dart package. So let's run very good Flutter package, and our first package is going to be app UI. In this package, we're going to store all the themes, reusable widgets. Right, so as you can see now, we have successfully created the app UI package, and inside we have lib source. We're going to delete the app UI .dart file. We're going to remove the export here. We're going to remove the testing here. And first things first, we're going to create theme folder, and inside we're going to create app theme.dart file. For the theme, we're going to use in our application, we're going to use the reusable package called Shadcn UI. You can find it by searching for the pub.dev packages Shadcn UI, and as you can see here it is. So we're going to use this package in our application. So for this, let's go ahead and add dependency inside of our package that we have just created, Shadcn UI. Great. So now, as you can see, we have Shadcn UI in our pubspec.yaml inside of the app UI. Now we're going to set up the app theme. For that, you can go into the GitHub repository of this project in the app UI, and in the app theme.dat file, you can copy the all code so that we don't waste our time writing this whole blocks of code, because it's just reusable. You can just copy and paste it everywhere. There is nothing fancy that you have to understand. Okay, so now we have a bunch of errors. To fix this, we are going to create colors folder, which is going to store our colors in our app. For this one, we're going to copy the code from the app colors.dart file and paste it here. So nothing fancy, just a bunch of colors that we're going to use in our app. Great. So now we can export colors, app colors.dart file from the source, not to mention from the source. And then we can import it. Oh, it's already imported. Great. So now we have an issue that we don't have UI text style. For this, we're going to create a typography folder. And inside of the typography, we're going to create app text styles.dart file. Okay, so now in app text styles, we're also going to copy and paste the code. And basically, we are just creating an abstract class, UI text style, which contains a bunch of ready-to-use text styles in our app with the font sizes, with the font face, heights, etc., etc. And the last thing that we are missing is the app font weight. Let's create app font file. Again, copy this code because it's just a waste of time to write it manually. And we can also create typography file and export app font weight and export app text styles. Great. Now, and in our app UI, let's export source typography file. I'm actually make it a bit bigger so that you better see what is happening here. Here we're just defining a base text style. We're specifying here the package app UI. And basically, if you're creating it in the root folder of your app, you're going to remove this one. But if you're creating it from the package, then specify here the name of it. Then we're specifying here the font family, enter, and we're going to actually create the fonts. We're going to import the fonts into the assets folder inside of the app UI. Create here fonts. All the fonts you can find in the app UI as well. Assets, fonts, and all of them are located over here. You can go ahead and basically download the whole code of the application from the folder that you will download. You can drag and drop into your application these inter font files. So I have already done this. As you can see here now, fonts in my assets folder. Not to mention, we are gonna actually specify all of our fonts in the pubspec.yaml so that we can use them. You can copy all of that pubspec.yaml, paste here. For now, we're gonna remove consent images, and as well as that, we're gonna copy the Flutter gen, because we're gonna actually generate our images in our generated folder and or also the fonts. But for now, we are using only fonts. But we will move as we move forward. We're going to use it extensively. Great. So on top of that, we're going to add a bunch more dependencies, such as build runner, and also we're going to add this in the dev dependencies. Sorry, once again. Then we're going to add Flutter gen runner at dependency Flutter gen runner, and lastly, we're going to have Flutter SVG in the dependency. Okay, so now in our terminal, we're gonna dive into the app UI, and we're gonna run .run build command, hit the enter button, and our fonts should be included in the lib source generated file, which is an output of the Flutter gen. And as you can see, we have one output, fonts.gen.file. Great. So we're not gonna use this one particularly, but to have an access to these fonts, we're gonna. Okay, so now we can get back to the app theme, and then here we're creating the app theme file class, which includes the brightness, the primary color that we are going to use, that we are going to specify as our primary color of the theme. Then we are specifying here a shot theme data. We're specifying here the brightness going to be like that. The color scheme, shot blue color scheme, light primary. The text theme, that is the shot text theme. And here we're specifying the family package. And for all of these styles, we are using the text theme, which is a UI text theme that we have just created, that we are specifying as a text theme. And for all of these styles, we are using the UI text styles that we are specifying in this app text styles file. And for the light theme, it's not actually named as light, but by default, app theme is a light theme. We're applying for the body color, display color, and the decoration color black to actually see the text on top of the white canvas color of the scaffold of the app bar. And lastly, we have the app dark theme, which is exactly the same, but here we are specifying body color, display color, and decoration color as white. The theme is exactly the same. Now lastly we have the system UI overlay theme, which is gonna change a little bit how our system navigation app bar looks, whether it has a wide brightness, whether it has light brightness or dark, whether it has a transparent status bar color, and etc. And lastly, we have the set portrait orientation, which will set preferred orientations to only portrait up and portrait down. It means that we're not going to be able to rotate our app. It's going to be consistent. And lastly, we're going to export app theme.file, and in the root of our app, in the pubspec.yaml file, we're going to import app UI, packages, app UI. So for all of the packages that you're going to have, you will do like that, and you can access all the code from the package. Now we can go to the app view, and we're going to replace things here. Instead of the material app, we're going to replace it with the shot. Actually, we're going to import our app UI. We're going to export the Shadcn UI, and instead of the material app, we're going to use Shadcn shot app material. In the theme, instead of the default theme data, we're going to use app theme theme. As a dark theme, we're going to specify app dark theme. As long as it's a static, as long as it's a getter, we're going to access it only from the initialized. So if you want to do like that, we can't do that because it's not a static. Because it's not, this theme is not static. That's why we have to initialize it first and then get the theme. Also, we're gonna override material theme using material theme builder, and we're gonna return theme that copy this. And actually, this theme builder is going to override the default value of the material theme, because the shot theme, as you can see here, that the shot theme data and the material theme are two different things. As you can see here, we're returning a theme data. And in here, let's quickly specify app bar theme to be an app bar theme, and in the surface theme color, we're going to specify app colors that are transparent, and we're going to specify the text theme. Firstly, we're going to check if a theme that brightness equal to brightness that light. We're going to return app theme, and here the text theme, or app dark theme text theme. What it basically does, it checks whether the brightness of the theme is light, and it will return the text theme of the light theme, and otherwise the text theme of the dark theme. And we're going to specify the snack bar theme. In here, we're going to specify the behavior and set it to the floating, right? Yes, floating. And lastly, we're going to specify bottom navigation bar theme. Here, we're going to specify the type of the bottom navigation bar type fixed. And this is all for the theme in our app. And we're going to replace the title of the app and say Yandex Eats alone. And lastly, as you can see in our app, we have this little debug mode enabled flag. We're gonna set it to false, and now it's gone. And as you can see here, immediately we have this app bar with the different color. We have changed actually the text theme, so it looks a little bit different. It became much better, and actually it might not work because for us to apply changes in the fonts, we are gonna completely shut down the app and rerun it. We actually see whether it is working or not. It's complaining here that it's unnecessary because we have our Shadcn in the app UI, so we're going to remove it. So always listen to these linters in your problems to actually follow up the best practices by the very good analysis. And as you can see here, yes, the text actually didn't change, it actually applied. Great, so this is all for the theming in our app. As you can see, as I said, we are going to use the Shadcn UI in our app. So instead of the material app, we created the Shad app, and it is required to use with the Shadcn. We can also rename our app, my app with the app queue, make it according to the name of the class of the file. And also we can specify here theme mode and say it's the theme mode that light. By default, it's actually system, or no, by default it's null, I guess. Yeah, but anyway, it's by default, as you can see, it's light. Now we can specify the dark to check whether we have our theme modes working properly. Something is not working. Oh yeah, only when we hot reload our app, it seems to be working now. So as you can see, our theme is adaptive. We change it in real time. Great. So this is pretty much all for the, this is pretty much all to set up our app. So now we can start working with the actual implementation of the features in our app. Great. So let's get started implementing the authentication in our application. First of all, let's go into the lib folder and create. And inside of it, we're going to have login view.dart file. Inside of the view, create login page. Dart, and inside of the login page, let's create login, and inside of the login page, let's return login view. Let's create login view, and inside of it, let's create a scaffold, and let's return in the body a dummy text out of the center to check whether we can see the actual login view. We have imported the material, and actually we can go ahead and export login.dart file. And lastly, we can go ahead and in the login folder, we can create login.dart file and export view.dart file. Okay, so now instead of the home page, we can return instead of the my home page, the login page. And we should import the complete login.dart file instead of the view. And now if we hot reload our app, we should see this hello text. Also inside of the login widget, let's create widgets folder in which we're gonna create reusable components for our login page. So in our login page, instead of the regular scaffold, we're gonna create a reusable widget in our app UI package that we have created previously, in order to remove the boilerplate to always mention the safe area inside of the body we can replace it with the reusable. So let me actually demonstrate it to you. So in the app UI, let's create widgets folder, and inside of the widgets folder, we're going to create app.dart file. For the best practice in your app, you would almost all the time name your reusable widgets as app, and then you can specify here the name of the widget, scaffold, or app bottom bar, or app text, anything like that, but not a custom, because I see a lot of people get used to use custom, but it's just an ugly word to use in your app because it's already a custom. But an app modifier adds to your widget more global, meaning that it's actually used in the entire app. It's global, it's reusable, something like that. So for app scaffold, we can go ahead and copy it from the widgets in the app UI in my GitHub repository, so that we don't lose our time, because there is actually nothing fancy in this happening. I will explain you real quick. Look here, we are just returning, as I said, material scaffold, but the material scaffold is essentially just a scaffold and the safe area by default. If the with safe area boolean is true, by default is true, as you can see here, safe area. But if you don't want to use safe area, you can specify, you can mention false. Nothing fancy. Rather than that, body, background color, floating action button, all this stuff that essentially the scaffold has. Also, we have here a bunch of extensions on top of the scaffold. We have a with pop scope extension, which checks whether we have on pop invoked or can pop. If we don't have them, we are returning the initial widget, which is the scaffold. If not, we are wrapping our scaffold with the pop scope. And the pop scope essentially just creates a widget that registers a callback and the pop scope essentially is just a widget which triggers on each time the user and the screen or navigates back. And as well as that, we are having here another extension, system navigation bar theme, which wraps our scaffold with the annotated region, and it checks if the default target platform is Android. We are specifying here an Android transparent dark system bar theme, which we are defining in our system UI overlay theme in the app theme.dart file. We have here brightness.dark, app colors.transparent of the status bar color, status bar icon brightness dark, and status system navigation bar icon brightness dark. The same goes with the light. We have everything, but in this case, it's all light. So it means that if the current brightness of the theme of the application is light, we're returning dark to have these icons, to have this text in the dark mode. Otherwise, in the light, goes with the iOS system bar theme. As you can see here, we don't have this context is light because it's as well as whole extension to have an access to this from the context directly without. Let's go to this packages and let's create another package called. In this package, we're going to create, and not to forget, we're going to specify here Flutter package. In this package, we're going to create a shared logic, our models, utilities, extensions, and all this stuff. So let's go ahead and create our first extension. We're going to create a config and extensions.dart file. And inside of it, we're going to create, let me expand it a bit. Out of the extensions, we're going to create. All right, so for that, we're going to create an extensions inside of our app UI. Let's go ahead and create. Then let's go to the GitHub repository and let's find here extensions and build context extension. Let's copy the content. Great, so now we're using the extension on top of the build context. It means that everything that we are seeing here, we can directly access by calling from the context. As you can see here, we have a bunch of getters here to make our life easier. Whether we have the context, whether we have the brightness is light, dark, and we can define the adaptive color by checking whether the theme is dark and returning the app colors that white or app colors that black. Reverse adaptive color. Then we are having a media query size of context. Instead of calling it all the time, we can use it context.size. We can call something like this context instead of media query the size of. The same with views, insets, with the view padding, screen width, screen height, device pixel ratio. Then we can check whether our current platform is Android, iOS, or mobile. And we're having another exception because we don't have text style extension. Let's quickly create it. Text style extension, .dart file, and let's copy it once again. So this extension is as well on top of the build context, and it just essentially defines the main getter to access the theme by calling context theme instead of theme.context, and we are accessing all of the possible text themes from our material text theme. So we can go ahead and in the extensions can create extensions.dart file and export build context extension and export text style extension. Let's rename it to the extensions, and we can export source extensions.file, and now the error should be gone. So now we have an access to the context is light. And lastly, we have another issue saying that we don't have the tappable widget. The tappable widget is going to be another reusable widget, tappable.dart, and essentially we're going to create a custom button, but we're not going to say it just something like app tappable, because the tappable widget itself says that it's not something like that repeating the keyword that of the widget that is already existing, and we're just saying that it's app, because there is no tappable widget in the material, in the Flutter material, so it's unique. That's why we are not saying app tappable. So you might wonder that we are using the Shadcn UI, which also provides us an extensive number of reusable widgets. Let us see. Shadcn UI. We can go ahead and check out the documentation, and here we can search for the button. And yeah, by default, the Shadcn have styles of the button: primary, secondary, destructive, outline, ghost, link, icon, text, and icon, gradient, and shadow. And you might wonder, why do we need to create our custom? So essentially, we're going to use this button widget by calling shad button only when we want to submit something. For example, in the login form, we want to submit our credentials and log in into the application. Probably we have more complex widgets that we want to make tappable. Unfortunately, it's not possible by using the shad button. So let me quickly demonstrate it to you. So in the app, in the login, for example, we want to create a container. Inside of the container, we have the text, hello world, no, not hello, for example, item, you remove the constant, and and we want to make the whole container tappable. If we like say we are wrapped with our shad button, we're gonna see a lot of exceptions, a lot of errors, and it's just gonna look ugly. So in this case, we are gonna create our custom button to make any possible widget tappable with some custom effects such as faded, scaled. For this case, we're gonna use, in these cases in our app, we're gonna use our custom tappable widget. It's gonna take us a lot of time if we go and code it from scratch. So we're going to copy and paste it, and we're not going to have any exceptions. We can go ahead and use it. Let me quickly explain you. The tappable widget have several, as you can see. Let me demonstrate the tappable variant. We have a normal, which doesn't have any animation effects, which will fade out the child, and the scaled, which will scale widget in and out. Other than that, there are plenty of logic to animate the widget, handle long press, tap cancel, tap up, but it's not really important for now. Just copy this code and paste, because it will take a lot of time to code from scratch. So let's export our tappable widget and export our app scaffold, and let's export our source widgets, which is a file, and let's finally see that we don't have any exceptions in our app scaffold. Also, we have here release focus boolean, which will actually execute the release focus void function inside of the tappable, which will unfocus any focusable that we have in our app scaffold. It's useful especially in the pages where we have text form fields, and I will demonstrate it just in a few moments. So now in our login page, we can finally use our app scaffold, and inside of the body, a column widget, or maybe a list view, and inside of it, let's just have we can copy and paste it a bunch of times. And as you can see here, we have provided the list view widget, right? So we are expecting our view to be scrollable every time, regardless of whether it can fit the screen without scrolling or not. In order to fix that, so in our app, we're going to have another reusable widget, and we're going to call it app constrained. Let's copy this. And essentially, the app constrained scroll view is a single child scroll view, which will allow our widget to be scrollable. This single child scroll view is inside of the layout builder to have an access to the constraints. Then inside of the single child scroll view, we're going to return the constraint box, and as a box constraints, we're going to pass as the min width constraints that max width, and as a min height, we're going to pass constraints that max height. Then inside of the child of the constraint box, we have an intrinsic height, which will actually return the child. That this widget does is expanding our child to take up the whole space available on the screen, and not making it scrollable until all the content of the page cannot actually fit in the max width and height of the layout builder. Now we can export the app constraint scroll view, and if we replace our list view with the app constraint scroll view, and if we return here a column, we will quickly notice that we are not able to scroll our page anymore. You may think that I'm not doing anything, but I'm actually trying to scroll. But as you can see, there are no effects that we can scroll. But if I copy this content a bunch more times to make it not fit in the entire app, in the entire scaffold, as you can see now, we can scroll our page to see the content, to see the whole content. You might wonder why this actually is useful. This is basically not as important as everything else that we have done, but it's just a cool feature to have in your app to restrict scrolling of your page if it's not necessary. So yeah, it's just a cool feature to have. Okay, so now in our login page, we're going to create the actual login form. For that, let's create our inside of our widgets, the login form .dart file, login form, and inside of it we're going to return shot form. We're going to import the material, and inside of the shot form we're going to return constraint box. We're going to specify constraints, the box constraints 150, and in the child we're going to pass a column. Now in the column we're going to have the cross axis alignment set to start and main axis size set to main axis size, and our first shot input form field is going to be a mail. As a label we have and let's save it and let's see what we are having here. In the login page, we're going to return login form, and also in the widgets, we're going to create widgets.file, export login form, and export here widgets.file. Now we can here import login.dart, and now we can see this little cool input form field. Also in our login page, we're going to add some padding to the app constraint scroll view. We're going to have edge inset symmetric, and for that we're going to have the app spacing. In the app UI, app spacing.dart, and let's copy in the spacing, let's export spacing, app spacing, and now we can use app spacing values. The MD will provide the spacing value of 20 pixels. So in the horizontal and vertical additional paddings in our page. So now we can copy and paste this shot form field and we're going to have a size box height and provide here an app spacing value of the small is value of 8 pixels. So it's just essentially the same as if I provided a constant value of 8. And now let me show you inside of our login page. In the app scaffold, we have the release focus. If we set it to true, and if I focus the text form field, and now I tap, the focus is automatically from any text form fields. Also, we're going to provide resize to avoid bottom inset, set it to true, so that on the Android emulator, when you actually focus your text form field, the keyboard that's going to appear on the screen is going to be, is not going to overlap the content of the page, and the app scaffold is going to resize bottom inset. Now in the shot input form field, we have an ID. We're going to provide it email and the password. This ID is essential because when we're going to tap on the submit button that we're going to create a little bit later, we're going to extract the values from the shot form by using the shot form key. And in order to actually get the value from our shot input form field, we have to provide a unique ID. And let's actually create our shot form key. First of all, let's convert our latest widget to stateful widget. Create here form key, make it as a late final form key, and here we can provide shot form state. And we're going to provide our key inside of the shot form key. And then now, as you can see, we don't have any text inside of our shot input form field. For that, we're going to use the placeholder that will say to the user that he should input his email, like enter your email. And the same goes with the password, we can auto-load our app, made our login form as a stateful widget. And now we have here enter your password and enter your email. Okay, so now let's create little icons as a prefix in our shot form field. So as a prefix widget, we're going to specify as a size, we're going to say app spacing at large, and as a source, we're going to use an icon. Instead of default material icon, we're going to use Lucid. And actually, Lucid icons comes from the Shadcn UI, which we have exported in our app UI. You can actually add as a dependency Lucid icons, but if you are using Shadcn, you're going to have it. So we can wrap our shot image with a padding and set the value of it, widgets, edge insets all, app spacing. And actually I have made a mistake here. We don't need an icon. This is why we're having this exception. We're going to just return the lucid icons.mail. And as you can see here, we have this little cool. We're going to do the same in the password form field. And here we're going to create a lock. Great. So on top of that, in the password shot form field, we're going to have this little obscure. We're going to specify here shot button secondary, width and height, provide like that, padding edge inset 0, decoration shot decoration border none, secondary focus border none, and as an icon shot image square, size app spacing large, and an icon as lucid icons eye off. And we're going to create, then we want to track whether or not we want to obscure our text. For that, let's create our value notifier. And in the init method, let's initialize our obscure and set it value identifier with the value of false. And in the dispose method, we're gonna call obscure.dispose, where we're using value identifier because we want to rebuild only this form field when we are changing. We're gonna wrap this widget with the listenable builder, value listenable obscure, and inside of the builder, we're going to provide obscure and the child. Then we will check if we want to obscure. We're going to remove the constant. We will return the lucid icons.off, otherwise lucid icons.I. And on pressed function, we're going to call obscure.value equals to the obscure.value reversed. We can hot reload our app. And now, as you can see, we have this button that changes its icon, whether the value of the obscure is true or false. Now we can provide the obscure value to the text itself, whether it's obscured or not. Obscure text obscure. And now if we input something, as you can see, it's now obscured. And if we click on this button, it is visible. Also, to optimize our shot input form field, we can specify inside of the child of the value listenable builder, because we don't want to rebuild it whenever we change our obscure. So we can specify as the child our prefix. So whenever we change the obscure, our prefix is not going to be rebuilt. Not going to make any significant changes, but anyway, it's an optimization that you can potentially have in your app by calling shot. And here we can provide .infinity with the label, with the text. We can set our text to login. In the child, we can set our text login. And as you can see, now we have this little cool icon, little cool button. And we're going to have here the spacing a little bit larger with the value of large, which is 16 pixels. And on the onPressed function, we're going to call login when we're going to create it. And then we can check if take and validate value is not true or false. If it's null, we're going to return nothing. So we're not going to execute any other logic to login our user if our form is not. And by pressing our button now, we are not going to expect anything because we haven't provided the validators shot input form fields. So for this one, we're going to use the forms. If we type up the dev packages, we're going to see the forms by Very Good Vectors, which is a unified form presentation in Dart. Forms aims to simplify form presentation and validation in generic. So we can create our custom forms and provide here the pure state and the dirty state and the validator of it. Respectively check whether the value that the user has inputted is valid. For this, we're going to create a brand new package. For this, let's go to the packages and let's create Very Good Flutter package form fields. In this package, we're going to add a dependency called forms and a dependency called equatable. And make sure to specify the version of the forms 0.4.1. In the lib folder, let's delete our form fields.dart file. And here, let's create our first forms input email.dart. And let's immediately export email.dart. And let's immediately remove any code from our test. So now let's go to the GitHub repository, and in the form fields, let's copy and paste the email. Concept of form fields with the forms is going to look like that. We are creating the class, which is going to extend the forms input, and as the generic value of T, we're going to provide, and as the generic value of E, we're going to provide the email validation error. And the email validation error is the enum, which represents whether our email is empty or invalid. You can have here as many states want to have your email when it's invalid. Maybe it's already occupied by another user. Then we have here the email.pure and email.dirty states, which both represents its own super constructor, which comes from forms input. And basically the pure will just the value of the input on the forms input is not modified yet. And if it's dirty, we're going to say this pure. Now the value of the forms input. Now we have the email regex with this certain pattern. Check whether the email is valid or not. And then in the validator, we're checking whether the value of it is valid. If the value is empty, we're going to return empty validation error. If the email regex doesn't have a match with the value, it's going to have the value of email validation error when valid. And otherwise it's null, meaning that we don't have any validation errors. Also, we're going to have some custom implementation of the forms validation mixin. We're going to create mixin.dart file. We're going to copy and paste the code. And the forms validation mixin is on top of the forms input. As you remember, is the forms input which we extend. And it's going to just specify the validation error, which is the generic E, which if the form is invalid is the error, which comes from the forms input, and is going to be the value of the validator that we have specified in our email, as you can see here. Otherwise, we're going to have the value of null. Then we're going to have the error message, which will map the validation error messages with the validation error. And as a validation error message, we're going to provide a map email validation error string with the messages this field is required if the state is empty, and this mail is not correct if the state is invalid. So just made in terms of simplicity, in terms of convenient usage of the forms input. And we can export source forms validation mixin, and we are going to have no exceptions. So in our app, then we can have this validation error message getter to conveniently get the value of the error message to display it in the form field. So on top of the email, we're going to copy it, paste, and it's going to have exactly the same logic. Validator here, if the value is empty, we're going to return empty. And without regex here, we just saying if the value length is less than 6 or the value of value that length is greater than 120, we're going to say that password is invalid. So the password length is going to be in range from 6 to 120 included, or it's valid. And we're here providing the validation error message with the appropriate value for each. And lastly, we're going to have the username, which we're going to have in the sign up page. The username has the same logic, nothing fancy here. And we can export our source password and our source. And lastly, in our pubspec.yaml file, we can import our with the pass packages.form fields and sort all the dependencies. Now we can go back to our login form, and here we can provide a validator, and we're going to be a mail with the value, and we're going to return, and it's going to be a mail error message. As you remember, the error message comes from forms validation error mixin. So by default, you're not going to have this. So error message is nullable. So if the validator is actually, if the email is actually valid, it's going to return null, meaning that we don't have any issues with our inputted email. And the same we're going to do with we're going to provide a validator with the value, specify our password as the dirty, and return our password, error message. And now, if you wonder whether we actually can get our value of password and email, we can try to extract it from our form key by using current and get the value with the ID of email, and we will try to log our value. And if we go to the terminal, if we go to our console, if we input here, we're going to see as we have inputted. And if we input the invalid email, we're going to see that it's saying that is a mail. This email is not correct. And I have made a mistake here. By default, the obscure text is going to be true. By default, we want to obscure our text. And if you wonder whether we have a password, we can check it by having here password instead of the. So let us quickly save it, provide here a valid email, provide here a valid password, and we have both password and email. And if you wonder whether or not this ID is actually matters, if I say here and if I specify here 1, 2, 3, and once again have this valid password and email, I'm going to see this password. And if I specify here password again, I'm not going to be able to see because it says null. Okay, so let's return back to the password and we are good to go. So this is pretty much all. For the login form. We're going to have some customizations. We're going to add the image on top of it, widget welcome image.dart file. And before we are going to return any image, let's actually add them in our assets in the app UI. Once again, if you remember, in our app UI, we have an assets, and you can import here. You can copy and paste here icons and images. All of them we're going to use. Great. So now in my assets folder, I have icons and images. If you remember, last time we did build in order to generate all the assets that we have in our app UI. And before that, I forgot to mention here the assets. So I'm going to specify here the assets, images, and icons. And only after that, I'm going to run dart run build runner build. And in our generated folder, we now should see assets both with our icons, as you can see here, and with our images. Great. So now in our welcome image, we're going to create a status widget, welcome image. We're going to import material. We're going to specify here the size 286, and we're going to return assets. And I have actually I forgot to import the generated files by doing like assets.gen and export fonts.gen. And now I can export generated.dart. And now I can import assets, images, and I can use here and specify here the size, the height, the size and width, and the cache height. I can specify here. Why do we have here cache height? Let me quickly show it to you. Firstly, let's export a welcome image in our login page. Let's display the welcome image. And yeah, we don't have this asset because I need to completely shut down my app and restart it from scratch. Okay, so now we can see this welcome image. Why is, and I can actually remove here the width, not necessary to have. Well, so why do we have here cache height? Why is it so important? If I comment this out and refresh my app, between the welcome image and the login form, we're going to have between the login form and the button that we're going to have at the bottom, we're going to have another app spacing MD, and we're going to specify here spacer, and we will have lastly the widgets login footer.dart file. So in the bottom of this page, we're going to display the text whether the user already has an account. So login footer, import material. Now we're going to return a row with the children text don't have an account, and we're going to say tappable with the text that says sign up. And as a style, we're going to specify context, body medium, and we're gonna copy with app font weight bold. Now we can export login footer, and in our login page we will display the login footer. And also we're gonna say the column to have its center, main axis alignment actually, and also we're going to say main axis alignment center as well. Since we have used here tappable and faded, if we tap on it, we're not going to see anything because we haven't provided here on tap function. And on tap function will make this button to fade out. As you can see, it has the fade strength, which we can change, and you will more noticeably, and the fade is going to be much more noticeable. And by default, the fade strength is medium. Okay, so we have this login page. Next thing what we're gonna do is copy and paste the login and rename it with the sign up. We're gonna rename the login with the sign up as well. We're gonna rename. We're gonna say sign up. We're gonna say sign up. Welcome image. We are not gonna duplicate it. What issues we have? So now we have sign up form. We are gonna remove. We're gonna rename also the sign up form state as login form state as well, the sign up and the sign up page and the sign up. So we're gonna have exactly welcome image, sign up form, we're gonna have sign up footer. And here we're gonna ask already have an account. And now in the app view we can return the sign up page, import the sign up, and we will see already have an account login. And let's modify our sign up form. So on top of the email password and password we're gonna have the username. So let's quickly copy the email. And let's have the spacing here. And instead of the email, we're going to have, after the email, we have the username. We have here, and instead in the validator, we have the username.dirty. So now we can export the value of username, and let's check whether we can see it or not. Username. Let's try to specify here some valid. The username is displayed in our debug console. Username, password, and yeah, obviously instead of the login button. And the last thing that we're going to do is to have the old view. Well, there are some duplicated widgets, duplicated folders. We're gonna remove them. We're gonna remove them. Well, why they are appearing? Great. So now we don't have these issues. Great. So in our auth, what we're gonna create auth view dot file, data widget auth page, not view, and we're gonna import the material. We're gonna return auth data widget auth view, and in here we're gonna actually return either login or sign up page. We will have we're gonna have little full animation which will animate the pages between the login page and the sign up page. For that, we're gonna add dependency called animations, and in here we're gonna return page transition switcher. We're gonna specify here axis transition, and as a transition type, we're gonna say axis transition type horizontal. So we're gonna switch our pages in the horizontal direction, and as a child, provide here child. So the page transition switcher also have the reverse boolean parameter, which is going to be true or false depending on whether we are in the login page or not. For this one, we're going to create a qubit for the auth state to check whether we have a login or sign up page displaying right now. In the login qubit, we're going to create, from inside of the qubit folder, we're going to create new qubit, and let's going to name it auth. And inside of our qubit, we have actually duplicated it. That's not what we want. Move it to this qubit and remove this qubit. And now we're going to actually add dependency called block. We're going to add dependency Flutter block. We're going to add dependency quotable as well. This is pretty much all what we're going to need. Now let's import the block, and in the init state we're going to import foundation for the immutable. So the state we're going to say that we want to create, we're going to have, or actually we're not going to have the auth state. I have this little issue. Don't want to save it. Okay, so we're not going to have the part of anything. Instead of the auth state, we're going to have here boolean. As initial type, we're going to say whether we are in the login true. And we're going to specify here change wired bool show login, and we're going to emit. Okay, so now we can auth.dart file and export, and also export our view auth page. And now let's go ahead in our auth page, the value of whether it's login, import Flutter block, access the state. So the reverse is going to be whether it's login, and we're going to rename it to the show login. Reverse is going to be whether we want to show login, and inside of the page transition switcher we're going to provide a child, and we're going to say if we want to show login, we're going to display login page, and we're going to import where is the login and the sign up, and we're going to wrap the auth view block provider. Don't need the context here. And now in our app view we can specify here auth reload our application. In our login footer make this callback, and we're going to change and provide here show login value to false. And we're going to do the same for the sign up footer, change auth, show login true, import auth and import Flutter block. And now if we tap on this button, we can see this little cool animation which switches our pages from login. Okay, so for the UI part, this is pretty much all that for the UI part, this is pretty much all. Now we're gonna create the actual business logic and to sign in our user. For that, let's go and in the packages create authentication, and inside of it go to the authentication client and let's create authentication client. So inside of the authentication client, we're gonna have authentication client. In our GitHub repository, we can find authentication client, lib authentication client. We can copy the content, paste it inside, so we can quickly copy authentication user, and I'm gonna quickly explain you what we are doing here. We're gonna create models and we're gonna actually add here dependency equatable, and we're going to export here source models. All right, so let me quickly explain you. We are defining here a generic authentication client interface, which is called authentication client. We have here the getter of the authentication client as a stream, which broadcasts an authentication user model. Authentication user is just a class which has an email, ID, name, photo, and whether it's a new user. And we have an anonymous authentication user, which has an ID as an empty string. And we check if the user is anonymous by checking whether this instance is equal to the anonymous. And as well as that, we are extending the equatable to actually make it possible to change the equality of two different instances of the authentication user. And in the props, we are providing all these properties that we have in our authentication user. Then we have the login with password function, which takes up the password and the mail and signs into the account. We have the login with Google. Then we have a sign up with password function, the logout function, update profile, update email, and delete account. So why we have this generic authentication client interface? We have it because sometimes inside of the Firebase that we're going to use in this app, changing our authentication client directly everywhere you are referencing it, you're going to just create another implementation of the authentication client to support the Firebase inside of Firebase, and you're not going to modify any other places where you use the authentication client. So basically, you're going to use only this abstract implementation of it, abstract interface. So you're not going to be dependent on the actual service that you use, whether it's Firebase, or anything else. And this is one of the principles of the Solid. So this is very crucial in our app to follow up the Solid principles to make our code base consistent and following the best practices. So this is why we're creating here this generic authentication client interface. As I said, now we're going to have the implementation of this authentication client. As I said to you before, we're going to use Firebase. So we're going to create Firebase authentication client. Very good, create authentication client. And in our Firebase authentication client, we're going to actually implement all these functions using the Firebase. But before implementing the Firebase authentication client, we're going to create another package called very good token storage. And the token storage is going to store the UID of the user that we're going to authenticate in to streamline it and access in any part of our app. So in our token storage, we're going to define another abstract class interface token storage so that we are not dependent on which actual storage we use, whether it's in memory or whether it's persistent storage, whether it's secure storage. We will anyway implement the token storage, and we're not going to we're not going to be directly dependent on which actual implementation of the token storage we are using the interface instead. Because in the interface, we can anyway access the read token, save token, and clear token functions. We can remove the testing here. And in our Firebase authentication client, we're going to add dependency token storage. And let's get back to the Firebase authentication client implementation. Also, we forgot to import here authentication client with the same path, and we're going to add Firebase auth here, and we're going to have here Google. Okay, so now we can start implementing our Firebase authentication client. We're going to implement the authentication client, as I said, because it's just an implementation of it. Because if you're using Firebase, you're going to call it Firebase authentication client, and you're going to use Firebase instead of Firebase, defining token storage, Firebase auth instance, and Google sign-in. First of all, we have the stream of authentication user, which listens for the stream of user from the Firebase and maps each user to the authentication user from Firebase user to user by using the extension on Firebase auth.user and just returning authentication user instance by passing and passes as an ID UID, email as a name, display name, photo URL, as a photo and whether is new user. It's true if the metadata that creation time is equal to the metadata that's last sign-in time. So we can go back here, and if the Firebase user is equal to null, we're going to return authentication user.anonymous. Then we have here login with Google function, execute Google sign-in function. If the Google sign-in user is equal to null, sign in with Google cancelled, then we are accessing Google Auth by accessing Google user.authentication instance. Then we have the credential by going from the Firebase out Google Auth provider credential and providing here access token Google Auth access token and ID token as Google Auth ID token. And then we are initializing, and then we are signing with credential with our Firebase using this credential that we have created here as a Google Auth provider. Then we have the logout function, which will execute both Firebase and Google sign out functions concurrently. And we have an update for profile function, which will current Firebase user instance and update its display name. A little bit tricky update email function, which is gonna update the email, but it also requires the password. First, we access the current user instance. Then we are assigning the new credential instance at the email auth provider credential by passing here email and password. This is why we are needing here password to actually check whether it's that owns this account that knows his password. And then we will firstly re-authenticate with credential our user, and then verify before update an email, and verify before update an email, which will actually send a verification email to a new email address. And once we have verified our email, once we have clicked to actually verify the email, we can update it. Then we have delete account, which will basically just delete the current instance. And we have the function on user changed, which is going to be executed each time the user stream meets a new user. And on each authentication user, we are gonna use our token storage and save token inside of the storage with the value of user.id. Or if the user is anonymous, we're gonna clear the token. And lastly, we have the login with password, which will just execute sign in with email and password function with the email and password. And lastly, we have the sign up with password, which is going to do exactly the same, but create user with email and password. We're going to access the user credential, which is a return type of this function, whereas, it's the same. So now we can access the user of the user credential. If the user is null, we're going to say that the sign up with password was cancelled. Otherwise, we're going to provide a new display name and photo URL to the update profile function. So immediately after creating our profile, we're going to we're going to extract the username provided here and update our profile username immediately after we have created an account. And lastly, in our Firebase authentication client file, not inside of the source, we're going to export the authentication client package. Now let's go to the pubspec.yaml file and export here authentication. Okay, so now we have implemented the Firebase authentication client. On top of that, we're going to use the user repository. So basically in our application, we have like the packages like that. We have the packages. It's really hard to draw on Mac, but anyway, we have the packages, right? Inside of the packages, we have clients, and the clients are just and interfaces that will provide functions with their actual by using the instances of the Firebase or Supabase. But we're not going to use them directly in our app. Instead, we have inside of the packages repositories. We're going to have repositories, and repositories are going to use the clients, but they are not going to be directly dependent on them. If you remember, we have created the base interface of the authentication client, right? So this repository is going to be dependent on this actual base interface of the client rather than depending directly on the Firebase, for instance, of the Firebase. Because if we want to switch from the Firebase to Supabase, we will need to then modify the repo, which ideally is not dependent on the client, on any external interfaces. It's the principle of the solid dependency inversion. It's not going to be dependent on the client. This is why we have created this abstract interface here. And this repository is going to be used then in our application inside of our business logic. Once again, it's not going to be directly dependent on any clients. So this block can be used in our app regardless of what type of service we are using. Firebase, Supabase, AppWrite, anything else, our custom backend implementation is not going to be independent, so that if the Firebase is broken or not anymore supported, our application is not going to be crashed. We can just create some other client, and we will not need to replace it everywhere we are using it. Instead, we are depending on the abstract interface client here. This is why it's so important to understand. Oh, great. So for this reason, we are going to create a repository called user repository in our packages folder. Let's create very good repository. as a Dart package user repository. Now in the user repository, we're going to have dependencies, and I have actually made a mistake. Here in the dependencies, we're going to authentication path, authentication client, then we're going to need the quotable, then we're going to need a Rix Dart, and let's dive into the repository. First of all, we're going to create a model, a user, the Dart, and as well as user, we're going to create models, a Dart file, export here in user, and export our models as a source, models. In the user model, we're going to copy and paste the content from our GitHub repository, and it's just an implementation of the authentication user. It has exactly the same parameters as the authentication user. But as well as that, we have the factory constructor from authentication user, which is going to use authentication user and convert it to user. Then let's implement the user repository itself. The user repository is going to have the authentication client. As I said, it's not going to be dependent directly on the Firebase authentication client. We're going to use the abstract interface in the user storage, which we're going to create a little bit later. Okay, so now in the user repository, we're going to use authentication client, and we're going to define here stream of users, which is going to listen to the app authentication client.user and map each authentication user. And we have the login with Google function, which will try and catch await authentication client login with Google, login with password exactly the same, sign in with password exactly the same. It just execute these functions, and on top of that, one more time checks whether the exception is logout failure, and it just restores it. Otherwise, if the exception directly is going to throw a new logout failure. If, for example, the authentication client logout didn't throw the logout failure, something else, we're gonna throw another logout failure. Exactly the same as update profile, update email, and delete account. So now we can go to the pub-spec.yaml, and here we are gonna use a repository and sort all the dependencies, the actual implementation of the authentication. But before we move on, let's go to the Firebase console and let's find here our project, and let's enable the authentication in our app, in our Firebase. To do that, we can just click this Get Started button, and here we will choose email and password. And now we have email and password provider enabled. And lastly, we will implement the business logic for the login and sign up. In our login, a new qubit, let's call it login. We're going to create it in our, so now we have the login state. We're going to replace it with our own representation, login status, submission status, actually submission. As a data, we're going to have only submission status. We're going to remove everywhere where we have the data. You're not going to have it because I'm using my custom snippet called state. If you wonder how to add your custom snippets, you can go to the command palette, call it snippets, configure snippets, Flutter code snippets, and then here we can search for state, and let me quickly find it where it says state. So here I have Flutter block state class, which has the prefix the state, the scope Dart, and the body. It has a bunch of strings here. So by calling this state, I have immediately created all this boilerplate, which you can copy and paste. I will leave this Flutter code snippet somewhere in the description of this video so that you can find it, copy and paste, so that you can conveniently over and over again create boilerplate for your blocks and qubits. So now we don't have data. Let us quickly some of the naming. We're going to have a login state. In the submission status, it's okay. And in the login qubit, we're going to have login state initial, and then we're going to have on submit function, which is going to take and password. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and on top of that, we're going to initialize user repository, which is going to be a required parameter here, and assign a new value to the user repository. And we're going to use try catch block and execute. Firstly, we're going to say the submission status loading, then we're going to await user repository logging with, and lastly, we're going to say the status. We're going to set the status to the success, or in case of the exception, we're going to set it to the fail. We're going to set it to the failure. Actually, if you want, you can rename the loading to the in progress. It's not actually very important, but is in. That's pretty much all for the login qubit. Now we can copy and paste it inside of the sign up qubit to the sign up qubit, name to the sign up. In the sign up state, we can remove the submission status. We're going to use it from the login qubit, but firstly we are going to export login qubit, and now we can import the whole login. Then we will replace here the login state with the sign up, and then we can rename the login state to the sign up state. Okay, so now we have sign up qubit, and the rest is the same, but here we have the required username, specify sign up with password function, and username at value. So other than that, everything stays absolutely the same. Now we can go to our login page first. In our login form, let's define final is loading by selecting. First of all, we will import login, and import. And in our short form, we can have enabled state set to true if it's not loading, and it's not loading if the status is in progress. Loading is it's if the status is in progress. And now we have the shut button, which is going to have the child if it's loading, please wait, otherwise log in. And icon is going to be if it's loading. If it's not loading, going to be size box ring. Otherwise, it's going to be a loose seat icons. Otherwise, we're going to return here edge instance only right, app spacing medium, size box the square dimension app spacing large, and circular progress indicator with the stroke width. We can copy this button and go to the sign up form. We can paste it inside of the sign up, instead of the login. You can have here sign up, and as well as that, you can have is loading and import. And actually, we forgot to export our file. And lastly, we can import sign up and Flutter block. Okay, so now if it is loading, we can disable, but before we're going to check if it's in progress, and then we will do the same stuff here. Below that, we're going to extract username, and we are going to call context read and call on submit function with the email. And I have actually made a mistake here. I need to have here string values, the form fields. So here remove the value, and this is pretty much all for the onPressed function, which we are going to do the same with the login form. Instead of the sign up qubit, we're going to have login qubit. And for we're going to replace here form fields with a string as well. Now we have this issue because we forgot to provide login qubit and login and sign up qubit on top of our login page. Now let's wrap our login view with the log provider import, and the user repository. Actually, we're going to access from the context, but now do something like that. We are going to create an app dart. We're going to create an app. We're going to return an app view. We're going to import the, and we are going to wrap our app view with the repository provider. As the value, we're going to provide here user repository, and the user repository is going to be initialized here, user repository. So we are going to have an access to this user repository in our entire application, but we have just separated our app view repository provider. Now we can export our app.dart file, and in our main.dart file, instead of the app view, we're going to return an app. And in the user repository, we are going to provide the instance of the user repository, but first we have to actually initialize it. What we're going to do, we're going to call final user repository, and before that, we're going to create Firebase authentication client, and in the authentication client, we're going to pass Firebase authentication client. But for some reason, we don't have an access to the Firebase authentication client. We can try to fix that calling Flutter, but we have an access to it right now. We're going to minimize, and inside the Firebase authentication client, we're going to provide a token storage, in-memory token storage, and we forgot to specify in the pub spec YAML file token storage, path token storage in the authentication client, port all the dependencies, and now we should have an access to the in-memory being provided here. As the Firebase auth, we're going to have an access to it. And actually for the Firebase auth and Google sign-in, we don't need to specify anything because the default value is already Firebase auth.instance. So we need to specify on the token storage, and this is pretty much all. Now we can use the user repository, and now have an access to our user repository in every part of our app. So we can read our value from the context, port user repository, and how to load our app. Now the error should be gone, and the last thing that we're going to do is do the same stuff with the sign up page. We're going to wrap our sign up view with the block provider and add the required parameter user repository and import the Flutter block. Great. So now we have a bunch of platform exceptions for the Firebase auth in our debug console. We can try to completely shut down our app and restart it from scratch. Okay, so now we should be able to we should be able to use our Firebase authentication in our app. So let's go to the sign up page, and let's specify here test 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's check whether Obscure is working or not, and let's tap on the sign up button in order to understand whether we have actually done everything properly or not. We should not see any exceptions in our debug console, and as you can see, we don't have any exceptions in here, meaning that we have successfully set up everything. And if we go to the browser and in the Firebase authentication console, we should see this test.gmail.com user created successfully. Also, last thing that I forgot to mention, we forgot to do is to disable the button. The form is loading. Same with the login form. It's loading. We're going to disable the button. Okay, so now how do we understand that we actually created this account and we can successfully login? Let's specify here this email that we've created out of 0456, and nothing has happened actually. But what we can do is go to the main.dart file, and here we can try to log the user from our user repository, and we can try to log out his name. Try to log out his name. Now, if we auto-load our app, we should see the username test. And this is exactly what we expect to see if we try to import to log the email. We should see his email test. Okay, so it means that we have successfully logged in. And if we try to call user repository logout, auto-load app, and let's go back and try to log email, we should see now. It means that we have logged out from our app. Great. It means that everything that we have done everything correctly, both for sign up and sign in. Let's finally add our Go router in our app to implement the routing. What we're gonna do now is to an automatic sign in and sign out, flow in our app. So whenever we have signed in our app, automatically redirect us to the home page, and whenever we log out, we are gonna see the authentication page. Let's try to implement it. So first of all, in our app, let's create a routes folder, and inside of our routes folder, let's create app router.dart. Our app router.dart file, we're going to create an app router, and in here we're going to define here it's going to be Go router instance, and in the routes we're going to specify Go route for our initial, and for the builder we're going to return great, and as an initial route we're going to say not. What we can do now is go to the app view, initialize here our app router and accessing the router, and also we will routes app router. Now before that we can create routes.dart and export here app router.dart and export here router. First, for the best practices, we're not gonna specify here strings like that. We're gonna create another class called app not dart, and here we will create an enum which is gonna contain our routes in our app. First one is gonna be auth. In here we're gonna create an app routes, and we're gonna here have a name. We're gonna have here route. We're gonna have it as and let's call it not. So instead of the path, we're gonna call, but before we will export app routes, and we can use app routes route, and as a name we can provide here app routes.auth.name. The same goes with the initial location, app routes.auth.route. And lastly, let's replace our material with the material router, and instead of the home we can specify here router config, and we can pass here our router. If we auto-load our application, we should now be able to see the same page, but now we are using the Go router instead of a single page, a node page. Quickly create something like another Go route page for home. Let's say we can go to the app routes, let's copy it, and our initial location will be home.route. We can copy this one, replace with home, and say here my home page, Yandex food, Yandex Eats one. And as you can see now, we have another route with my whole page. Also, we can do our initial location as auth, but for example, when we click on our login, in our login page, in our login form, doing anything like that, instead of doing actual logins, do something like context, push, and specify here app, routes, and returned. And after it, we can return nothing, so that we can type on this button, would be able to see. Actually, we can't do it. We can't do it because we should provide here go named. Actually, not. We should not here provide here a route. We should provide here name. And yeah, as you can see now we have, transitions from one page to another page. But since we used go named, we can't go back. But if you use push named, we can go back. But it's not even close to what we are gonna achieve by automatically redirecting from our authentication page to the home page and vice versa. For that, let's create another state management. Let's create this time a new block, and let's call it app. We're going to create it in our app folder. Quickly start from the app state. We're going to call it app block, app status, and as a data we're going to have, as the initial data we're not going to have any initial data. Instead of the initial loading success and failure, we're going to have unauthenticated and authenticated and nothing. Then we will create here an anonymous constructor authenticated, specify the app status value to the authenticated, and as a user we will provide here user, and we will have the same for the unauthenticated, authenticated. Instead of the user we're going to provide user.anonymous, and as a status app status unauthenticated. Now in our app block, first of all, what we're going to do is to initialize the user. Provide here, we're not going to need the user here. We're going to need user only there. So inside of the super parameter, first we're going to do is to check whether the user is anonymous. If it is, we're going to initialize our app block with the app status, app state that unauthenticated, otherwise with the app state unauthenticated with the user. Next, what we're going to do is to, in our app.dart file, we are going to wrap our app with, but before that, we're going to export app block.file, specify here user. The user will be acquired this user, and inside of the main, the user is going to be await user repository that first user at first, and inside of it we're going to pass the user. Okay, so now in the app events, let's create a new event, and the new event is also a snippet, my custom snippet, which creates a boilerplate for the event. Let's call it app user changed app event and pass here user, new instance of user. Okay, so now in our app block we can call on event user changed, and we're going to execute the event on app user changed app user changed. Also we're going to call void changed function. We're going to accept user, and it's going to add an event app user changed. And then we are going to listen to the user repository user changes, which we are going to initialize first by user repository. We can listen to the user repository that the user changes, listen, and on error. On top of that, we're going to specify here subscription with the user subscription, and the user subscription is going to be, and in the clause we're going to say subscription, right? So it's going to be a single, it's going to be a void, not a future void. And here we're going to access the user from the event, and then we're going to emit the user unauthenticated state if the user is anonymous, or authenticated state. But first we're going to switch state the status. It is app. If it's in the case of app status that unauthenticated, we are going to do this one. We're going to call this function emit. And if it's the case of app status that authenticated, we're not going to do anything. So now in our app, provide here user repository, and this is pretty much all for the app block. Now in our app routes, we can have here inside of the final go router function is going to accept app block. So here we will pass the read app block in how to load our app. Finally, we can implement our redirect function and the refresh listenable. So in the redirect, what we're going to do, we are going to firstly check our app status is authenticated, and we will check if we are authenticating. If the user is authenticating, it means that the state that matched location should be equal to the app routes.auth.route, meaning that the current location that the user is in the auth. And we will check if we are in home location by checking if the matched location is home. Then we will check if we are in home and we are not authenticated, we will return the app routes.auth.route. It means that if we have logged out from our app being authenticated, we're going to return an authentication route. We will check if are not authenticated, we will just return an app routes.auth.route, because initially we are not in the home route. So if we are not authenticated, we will return the auth route. Then if we are authenticating, and if we are authenticated right now, we will return the home page. Otherwise, we will not return anything, meaning that we don't need to redirect to any other pages. And in order to make it working, we need to implement the refresh listenable. The refresh listenable will listen to the stream of the app block state, and it will refresh the whole Go router whenever the app block state changes. Very simple to do. We can just create Go router app block refresh listenable, refresh stream. Inside of the constructor of this class, we will immediately call notify listeners, because we are extends the change notifier, because the refresh listenable accepts only listenable, and change notifier implements listenable. And now we are initializing the subscription. Then we are listening to the stream as broadcast stream, which allows us to listen to the stream for multiple times. And we are listening to the app state, but the app state, actually, we don't care about it at all. We will just notify listeners every time the stream changes. And in the dispose method, we are canceling the subscription of the. So here we are going to specify Go router app block refresh stream, and provide here app block. This is all what we're going to do. So now if we hot reload our app, have been able to see that we are in the home page, but since we have logged out previously, we're going to log in, and we should immediately see that we are now in the home page. We forgot to actually add this route as the home page. If we add my home page route right now, title Yandex, my app is crashed. This is unfortunate. Alright, so I have relaunched my app, and now I am able to see the home page. No matter how many times I hot reload my app, I'm going to see this home page, because this redirect works exactly like that. Because we are authenticated, we are not authenticating, and we are in home, so we are returning null. We are not redirecting to anywhere. Now in our app block, let's create logout, app logout requested, and in our app block logout request, and we can execute this event by calling user repository logout, and we're gonna get rid of the future. So now, for instance, in my home page, we can have a button as a child, we can have a text, we can have a destructive, and on pressed we have app block import app and import Flutter block and add a new event app logout requested. And if we tap on this button, see anything, because the app logout requested was called without a registered event handler. In order to resolve this issue, we should hot reload our app. And now if we tap on this logout button, we are now in the authentication page. It's great. It means that our app router redirect function works exactly as we were expecting. This is pretty much all for the authentication. We can now log in our app, sign up. Let me quickly demonstrate it once again. Our login functionality works perfectly fine. Great. So now let's gradually implement the profile page. Once we can actually authenticate into the application, we should be able to see our user's profile page, where we can change some of his credentials, such as username and email, and actually be able to log out from our application and delete our account. So basically, in our home page, display a little user profile icon, which on tap is gonna open the drawer on the left side of the application. But before that, let's go ahead and actually modify our home page a little bit. First of all, let's call it home page, home view, not this one, home view, and let's rename it to the home view. Let's actually delete the view.dart file and export. So ideally, you want to create the file inside of the file with the same name if there are more than one single file in this folder. But in this case, there is only one. Let's actually delete all this code, because we are not going to use any of that. Let's actually return here an app scaffold with a stateless material import, and in the body we are going to return the navigation shell. So in the app router, we are going to replace this go router stateful shell route indexed tag, and inside of the builder we are going to return home view. And as you can see here in the builder, we have this stateful navigation shell, which we're going to pass stateful navigation shell as required. And the navigation shell is actually a widget, so we can pass it inside of the body. Great, so now we can pass our navigation shell, and inside of our stateful shell branch, let's define here restaurants. Let's create instead of the home restaurants, and let's return here restaurants page. Firstly, we should create the restaurants folder page.dart stateless widget restaurants page, which will return the restaurants view. Let's import a material, and let's create stateless restaurants view. And let's return an app scaffold with this child, with the body inside, with the center text, with the child text. Now we can actually create a Dart file and export here. Great. So now inside of it, we can return a restaurants page, import restaurants, and also we'll have this exception saying that we don't have a home anymore. We're going to replace it with the restaurants, and we're going to check if it's in restaurants. Also, we're going to create a global called the root navigator key, and we're going to pass it over here as the root navigator key, and inside of the go route we're going to pass parent navigator key, root navigator key. Here we're going to play the same parent navigator key as a root navigator key. In our application, we're going to have at the bottom navigation bar actually, which will display an icon for the restaurants and an icon for our cart page. So let's do that. In our home view, we're going to specify the bottom navigation bar, and for that we're going to create a separate navigation folder, navigation bar .dart file, bottom nav, and let's return here bottom navigation bar. But we are going to provide an items, and in our app UI another folder called constants, and here let's create .data.dart file. In our GitHub repository, let's search for the app UI, and inside of the source folder in the constants, copy and paste main and navigation bar items with the nav bar item. Let's ignore public member API docs, import the material app. We can use our data, and we are going to map to our items, final items equal to the main navigation bar items, and as a home label we're going to pass, and as a cart label we're going to pass cart. Then we're going to map through each of the item, convert it to list, and return navigation bar item, get the item, and for each the bottom navigation bar item we're going to use item.icon with the icon, and as the label we're going to use item.label. As a tooltip we're going to use item.tooltip. Also as the icon size we're going to pass app size.extra large, and let's actually create the sizes. Let's actually create sizes in our app. For that, let's go ahead in the app UI create size folder, app size.dart, copy the code from the app size.dart file, and let's export size app size.dart. So the app size.extra large is the value of 30. And as well as the home page and as the home view, we're going to access the stateful navigation bridge, navigation shell, and we're going to use it to check whether we're going to have it specify the value of the current index. Then the type is going to be navigation bar. Then selected item color scheme, and on the onTap function, we're going to get the index, and we're going to check if the index not equal to 1, we will use the navigation shell branch to go branch. The initial location is true if the index equal to the navigation shell current index. The app routes part. In the app routes, let's define. So whenever we tap on the second navigation bar item, we're going to actually push the route to the cart instead of changing the branch. Now in the navigation folder, let's create navigation.dart file, the export, view, bottom nav bar, and inside the home view, let's return bottom navigation bar, import navigation, and specify here navigation shell. We'll hot reload our app to see if we have any changes. Okay, so now we have this little cool bottom navigation bar in our home page. We will display the stateful shell branch. And for the second stateful shell branch, we're not going to have any routes. We're going to actually have go route with the path go to cart. The path is actually doesn't matter here. With the name now with the path. And the redirect is going to be, so this route is not going to do anything. Actually, don't pay attention to it at all. It's used as a branch just to change the index. So when we tap on it, as you can see, we have here an issue that we don't have any route named cart. And this is actually what we are expecting to have, because otherwise, if we didn't have this if statement, this navigation shell, the go branch, will try to go to the second branch, and our second branch doesn't have any screens. And in order to get rid of this exception that we previously had, that we didn't have builder, page builder, or redirect, we're just providing here redirect and returning null. This is just a placeholder for the stateful shell branch to actually access the second index, which is going to be used to navigate to the cart page. But for now, we are going to leave it just as it is, and we're going to implement cart page later on. Okay, so now lastly, in our home view, we're going to implement the drawer. Let's create a new folder for that drawer view, .dart file, and in the drawer, let's create drawer.dart file and export view drawer.view. And in the drawer.dart file, let's create drawer view, and let's return here drawer. As the background color, we're going to specify context theme, canvas color. As the width, we're going to specify context screen width multiplied by 7 at 0.7. So we're going to take up only 70% of the whole screen width. And as a child, we're going to specify list view. And as our first children, we're going to have drawer. In the child, we're going to have a row. We're going to have text, context, headline, medium. And we're going to display a sized box with height and width 60 pixels. Inside of a decorated box with the decoration image set to the image assets images Papa Burger height 180 pixels. And actually, don't pay attention on it. I just forgot to rename it because previously my application had this name, but I forgot to change it, so don't pay attention on it. If you want, you can actually go ahead and rename all of this where it says Papa with the Yandex Eats. I just forgot to do that. So yeah, and actually we are wrapping this provider with the resize image because initially this is quite big. This one, it has something like 1080 pixels. So in order to take up only, but this actual image is very small because it has only 60 pixels height and width. And this is why we're providing here a resize image to not waste any resources to display the larger version of image. And then we're going to have another text, Yandex Eats. Now we're going to display the drawer view. And now in the restaurants page, for example, you can create a button. You create a shut button, and on pressed call scaffold.off context open drawer. And as a child, we're going to say text open drawer. So if we click on this button, we're going to see the drawer that we have just created. Also, we can specify here main access alignment. Great. Now we can go back to the data.dart file, and here we'll create some dummy. We'll create actually the items that we're going to display in the drawer. So let's go ahead and enum drawer option. Let's paste it inside, and we have the profile and orders option. So now we can enumerate through each drawer option and map them, and drawer item is going to be list style, going to have a horizontal gap, absolutely that small, and as a title we're going to display text.name opened the drawer. Once again, we can see these two little list styles with the profile and orders name, and we can quickly go ahead and in the drawer view we can copy and paste little functions. First function is going to put the name of the drawer option, whether it's orders is going to push us to the app routes that orders.name, otherwise to the orders to the profile name. And to display the drawer option icon, we will use again switch for drawer option, and if it's profile, we're going to display users, Lucid icons, or Lucid icons that shopping cart. Also, for you to make it more convenient, whether to better understand which icon you want to display, you can go to the Lucid icons, Lucid devs icons, and in here you can see all the icons that the Lucid to display in the application. So here you can check that we are trying to display here, and you can see here circle user. So this is the exact same avatar. This is the exact icon that we are going to display in here. So the same with the shopping circuit. and it looks exactly like that. Great. So now in our app routes, let's create and for profile. Now the onTap function, we're going to execute drawer option action, and as a leading, we're going to define an icon as a drawer option icon. So now if we open the drawer, we can see this. Oh, so now we have these two list tiles, both for profile and orders. I forgot to execute here that off context close the drawer. So before we are gonna the context to another page, we're gonna close the drawer. Okay, so now let's create the profile folder, file, view, profile view, dot file, profile view, profile views app scaffold, and inside of it, let's create center child text profile. Also, we can create profile.dart file and export view profile view. So now in our app, let's create another go route, but not inside of the stateful shell route. We're going to name it and let's return here profile view from the profile. So now if I tap on this profile list tile, I will be redirected to this page. And let's display here an app bar with the title. Let's remove here the constant and let's see. Okay, so now we can go back and let me actually demonstrate you that if we remove here the root navigator key as we previously specified, okay, you will not notice. Okay, now we have a separate page where we can display our profile. Let's quickly specify here a center title set to false, and then we will specify here title, text style, context, headline small. Let's see what happens. Our profile with the bold, app font weight, and our center title. Let's in our body return an app constraint scroll view, and aside of it, let's display the column. And also in the padding, we're going to specify edge insets, symmetric, horizontal app spacing, and the vertical app spacing MD. Okay, so now in the column, we are going to display, first of all, we are going to display here user credentials. For that, let's create a new folder of widgets inside of our profile. Let's create user. Let's create this widgets user credentials form. Let's return here the column, place it with the material, and actually let's create a new widget.file, and export here user credentials form. And in the profile.file, let's export widgets.file. Then in our user credentials form, as we did in the login form, we're going to display the shot form. We're going to display the shot form. Inside of it, we're going to have constraints, max width 350 with the child, with the children, where we can specify exactly the same shot input form field. And let's see what happens. And we actually can specify here an ID. Actually, this one is not going to be displaying any, it's not going to be directly shot form field. Instead, we're going to say that it's not enabled. It's actually enabled, but it's only it read only. It's read only. And on tap function, we are going to on press function, we're going to actually push our route to the update email. And in the app routes, let's create an update email. But here, let's specify update email like that. Okay, so in the username, we can specify placeholder username. And our initial value is going to be actually get our user from our app block. And let's use our user.username in this form field. And here, exactly the same initial value, user.email, as well as the label, text email, and the placeholder. So now we can import our user credentials form. And if you go our profile page, we should be able to see these two shot form fields. Also, we can specify here height. Also, we can specify here a gap with the app spacing.md value. Also, as a prefix here, we're going to display a padding edge insert.all with the app spacing small, and the shot image square plus app spacing large, and lucid icons.male, and exactly the same with the username, but here lucid icons.user. Now we should be able to see these little icons here. And lastly, we're going to provide a validator here to the username. We're going to assign a new value to the username with the username form field dirty and return username. So now whenever we tap on this field, where we'll be redirected to the update email. But when we tap on this one, we will be able to change it. We will be able to, and then we will actually display here the button to submit our changes so that we can actually change our username. Also, since we have here app text form fields, I'm gonna use here resize to avoid bottom insets and release focus set to true so that I can release my focus from these text fields. Okay, now let's actually display here two action buttons. For that, let's go to the app UI. And here in the widgets, let's create icon.dart file. Let's go to the GitHub repository, and in the app UI, widgets app icon, copy and paste. And let me explain what's going on here. First of all, we are defining here an enum icon variant, which is either button or icon, which either has an on-press function or not, if it's a default icon. Then we're just defining here an icon, which is the icon with the icon data that we are passing here. with the size and the color, which is effective color, which is the value of color that we're providing, or context theme color scheme on surface. If the variant is equal to the icon variant button, we are returning a tabbable.raw with the onTab function with the nullable effect. If we are passing here, if it's null, we are defining here by default the faded. We are checking whether we want to enable feedback or not. We either wrapping our button with the padding and return the icon that we are assigning here. And we are just defining here the constructors to immediately access either a default icon or the button. With the default constructor, we are specifying variant to be an icon, and with the button constructor, we are specifying here to have the button. And here we are requiring to specify an icon and onTab function. And here onTab function is equal to null, effect is equal to null, and only an icon is required. So now let's go ahead and export our app icon in the .dot file. And now in our actions, let's actually create these two. First button is going to be with the icon value to the Lucid icons align justify, and on that onTab function we're going to show the menu with certain items and position. So now we have these lines icon which you can tap on, and we will show up the menu. So for the show menu, in the show menu we're going to specify the context, the elevation set to 2 with the rounded rectangle border, and the position with the start value and top with the app spacing.md, and end bottom is the 0. And inside of the items we're going to display the pop-up menu item with the onTab function, which is going to execute confirm action, which is going to display a dialog to confirm the user's action whether he's sure or not to log out from his account. On the X button, we will display yes, logout, or no, cancel. And we're going to display the row with the icons, lucid icons.logout, and with the text, don't have this confirm action extension on top of the context. So let's go to the app UI. In the extensions, let's create show dialog. So in our GitHub repository, in my GitHub repository, here is the show dialog extension. We can copy all the content and paste inside of it. Also, we are going to add dependency go router in our app UI. Here are a bunch of useful extensions on top of the context to effectively and conveniently display. So in this case, we're going to use the confirm action in this button, and this function is going to show us a confirmation dialog, which is going to show us an adaptive dialog, and an adaptive dialog is going to show us a simple dialog, which comes from the material. And here we are providing an alert dialog that adaptive with the title, content, and action. Then we are awaiting the value of this show confirmation dialog, because actually the return type of it is Boolean, as we are specifying here as a generic type. Both these dialog buttons inside of the actions and the dialog button is actually a custom button that we are returning here. We're defining a Cupertino dialog action if the platform is iOS. Otherwise, we're returning the text button, and this dialog button both has onPressed function, which will either with the value of false, which means that we are not going to execute the function, which we are specifying here as a function, on the yes button. So now we can we forgot to export our show dialog extension, and we can import our app block and import our Flutter block. So our function will actually execute app block app logout requested. So let's check when we click on this button, we are showing this menu, and if we click on this button, we're going to display this dialog, which asks whether we are sure or not to log out from our account. If we cancel or no, we're not going to log out from our account, because as I said you before, we have here a value of false when we're popping our context. We're just specifying here pop because this unnecessary. We can directly call pop because this is actually a build context. So keep that in mind. Okay, so now if we actually tap on the logout button, yes, logout, we're going to be automatically redirected to the authentication page. Now we can log out. Now we can log in into our account again. So lastly, we're going to display here a button which will help us to change the username of our profile. So now let's define another app icon button. App icon button with the icon set to the lucid icons check. And on that function, we're going to with our form key, which is a global key with the shut form state. And our form key, we're going to pass in the user credentials form, global key platform state global key, and as a required parameter, and we're going to pass this form key inside of the shut form, and we're going to pass it inside of this widget. And on top, we're going to check if form key current state is not equal to true or false. We're going to return nothing. Actually, we're going to check here validate, and then we're going to our user from our app block, and we are going to check, and we're going to actually extract the value from the form key of the username by going and saying current state value username as string user that name not equal to username. Then we're going to read and add a new event called app with the username set to the username. And let's actually go to our app event.file, and let's actually define here app update account requested with the string username parameter here, which is a nullable, which should be a nullable. And in our app block, let's handle this event. Define on update account requested, execute event, app update account requested, app state, and on error, we're going to call user repository and here specify event.username. And lastly, we're going to display snack bar saying that we have successfully updated our account regardless of whether we have actually updated it or not. This to showcase the user that this button actually does something so that he understands it. So now if I change my test name to be, for example, test, I should be able to see that my app update account requested was called without a registered event handler. I should hot reload my app. And then if I go here, specify test 1, 2, 3 and update my account and hot reload my app, I should be able to see a new updated username. So we are almost done with our profile view. From the user credentials form, let's specify a gap with the high app spacing. And here, let's specify list style, divide tiles, and let's specify here list style, which is going to be log to delete our account. We have a list style with a non-tab function, which will confirm action. And on confirmed action, we're going to execute an app delete account requested event. Let's go to the app event and let's define here new event. And in our app block, let's handle our new event on delete account requested. Let's handle this event delete requested. And here we will await user repository delete account and on error in this try catch block. It's very important to specify await user repository. Okay, so now we can hot reload our app and let's see whether or not we can delete our app, whether or not we can delete our account. We have this exception here because we forgot to pass here the context. And now we should be able to see this delete. And let's actually, in our user credentials form, let's remove this constraint because it looks a little bit odd. Yeah, now it's great. So if we click on this delete account, if we click on the yes delete, we should be automatically logged out from our account and we should no more be able to log into this account because it's now permanently deleted. So now we should not be able to log back in our accounts as long as it's not, yeah, great. We can't log in because, and yeah, if we check it in our Firebase console, we don't have any users. It means that we have successfully deleted our account. Now let's sign in. Now let's sign up with the new account. So I have signed up a new account with a new username and email. Lastly, implement the updating of our email. So in our profile, email.file, and let's rename it to the user update email form. Let's create a stateless user update email form widget, and here we can actually go ahead in the profile view and copy and paste all the content from here because it's almost the same. In the user profile view, we can go ahead and update. We can only delete this inside of the column, the material, import app UI. We can remove actions. We can update our title to be an update email. We can specify here short form with the key, that to form key. Otherwise, we have box constraints, constraint box constraint, constraint with the constraints of box constraints with the widths, max widths 462. And yeah, I was right to have the max widths in the user credentials. Let's actually wrap our column once again in the in the constraints box, constraints. I'll have here max widths 462. And yeah, inside of the constraint box in the child, we can provide, and we can have here platform field, email, label, also email with the placeholder abc.gmail.com. And the validator is going to be final email, the dirty, and it's going to return email error message. Then we're going to copy this, and on top of email we're going to have, and as a password we're going to have 1 2 3 4 5 6 as a placeholder. Now we can copy the prefix from our user credentials. We can copy the prefix and paste it inside of it, and for the password we have the password, and for the email we have a mail. So now if in our app router we create another go route inside of the profile, actually routes update email with the password. Here we are providing name for both path and name. Here we will return an update email, user update email form, and we're gonna export our update email form. Now if we open drawer and click on this email form field, now we are in the separate page. Also for the shot button, we're going to specify here widths double.infinity, and we're going to specify here spacer. We can specify here a spacer, but from here and specify in this column. And now if we check, we can actually make as an expanded widget, or maybe we should we should wrap the whole shot form with the expanded. Yeah, great. Now our button at the very bottom of this page. And now if we this button and check whether the current state, save and validate or false, return nothing. Otherwise we're going to get email we're gonna get password as string nullable, here password, and let's double check if we have here ID, password, email. Great. And in our app block, we're going to execute. We're going to call update account email requested. In our app, let's create this new event, app event, and here let's specify string and final string required this email. Handle this event, account email requested. Let's call it here, execute event, update account email requested. On error, we're going to await user repository update email with the email from the event and the password from the event. We should remove here this nullable and also replace it with the validate. And we're going to show the snack bar content text verification email sent. Please check your email and verify. Then we are going to copy this same, and we're going to copy the content, the rest of the content that we're going to need. And here we will specify the URI parse https mail google.com. We're going to specify here function to log out from our app. And lastly, we will launch the URL. But first of all, we will need the end dependency URL and import here URL launcher and mark this function as asynchronous. So this is pretty much all what we're going to do. Now, if I tap on this button and provide here my another email and provide here a correct password, actually, I forgot to create here a suffix icon, which you can copy from the sign up form. For example, here, copy the suffix button, paste it inside. I can actually convert this to the stateful widget, create here late value notifier with the value of call it obscure. In the initState method, I'm going to specify the value to obscure, and in the dispose, I'm going to obscure. Now we can actually move our form key from the build method inside of the state, and now wrap our shard form input field with the value listenable builder, provide here obscure and say here and can extract here prefix icon as a child, not to rebuild it several times. Yeah, if we go to this page, now we can actually obscure our text, and we forgot to pass here as an obscure text value obscure. Now let's double check it once again. We should see the obscure text, right? Now, if I specify here the right password of this account and specify here a new email and click on the update email button, well, I can't see, update account email requested wasn't handled because I forgot to hot reload my app. So now, once again, if I specify here another email and the correct password of the existing account, I click update email, and for some reason, because I need to completely shut down the app and relaunch it in order to URL launcher that way I have just added in the dependency of this app. Or I have already launched my app, and now input another mail, input another password, the same password of this account, update email. Now I am redirected to the mail inbox. If I input here my email inbox, which I have used, I will be able to immediately confirm, but I will confirm it from my smartphone. And you will notice that once I have confirmed it on my smartphone, and now I will not be able to log in in this account with the last. As you can see, I cannot log in. Now only with the new login, with the new email, I can log in into this account. And as you can see, we have the new updated email, and this is awesome. So now we have implemented the update profile and update username. Now we have implemented update email and update username functionalities, as well as logout and delete account. This is pretty much all for the profile page in our application. So now we can, all right. So now let's implement the Google Maps in our application. In this page, we're going to be able to pick up the location to further display a list of restaurants, because we're going to display restaurants based on user's current location. This is why we're going to need Google Maps. For that, let's go ahead and search for Google, Flutter Google. Here we'll search for the official documentation of the add them in our Flutter application. So you can skip the introduction, the second, and in the third step, we're going to configure our iOS platform. So as we did before in our pod file, we have set our version to 14.0, and then in our Android, in the build Gradle, not in this one, in the app folder, we're going to set the min SDK to 21. So if you're using Android, you're going to set the min SDK to 21. Then we're going to add, and we've actually forgot to add our Google Maps Flutter package. So for this, let's go ahead and add dependency Maps Flutter. We're going to add Google Maps to the app. For the Android, we're going to add an API key in the Android manifest. In order to do that, we're going to add this line inside of the application. We're going to add this code here, and in the Android value, instead of your key, you're going to pass your actual value of the key that you're going to get the Google Maps Cloud platform. So here, to use Google Maps in Infra, you need to configure an API project with the Google Maps platform calling the Maps SDK for Android using app key and Map SDK for iOS using app key. For the Android, we're gonna click on this link. So in this page, both for Android and iOS, there are exactly the same steps. We're gonna call this button. We're gonna click on this button, and here we can either select existing project in our Google Cloud or create a new project. In my case, I will create a new project. I'm gonna name it Yandex Use an account. I'm gonna create. So after you have created, you will have this dialog to automatically copy and paste, so copy your Maps Google Maps key, or you can view it in your Google Cloud platforms, keys and credentials. And here you will have this Map API key that you can click Show Key, and you will be able to copy and paste it. Also, now we can go to the, we can click on the Google Cloud. Then we can choose API and services. In the library, we can search for the Maps SDK for Android. It's already enabled. For iOS, it's also enabled. Now we're gonna enable Places API. It's also enabled. And geocoding, let's see if it is enabled. Yeah, it's enabled. Right, so you should have all these API libraries enabled in your Google Cloud, in your Google Cloud project. This is pretty much all we are gonna do. Now, when you have your key for the Android, you're gonna paste it inside of this one, inside of this line of code, as I shown you before, in the Android manifest.xml file. And for the iOS, we're gonna add this line of code here inside of the iOS runner app delegated Swift. We're gonna add import Google Maps, and we're gonna add this line of code right here. And instead of the your API key, we're gonna paste here the key that we have copied in our Google Map, in our Google Cloud platform. After we have completed all these steps, now we can actually create the Google Maps with the actual Google Map. But firstly, let's make sure that everything is ready to go. So we completely shut down our app and run it from scratch. In the lib folder, let's create inside create view and create a map page.dart file. Here, let's create a map page. Here we will return Google Map view. We're gonna import, we're gonna create Google Map view, and inside of it we're going to return an app scaffold. Here we will return, then in the app scaffold we're going to disable the save area, and we are going to set extend body behind app bar, and we're going to wrap our stack annotated region widget with the system UI overlay theme, and as a value we're going to pass value of system UI overlay iOS system bar theme, or UI overlay theme dark system bar theme. And here we actually need to use system UI overlay style. So basically, if the current device is iOS, we're going to return system UI overlay iOS. Then in the stack, let's return children. And then let's here first define a status widget, and let's return here map view. And inside of the map view, we're going to return with the height set to context. So it's going to take up the whole screen of the device, and the whole width of the device. And as a child, we're going to provide Google is initial camera position. We're going to set temporarily camera position target lat.lng with these values is going to set the initial camera position to the center of Almaty, of my country, of my city. But you can specify here any lat.lng as you wish. And then we're going to have here a controller and map created. On map created, we're going to have here a controller. For now, let's create here a completer, and here we have a Google Map controller. Here we will complete and let's remove it to the map controller with the controller. And now we can hopefully see our Google Map. But before, let's actually display it in our app router. We're going to create another route for the Google app routes here, and let's rename this to let's display here the odd page, Google Map page, and we forgot to create a map.dart file view. Now we can import. Now it's in our restaurants page, create a column here. Let's wrap here, and let's create another button to go to the map here. Let's push named to the app routes Google Map name, a little bit main axis alignment, cross axis alignment center, and it's already centered. Okay, enter the column. We go to the map page. Let's maybe make it go to the map page. Now we should see the whole Google Map page if you have set up everything correctly. Also, we are going to wrap our Google Map page with the stack I said is with the column, and we can rename it. Then let's display here in the center of the screen a pin image, pin icon. We're going to say center. In the child, we're going to specify padding. In the padding, we're going to set edge insets 100 and right app spacing empty. And as a child, we're going to say assets. We're going to remove the constant assets icons image. Provide here height 50 and width 50. Now, if we go to the map page, in the center of the screen, we have this cool pin. It's actually almost exactly in the center of the screen, which will actually represent where we are choosing the location in. So for example, if I move to this location, it's exactly that I'm choosing this island, like right here, this piece of island. Piece of island right here. Yeah. Also, now we have this little issue. So if we are trying to scroll through this pin, we can't actually scroll the map. So for this case, we're going to create an extension on top of the widget called ignore pointer X. To wrap it with the ignore pointer, we're going to set it to the ignoring if it's marker or it's moving. And we're as a child, we are returning this, and this is a widget. Ignore completely the center widget is true, and actually here should be or is marker, and we can provide here is marker and set it to true. Now if we go to this page and we try to scroll through this pin, we can actually do this right now. That's exactly what we wanted to achieve, because we don't want to block our user to scroll through this pin. Okay, so now let's create the block for our map to create some events in order to save our location, display our location that we are gonna actually customize our location, our map a bit. For that, let's call it map. Now in the state, let's delete everything and create here map block with the map status and the map state. Map block, map status, map state. As a data, we're gonna have lot LNG, and not current location, current, and we're going to define some static const variables, Almaty, center position, and initial camera position. And now as our current position, we can say initial camera position, the target, and it's not that it can be constant. So we're going to remove the constant, and we're going to have string address name, and we're going to have map type, camera position, and we're going to have the Boolean whether is camera. And lastly, we're going to have completer with the Google Map Controller as the map controller. We're going to import asynchronous. Now we're going to provide all these parameters as required, not like that. We're going to copy that and mark them as required. So here we're going to pass address name as empty string by default, is camera moving false by default, map controller as completer Google Map Controller, map type as the map type, and as the initial position, initial camera position. Also, let's remove the copy with and let's click on the map state and generate, not equatable, generate, and specify here that underscore as a private constructor. And now in the map block, we can provide here map state.initial. Then in the events, let's create a new event, map create requested map event. We're going to have it here, Google Map Controller is controller. In the map block, we're going to create map create requested, and we're going to execute this event, map create requested, map state. And here we're going to state copy with, we're going to define here controller, and we're going to emit state copy with, and we're going to say map controller state map controller with the controller. Then we can go back to the map page, wrap our Google Map view with the block provider, not Google, just map block, and we can export here, we can import map block. Instead of having here a map controller, we're going to have here map block and add here map create requested event and pass here a controller. Okay, so as an initial camera position, we can select it from the map initial camera position. Then we can have a map type. We can also select it like the map type, and we're going to check whether the camera is moving. If the camera is moving, if the camera is not moving, we're going to enable indoor view and zoom controls enabled if camera is not moving. Also, instead of reading map block all the time, we're going to assign it to the block convenient to use, because we're going to have here a bunch of events calling, and we're going to say my location map toolbar enabled false and my location button enabled false. And for now, we are going to disable my location actually. And we're going to provide here a padding edge instance from left, top, right, back, left 0, top 100, right 12, and back 160. And let's see what we have. Now our Google Map page looks much better. Then the Google Map itself has quite a lot of on-camera events. We're going to use on-camera idle, on-camera move, and on-camera move started. For all of these events, for all of these functions inside of the Google Map, we're going to create a map event. So let's create map event. Then we're going to create idle requested as a map event. We're going to actually rename it to the map and the map camera move requested. And we're going to create a new event, map camera start move requested. In the map camera move requested, we're going to have camera position as the position, this position. We're going to rename it to the map camera start requested. So now let's handle all these events. Firstly, map move start requested, camera move on, map camera idle requested. Also here we can remove the void future, or now in the future we actually will need synchronous. So yeah, we'll leave it for now. So firstly, let's implement on camera move start requested, map camera move start requested, map state. Here we are not going to need future. We're going to just emit state copy with is camera moving true. Then we're going to implement on camera move requested, map camera move requested. Also, we're not going to need, we're going to copy the state is camera moving to true and current position to the event position. And lastly, we're going to implement on camera idle requested, map camera idle requested, not an asynchronous function as well. And here we'll emit that copy with is camera moving false. Also from this point, whenever we have our on camera idle requested event executed, we're going to have a new state of the map status. We're going to create a new state called address loading, fetching address access, or fetching address. And for each of them, we're going to have an appropriate Boolean getter is fetching address loading, is fetching address, or failure. Fetching address loading, not is fetching address, and fetching address. And so here we're gonna add a status, the map status that fetching address loading, and we're gonna paste it in the try catch block, and we're gonna call it as a future void function. And we're going to make here fetch for the address, which is the address from the current position. Then we're going to emit state copy with, and here we will specify address name. For now, it's just an empty string. And here we will have status map status fetching address access, or otherwise, but fetching address failure and without an address name. All right, so now let's go to the map page and let's call on camera idle, and we're going to add map camera idle requested, on camera move log add map camera move requested, and on camera move started, we're going to call map camera move start requested. We're going to place it in the top, idle at the bottom, and in the center the move. Also now in this location somewhere above our pin on the Google Map page, we're going to display the current location, formatted current address, so that user actually understands which location he's currently looking at in order to pick it up or not. For that, we're gonna create a new repository in our package. So let's go to the terminal. In the packages, let's create start package, location repository. So now let's go to the location repository, and here in the pub-spec.yaml, we're gonna add geolocator, and we're gonna add dio. It seems that geolocator didn't add it. Geolocator. It seems that is not compatible here. I hope that this version of geolocator should work, sort all the dependencies, and hopefully Flutter apt-get command will not throw any exceptions. And maybe we should go to the location repository and run this command. The test version is not compatible with the geolocator for some reason. Let's downgrade our test version to the 1.25.2. Yeah, but now we should not have any exceptions. Now let's go to our location repository, and we can copy all the code from the GitHub repository. The first things first, we are defining here our HTTP client with a dio, which is a dio, and then we firstly have the get current position function, which firstly requests permission from the geolocator. It checks permission. If we have permission, if we don't have permission, we're gonna call request permission. If we have the denied permission, we're going to throw location permission denied exception. Then we are going to return geolocator get current position. If the request permission actually with the desired accuracy, location accuracy that high, you can change it to like best for navigation, best, low, lowest, medium, reduced, but we're going to leave it as high. Of course, Android location manager set it true, and time limit set it to 15 seconds. Then we're going to get autocompletes, list of autocompletes, which is going to accept string input as our query, and we're gonna call HTTP maps googleapis.com maps API places autocompletes, which is gonna return for us a response with the predictions based on the inputted location, which we're gonna use in the separate page, not in the Google Map page directly. So in the query parameters, we're gonna replace with the input types equal to the geocode, and the key specified here with the Google Maps API key. For this one, we're going to create env, but this is a little bit later, and also the autocomplete. So the autocomplete we're going to create here in the models autocomplete. So the autocomplete you can copy and paste from the shared lib source models autocomplete. I will move it from here to the location repository, so you might search it inside of the source models autocomplete, copy and paste. So there's nothing fancy. It has description, place ID, reference, structured formatting, terms, types, matched substrings. We're not going to use every single type of it, just to have it like from the official Google documents. We have all these parameters here, so we have specified them. If you don't want to have structured formatting, you can remove it. References don't need it. Only need actually the description, the matched substrings, but we're going to leave everything. So we're not going to deep dive into it. Now we can create models.file, export autocomplete. Now in the location repository, we can export a source models.file. We can import here models, and we can import here actually location repository. So here we are having a response from this URI as a map string dynamic. Then we are getting the predictions from the data from the map as a list, and we are mapping through each predictions and converting it from JSON. Then we're going to have place details by the place ID. So as we in before, autocomplete has place ID. So for the place ID, when we click on the autocomplete, we're going to get place details. For the place details, let's also create them here. Place details .file. For now, they're also in the shared lib source place details, but I will move them. So storage them as well in the location repository. And as well as that, we're going to need here also location.file. So the location is going to actually use JSON annotation. So let's add here JSON annotation, and in the dev dependencies, let's add JSON serializable. And in the add dependency, dev dependency, we're going to add build runner, and as well as that, we're going to add as the dependency equatable on the EQI. And lastly, what we're going to do, we're going to search for the build.yaml file in our GitHub repository, copy and paste inside of the location repository, copy and paste. We're gonna say public member API docs, member API docs false. It's not actually rules linter public member API docs. So we don't need to this Google API docs everywhere in this location repository. Okay, so now we can go and run Dart run, and make sure you do this in the location repository. While we are doing so, let's export here location, and let's export here place details. So just in a few seconds, we should have here location from JSON and location to JSON, and we're going to import here a location repository. Okay, so now we are good to go. We have place details, and in this case, we are accessing another Google Map API. Here we are providing place ID and the key. Then we are accessing the data result. If the result is null, we'll return null. If the result is not null, we are converting the result as map string dynamic to the place details from JSON. And we are having the get formatted address function, which will return a string as a formatted address from this API, geocode JSON, with the lot.lng specified like so, with the key as well. Then we will return a formatted results from the results as a first element, as a second element actually. And we will access here formatted address as string and return this result. Okay, so now let's create the env for the packages. Let's create very good Flutter package. So in the env package, we're going to store all our environmental variables. First things first, let's add dependency invite, Then in the dev dependency, we're going to add invite generator. And in the dev dependency, we're going to add build. Okay, so now in our env folder, let's create env.file. Just in .env, and in the git ignore then we will create here env.dart file, and for now we're going to have only Google Maps API key. For that, let's add here, let's copy Google Maps API key, and you can provide here the value of the Google Maps API key that you have from your Google Cloud platform. Once you have added your key to the env.env file, we're going to go to the env and run build runner build, and all our environmental variables should now be automatically generated. Also, very important thing in your git ignore file after you have created env, you're going to add here this lib source env.g.dart, because env.g.dart is actually the file that all the encryption code that Envite uses internally to encrypt and decrypt your values. So if you expose them, think that your values are not secured anymore. So make sure that you always add your lib source env.g.dart file in your git ignore. Okay, so now we can go back, and in the location repository, let's new dependency env path, and also let's remove here the testing in the location repository. And I have actually to the wrong place. I have added env in the env. So in the location repository, we're going to add sort all the dependencies. Now we should be able to use our env. So now we have implemented everything we needed in our location repository. Now we can go to the pub spec.yaml and we can import the location repository, path location repository, all the dependencies. Now we can go to the app.dart file in the view, add here location repository as a required parameter, and let's convert our repository provider to the multi-repository provider. Here we will specify another value, location repository, and inside of the main, let's create another location repository. And in the HTTP client, for now, we're going to just create a DIO, but we don't have DIO. We can go to the location repository maybe, and here we can export the DIO so that we don't add it to our main pubspec.yaml file. And here in the location repository, we're providing location repository. Great, so now we can go and inside of the map block, let's initialize repository. Let's add it as a required location repository. Now we're going to initialize it in our map page and read it from context location repository. Import it. Great. So now at the bottom of our block, let's create a fetch formatted address function, which will return get formatted address from the location repository. And let's call it right here, address name equal to the fetch address current position. And here we specify address name and awaiting the value of it. Okay, so now we can go to the map, and inside of the Google Map view, we're going to hot reload our app. We're going to create here a text which will display our current formatted address. So let's create here inside of the map widgets, Google Map address file, Google Map, import here the material. Let's specify here positioned. In the child, we're going to have block builder. We're going to specify block and the map state. As a top, we're going to have spacing extra large multiplied by 2, right 0, and left 0. So it's going to be exactly at the very top. Now we're going to define whether camera is moving, whether status is fetching address loading. We can rename it to the is address fetching. So first, let's create here Google address name, and Google address name is a class which will return here a tuple. And let me actually demonstrate it to you. Here in the widgets, we're going to create just another file for here Google Map address view. In the map page, we are going to display here Google Map, and let's actually see what is happening here. As you can see, for now, cool address name without any loading indicator for now, but we have little cool opacity animation when we are actually moving our camera, and when we're in the idle, we can actually see the actual formatted address. So it doesn't matter where I am in the Google Map, I will be able to see the exact location that my pin is pointing at, and this is awesome. So for now, let's cover where we are moving our camera, when our address is fetching, and when we have our address as a failure. Our address is fetching. If our camera is moving, we're going to return here Google address loading with the app circular progress indicator, which we're going to add in our app UI reusable widgets. In the app UI, in the widgets, we're going to create here new file, app circular indicator, .dart file, and we're going to quickly copy and paste it from the app UI so that we don't waste our time. And app circular progress indicator is just a reusable widget, so there is no point explaining you here. It's just a center widget. If the variant is adaptive, we're going to return circular progress indicator adaptive, or just circular progress indicator by default. And so here are two constructors, a default one and the adaptive. Okay, so now we can export our widgets, app circular progress indicator. Inside of the Google address loading, we're having the tuple. Inside of the tuple, we have container, which is going to have child inside of the column, text finding you, and if show loading indicator, we're going to display here app circular progress indicator. So if the address, if camera moving, we're going to just return address loading. Is address fetching, we're going to return address loading, and show loading indicator is camera not moving. The status is failure. We're going to display Google address. And here we're actually also having here the tuple, the container, and the text. We don't take it here with the context headline medium with the color app colors are black. Also now we have this finding you text whenever we are moving our camera. Whenever we are not moving it anywhere, whenever we are not moving it anymore, we're gonna see for a few seconds this loading indicator. As you can see, it's very quick, but we can see it. For example, if we have some network latency, we're gonna see it for a little bit longer because it just takes just a few milliseconds to geocode the location. This is why it's so fast. Great. So now tapping on any of this view address, we're gonna navigate to the search location page where we can actually have the auto-completes. For that, let's define here at the top the function go to search location page, and the place details we're gonna import from the location repository, and here we're gonna go router, and let's define the search location route, search location, and we're gonna define a new event map animate to place details. In the app in the map event, let's create a new event. Map animate to place details. Final place details. This place details, and let's handle this event. Animate to place details. Let's execute this event. Map animate to place details. Map state. Also, here we'll have a nullable. So here we will define a let and lng by calling event place details location lat and lng. If they are both null, we will return nothing. Otherwise, we will have a new position as a lat lng from the Google map, and we will add map animate to position requested event. Let's create a new event, map animate to position requested, map event. Here we'll have lat lng this position, and let's actually handle this event. Execute on a map animate to position requested, map animate to position requested, map state. And also here we don't need a synchronous function, just a void. And here we don't need an asynchronous as well. Here we will just, oh no, actually we have here a synchronous function. And on top of that, we are going to have here actually also double zoom, and we are going to then create named this zoom, and by default the zoom is going to be 18. So here we'll essentially access the map controller from the state, and we will call await map controller future, then Google map animate camera to the camera update new camera position with the target event at position and zoom event at zoom. This is all we were about to implement. Now we can call this event in this go to search location page, and the animate to place details is going to be executed if place details not equal to null, which is a result by pushing to the search location page. And go to the search location page is going to be executed everywhere we're going to copy, paste it everywhere we have tappable, just like that. Also, now let's implement a search location page. But actually before that, let's implement some of other widgets in our Google Map page. Firstly, inside of the app scaffold, let's add here floating action button. And here we'll have the block builder, which is going to check whether the camera is moving with the animated opacity set to 0, with the opacity set to 0 if the camera is moving. If it's not moving, then we're going to display, then we're going to have opacity 0. As a child, we will display a floating action button. And as a non-priced function, we will read map block, and we're going to execute map animate to current position requested event. So let's add a new event, map animate to current position requested, map event, and let's execute and let's handle this event on animate to current position requested, execute event, map animate to current position, map state. So on animate to current position requested event, we're going to call current position get current position function. Then we will convert it to the position lat lng with the current position latitude and current position longitude. If the block is closed, we're going to return nothing. Otherwise, we're going to add a map animate to position requested event with the new position that is equal to the get current position. When I tap on this button, nothing actually happens because I forgot to add the permissions in my info plist file. For that, I can go ahead in here, the following permissions that I can find in my GitHub repository info iOS runner info plist, and next location when in use usage description, always, and when in usage, in use usage. We're going to copy all of that, paste it inside, and I believe that for Android we're going to have exactly the same. And for the Android manifest export, we're going to pass the following permissions for the internet: access network state vibrate, access find location, access course location, and access background location. Now if we hot reload our app and then we go to the page and then we tap on this button, we should shut down our app and run this completely from scratch. Yeah, great. So now if I click on this button, now I should be able to see the dialog that asks me whether or not I want to allow the access to this location or this app. Yes, I want to have the access. And as you can see here, it has automatically sent me to the current location of this device. And this is in the San Francisco. So in the real device, it's going to be actual real current location. Great. So now let's actually create the button that will allow us to save current location that the user is pointing at. For that, let's go to in the widgets. Let's create Google Map Save. Let's go ahead and copy and paste the content. Let's import the location repository. Let's import map block. Let's import, and here let's import Shadcn UI. As a child, let's provide here text. And lastly, we're going to have a new event, map position save requested. Let's create a new event, map position save requested, map event. In the map block, let's handle map position save requested event, and let's actually handle this event. We have to have a place where we will save the location to create some persistent local storage in our application. For that, let's go in the packages and let's create very good Dart package persistent. And for the persistent storage, before creating it, let's create actually a storage folder first, and then inside of it, inside of this folder, let's run persistent. And yeah, my mistake, not the Flutter package, not the Dart package. It's going to be a Flutter package. And as well as the persistent storage, we're going to create a simple storage and interface, and this is going to be Dart package. Exactly as with the client, we are creating an interface independently of the storage type that we're going to have, whether it's persistent or secure. In the storage, let's create an interface. Here we have the abstract class storage, where we have the read, write, delete, and clear functions. And we have the storage exception. In the test, we can remove everything. We're not going to cover them at all in this tutorial. And now in the persistent storage, we're going to add shared preferences in the dependencies. So in the persistent storage, Dart file, let's persistent storage, but first let's import here for all the dependencies. So essentially we are initializing here shared preferences. In the read, we're going to get string. In the write, we're going to set string with the key and value. In the delete, we're going to remove key. And in the clear, we're going to call clear. We're going to have persistent storage list. It's going to be absolutely the same, but on top of that, we're going to have the list storage that we have defined as well as the simple storage. But instead of returning here the string, we're going to read as a list of string and write also the list of strings, delete a key, and clear the storage completely. The persistent storage, list storage is going to implement list storage and is going to have the same but get string list, set string list, the remove, and clear. And we're going to export persistent storage list, and we're going to remove the testing here. We can go and create package. Actually, I'm wrong. Do that inside of our user repository. We're going to create here a user, and we're going to add dependency called RxDart. And inside of the user repository, inside of the user storage, we're gonna implement the following logic. But before that, let's add some more dependencies such as storage, sort all the dependencies. And in the user repository, let's have user repository, user storage, part of the user storage. And we're gonna import here storage and RxDart and the location, but location is from the location repository. Let's import location repository, sort all the dependencies. Version seems to be incompatible again. So in our location storage, we have test 1.25.2. So we're going to have the same here. Let's see if everything is okay. Yeah. Now we can import here location repository. And lastly, we can import here JSON convert. So firstly, we have here user storage keys, which has a user location storage key. Then we define here user storage class. We have a storage, which is an abstract interface, if you remember. And we have here user location stream controller, which is a behavior subject with the seeded value of the location that undefined. Location is undefined with the value of let energy. And we're getting the function get value, which is a future or string nullable, which is going to read from the storage with the key user storage keys user location. And the set value, we're going to set it the string with, which is a location, which is a JSON location. I'm going to write inside of the storage with the user storage keys user location. And as a clear function, we're going to specify storage.clear. In the init function, which is going to be called in the constructor of the user storage, we're going to call get value to get location JSON. If the location JSON is not equal to null, we're going to convert the JSON location from JSON, and we're going to add location to user location stream controller. Otherwise, we're going to add the location that undefined. Actually, we don't need to add location undefined because by default, the seeded value is location undefined, so we don't need to make it twice. Then we have the set user location function, which is going to set a location in the user location stream controller and set a value in the persistent storage as a JSON. Then we have a list. Then we have a stream of location as a user location stream by accessing the stream from user location stream controller. Then we get user location as a location by using user location stream controller value. And then lastly, we have clear user location function, which will clear everything from cache, the user location, and is going to add user locations to the user location stream controller location undefined. And the bottom of the user repository, we're going to have a bunch of functions here. But before, we are going to initialize final user storage, and assign the user storage to the new value. And we are going to actually rename it to the storage, to the just storage, not user storage. Also, we are going to create here, which is going to be change user location failure. And we're going to throw it if the change location failure, if the change location throws any exception. Okay, so now in our main.dart file, let's initialize our persistent, but before that, let's go to the pubspec.yaml, and here let's import persistent for all the dependencies, and now we can have here persistent, and we can use it in our user repository as a storage. And inside of the persistent storage, we're going to have shared preferences, and we're going to add dependency shared preferences in our main pubspec.yaml file. For that, let's go to the bootstrap.dart file. Inside of our builder function, let's add here shared preferences instance. We're going to initialize, and then we're going to call here shared preferences.instance. But yeah, instead of that, it would be better to assign it to another variable preferences. So now in our main .dart file, we have shared here, and we can use it. Great. So now in our user storage, actually we don't have to we're not going to specify here persistent storage, just the user storage, and in the user storage we're going to specify persistent storage. Now we can hot reload our app, and yeah, we don't have an access to the shared preferences. Let's completely go ahead and run our app from scratch. While we are running our app, let's go to the map block, and let's initialize here user repository, and let's have here a required user repository. Now in the map page, let's add here user repository read. We failed to run our app because while we were editing our app, our code, we had the runtime exception. So let's actually wait before making any changes. So here in the position save requested function, we are gonna fetch current location repository. We're gonna access the position as a state current position. We're going to assign new location to the location lot position latitude and LNG position longitude. If new location is equal to the current location, we're going to return nothing. So we're not going to change the location in the user repository. Otherwise, we are going to use change location function and provide here location as a new location. Now, after changing the location in the user repository, location changed, and we can try to get here user repository fetch current location and latitude, for example. So if you go to the main page, the map page. In the map page, we forgot to add in the Google Map Google Save Location button, and we actually forgot to add Map Save Location button. And let's rename widget to widgets, and let's remove here those imports, and let's import only one Google Map. I forgot to export here widgets. So if we go to the map page, we have here this Google Map Save Location button. A Google Map Save Location button is essentially a shard button. It's the on-press function set to execute go to search location if the is address fetching, if the fetching address is failure, or to save position requested from the map block and going to the app routes restaurants.name. So if the address fetching failure, we're gonna specify here text clarify address, or if we click on this button, now we should be able to see location changed with the latitude that we actually had here. And if we change the location, for instance, let's go somewhere else in the United States, a location, we're going to have a completely different location. It means that logic works whenever we actually create we're going to fetch for the current location in the onCreate requested function. And here we will provide a lat LNG with the latitude set to current position latitude and current position longitude. So whenever the map initializes, we're going to be automatically animated to the saved position. As you can see here, now we are automatically somewhere in the Mexico. And this is the exact position that we have saved when we clicked on this button. And as you can see here, we don't take it here. It means that we failed to fetch the location, and it will navigate us to the search location route. But for now, we haven't implemented it. Another save button. And let's remove here the log function. Great. So now let's actually implement the search location page. So here we will create a new file, search autocomplete.dart file. So in the search location autocomplete, we're going to have a page and a view. In the view, we're going to have an app scaffold with the release focus set to true. We start with, we have a column, with some padding, row, and started with, we have an app icon button set to adaptive arrow back sharp as an expanded widget search bar. Let's implement the search bar. For that, let's create widgets, and let's create search bar.dart file. Let's immediately create here widgets. Let's export here search bar, and let's create here search.dart file and export widgets.dart file. Also, now in the search bar, we're going to return a tappable widget. Inside of it, we're going to return a shad input. Here we are going to pass enabled text editing controller placeholder as a text label text, and as a label text we're going to have search food label is going to be a constant search food label search food, and then we have a non-change function, we have decoration, and we have a prefix with the lucid icon search and color app colors.gray. Then we're going to have app search application we're going to implement later in this tutorial, but for now we just have this route. We have the search bar, which we can import here, and now inside of the search we have an onChanged function which will run the debouncer run, and it will execute autocomplete block, autocomplete fetch requested. And as a search location label, we also have a data constant. You can go to the data and have search location label, and with navigation also it defines whether we want to navigate to the app routes search, or we are not gonna do anything on tap on this search bar. So now let's create the debouncer. For the debouncer, we are gonna create a brand new package called very good Dart Flutter package. So in the shared folder, we are gonna store shared logic such as configs, utilities, extensions. So let's firstly create, and inside of the config, let's create the bouncer, and let's create immediately config.dart file, and let's export the bouncer.dart file. Let's find in the packages the bouncer.dart. Let's copy and paste. So now in the shared, we can export here config.dart file, and we can import here the bouncer. But before, we can go to the pubspec.yaml file and add here shared packages shared. So now we can import here. Maybe we should add run here flutter pub-get. Hopefully we should be able to import here, and yeah, it has been already imported. Now let's create an autocomplete block. An autocomplete block we're going to create inside of the map block autocomplete, and we're going to move every single file from here to here. Now we can go ahead and quickly copy and paste autocomplete state here, location repository import. The autocomplete state basically just has status and list of autocompletes. Then inside of the events we have here and autocomplete fetch requested, and lastly in the autocomplete block we're gonna handle the autocomplete fetch requested and fetch autocompletes by the event search term and emit autocompletes. This is basically all that autocomplete block does, and we're going to export autocomplete block.dart. Now we can import here map, and now let's have here autocompletes list view.dart. So the autocompletes list view is going to essentially display a list view builder with the autocompletes. By selecting autocompletes block state autocompletes is populated, block state status is populated. If autocomplete is empty and is populated, we're going to return no results by your search term. Otherwise, we're going to return the list view.builder with the result, main text, and secondary text from the structured formatting. And we're going to have a place ID. Then we're going to return a tappable that faded. Here on tap, we'll have a void go back, which will pop the context with the place details, and the place details are going to be from the location repository get place details by place ID. And we're going to have here this function instead of directly calling like that, because we have this issue here. We have this warning here: don't use a build context across async gaps. But when we are defining our function first and then using it, we don't have any warnings here. Okay, so here we display in the container padding, width, column, cross-section start, text, main text, or empty string, secondary text or empty string, and as an item count autocomplete length. So now let's export here an autocomplete list view and search location autocomplete. Okay, so now in the app router, we're going to find a route for the search location page. And finally, if we go to this page, tap anywhere inside of this box, now we can see a page, but for some reason it looks a little bit ugly. Maybe because we have here a color gray somewhere in our search bar. Let's try to remove it. Yeah, it's much better now. So here we have the search bar in which we can input something. It's in Russian, sorry. We can input here some text. Yeah, great. So for example, here we can search for, I don't know, for instance, we have the Moscow, or maybe we should search for Moscow. I don't know any streets in the Moscow, but anyway, we have here Moscow result. And if we tap on it, we're going to be redirected. We're going to be back to the Google page with this exact location that was by tapping on this location. So for example, if we go to the Mexico, I don't know, if we tap on this, we're going to be in the Mexico, or maybe somewhere, yeah, in the Mexico city, not in the Mexico, but yeah, this works perfectly fine. So you can choose here whatever location you want that is found by your search input. This works flawlessly. Great. So lastly, and more obviously, we don't have the back button. We're going to fix it quickly. Here we can create Google button.dart. Yeah, we have here the positioned left top 20, animated opacity, whether it's moving is 0 or 1 in the row, and we actually can return, we can actually remove the row, or let's leave it. Have a row, if context can pop, we're going to display the little app icon inside of the decorated box with the color app white, box shape circle, and the shadow. And as an app icon button, we are providing on type function context.pop, color app colors black, and icons adaptive.arrow back sharp. Actually, you may wonder why we're using everywhere lucid icons, but here icons that adapted, because on different platforms we have different icons. So in order to make our UI look more native, we're going to display different icons depending on whether we're using the iOS or Android device. Only for the arrow backs, forward, top, right, it doesn't matter. Only for arrows. So if you go to the map page, we forgot to actually export here back button the Dart file. And in the map page, let's actually display here, yeah, I don't know. It's just named differently. Google Map back button. Let's see if it is inputted correctly. Yeah. We have some issues here. Yeah, testing here we can remove. Yeah, now we can reload our app and hopefully see this button here. Great. So now we can go back from this page. Now we can save our location effortlessly. See our current location. Search the location. Search term here. We can pick up your current location. Everything is perfect. Now in the app log, let's actually add here final. In the state, we're going to have this location is equal to the location that undefined, going to be default. And in the copy with method, we can have location, and here have here 3 times location. In the app event, we can import here, copy and import here app user location changed. Great. So now we can implement here a handle here app location on user location changed. We can have here another stream subscription. We can cancel the subscription, and we are gonna listen. We're gonna assign location repository, location subscription to the user repository, current location. On data, we're gonna location changed location, and we're gonna add user location changed, and on app user location changed. But firstly, if state location is equal to the event location, we're gonna return nothing. Location event. I forgot to have it's not changed. Have location changed event location. Otherwise, emit a copy with location event location, and we're not gonna have this as a future void. We can right below the on app user changed and user location changed here. Specify not in here on an error, and on error we have add error function. Okay, so now we can use our location wherever we want, and it's going to be changed in real time whenever we change our location in the Google Map page. The last thing that we're going to do in the redirect function, we are going to check if we have a location. If we don't have a location and we are authenticating, we're going to return a Google Map route. We're going to hot reload our app, and yeah, we don't have a location. Now if we hot reload, and yeah, even though we have location and we are not authenticating, we still, after hot reload our app, have this Google Map page. This is one of the most common problems when that you might face whenever you add something new to your state, because always you need to add it to your location, and as well as that, I have actually remembered that we have now none of that in the map state. So this is a huge map controller, initial camera position, our current position. I don't know why we had this working in here, also in camera moving. It seems that it wasn't working at all if we didn't pass here location in our app state. So now if we hot reload our app, we should not see this page anymore. If we go to the app log, I will remove here the log, remove something like that. Yeah, we should no more see this exception anymore. We should no more see the Google page, even though we have the location. So keep that in mind. So every time you add something to this app state, you should add it to the props, to the list of props. Don't forget it. That is pretty much all. We have a fully functional Google Map page where we can choose whatever location we want. We can actually specify our specific location by inputting such some query inside of it, any street, any specific location. We can track our current location of the device. We can save our location, and we can go back from this page. And we have implemented automatically redirect to this page whenever we don't have any location coming from the authentication page. Let me actually quickly notice. Let me actually quickly show it to you. If we log out from our page, from our account, log in again, we should be now Google page. Yeah, exactly. So now if we save, auto load, we should be able to see our page immediately without Google page. If we go to the Google page now, as you can see, we have the location. Let me quickly show it to you. Once again, if we log out from our page, from our account, log in again, we are not gonna see, we're gonna see the exact same location that we saved previously, and this is the issue. So in order to fix that, let's go to the profile view, our Dart file, and in here where we are logging out from our account, we are gonna read user repository and clear current location. So whenever we hot reload, go back to the profile page, and now log in our account back the initial location that we have specified in our map state. This is the exact position of the initial camera position that we have set here. So yeah, don't forget to clear your cache of the location whenever you log out from your application. Great. So this is pretty much all for the Google Map page. Now we can have a location in our application so that we can fetch for the restaurants that we're going to implement in our custom backend solution by the location that user chooses in the application, in the Google Map page. And this is amazing. Great, so let's move on to the next step where we'll actually implement our backend with the restaurants, with the search page, and all this stuff. Great, so now let's create our own backend in our application. We're going to use a custom backend solution. We are not going to use Firebase database. For the backend, we are going to use a Dartfrog, which you can find in the pub.dev website. And the Dartfrog is a fast, minimalistic backend framework for Dart, developed by Very Good Ventures. It has its own official documentation website, which you can visit and learn everything you need to better understand how you can get started. But first things first, you're gonna install Dartfrog CLI. In your terminal, you can run this command dartpub global activate Dartfrog CLI. And after that, you have an access to the Dartfrog global command that you can use in your project or once again in your terminal to create a Dartfrog project. After that, we're gonna be able to run the dev server in the local host. We will at the end of this tutorial we're gonna deploy our backend with the Docker file, and we are gonna host it in the Railway, and we're gonna use this production build. So we're gonna come back to this later. So for now, we need Dartfrog create and my project name. So if you have already installed it, let's go to the VS Code, and here we will run Dartfrog. So make sure that you are in the root folder of your app. Now we should see this API folder. It already has routes inside of it, spec.yaml. So the architecture of the API of the Dartfrog backend looks almost the same as the whole entire project, or like the package. We have similar files inside, but of course we don't have a lead. We have only routes. Here is used to actually display some data, to actually fetch some data from the endpoint, from the API. So for now, what we are gonna do, according to this documentation, we're gonna run our server. So if we run this command dartfrog dev, actually we are gonna create a new terminal. We're gonna name it API. Second one, the first one will name client, and here we will go to the API. I think we make it bigger, and here we will run. And as you can see here, now we are running our server on HTTP localhost. So it means that if I go to my Postman, and here if I create a new endpoint, here as you can see, we should see the welcome to Dartfrog response body if we go just to the HTTP localhost. So let me do it real quick. HTTP localhost 8080. If I send the request, I should see a welcome to Dartfrog. This is as simple as that. So this is the very beginning of our own backend. So here is how you actually create your endpoints. So here we can create API version 1, create here our own endpoint hello.dart. Here we will, for example, turns response. Make sure that you always name your main response on request, because no other names are valid, only on request. And every time you have an on request function, you are gonna include a request context inside of it. And here, for example, and here we can pass a name, and inside of the on request we can have a name. And on top of the name, we're gonna actually rename our hello. And here we can make these square brackets. Here we can specify the name, and it will actually what it will actually does. So if we call API version 1 by default, it's not gonna it's not gonna found our route, even though API version 1, this file is located in this, even though this file located exactly in this endpoint. These square brackets mean that in this route, we are gonna actually specify some data. So for example, I'm gonna say John. So whenever I here input John, we're gonna see welcome John. So this is as simple as that. We can pass here any data, and it's gonna be displayed here as long as we are using this data. Let me quickly notice you the best practice that we are going to use extensively in our backend. If we are checking context request method, and if it's not equal to HTTP method, for instance, we're going to return response, and here we are going to say status code HTTP status, and we're going to import IO method not allowed. So as you can see here, if we are, for example, going to make a post request, we're going to see a method not allowed status. So keep that in mind. If you want to use only get method here to get some actual data, you are gonna the request method that this endpoint can get. Otherwise, the user will get method not allowed. And you can customize it as much as you want, but we're gonna cover it a little bit deeper as we move forward. So I hope you better understand now how this Dart frog works. You can start it as soon as possible. So there is nothing really complicated and difficult in starting using Dart frog. Yeah, as I said before, it's really fast and it's really straightforward to use. So there is no any extra things that you need to in your project in order to have the backend. As our main database, we're going to use Neon database. So you can search for the Neon link, the first link, Neon serverless Postgres. Here you're going to log in into your existing GitHub account, or you can sign up a new project. And here I already have project, so I'm going to create a new one. As soon as you create your new account, log into it, and if you don't have any existing project, you're going to be able to create a new project immediately. So we're going to name it Yandex Eats clone. Project Postgres version, we're going to rename it as it is. And database name, we're gonna say Yandex Eats. In the region, we're gonna leave it, create a new project. Yeah, and now we have our own Neon. So it's completely free to use as long as you don't exceed your the limits in this database. But you have here the tables, you have here dashboard, SQL editor, where you can run your own SQL commands. So yeah, let's now connect. Let's try to connect to our Neon database. For that, what we're gonna do, firstly, we're gonna create a file in which we're gonna store our, such as Postgres password, Postgres host, Postgres username, etc., etc. So where you can find this? So in your project dashboard, you can search for the connection details, and here inside of the connection string, you can use parameters only, and here you can copy all. You can copy this snippet, and then whenever you have copied, you can go to the env and you can paste it inside of this file. Also, when you're gonna paste your data inside of the env, don't forget to remove these quotes here, because we're not going to need them. Just remove a plain text. And you may wonder, where is the PG port? For some reason, they don't have it included in this. But anyway, as a PG port, you can specify 5432. Then what we're going to do, we're going to create here a lib folder. Inside of it, we're going to create env.dart file. And here we can paste the code from the repository. Before that, we're going to add a new dependency .env and add a dependency called build runner in the env dependency, and then we are going to create a .env class. So the env class is gonna has an access to the environmental variables such as pg host, pg database, password, user, and port that we have specified in our env file. And of course, before that, we are gonna ignore our env related files, all of them in the git ignore, so that when you publish your project in the GitHub, you do not expose your environmental variables. Here we access the .env, include platform environment. In the init env, we are just loading the env, and then we are accessing the data by using env get or else an empty string, and we're for each of these variables, we're gonna have env, and inside of it, we're gonna provide a key for them. Okay, so now we can temporarily stop our API. You are doing it by using Control-C, or on Windows Control-C, and now we can run Dart run build runner to generate our. Oh, sorry, we don't need to generate our env. Yeah, I have a mistake. I had a mistake. Also, before putting our command in the lib, we're gonna create source, and inside of the source, we're gonna put common and config. So now we can create common.dart file, and we can create a config.dart file. In the config, we're going to export env.dart, and in the common, we're going to export config.dart. So now let me also introduce to you something called middleware in our backend. So here we'll create _middleware.dart file, and we're going to return here handler. middleware, import .frog, and return here handler. And we can use here, let's use request logger. Request logger is gonna each request that we're gonna make in our API. So let me quickly show it to you. So the middleware we have just created it will automatically apply to each request that we have inside of this API version 1 folder. It's not gonna apply to this. So we can have multiple middlewares, but only one for each folder, for each how to say route. I don't know. So yeah, if we are using .frog dev command once again, go to the Postman, and if we run this endpoint again, in here we will be able to see line in the console, which will display our API version 1, this number, these symbols, this text here, and this is exactly what this request logger does. Also, you can think of the middleware as something like the middle point before we're making the request. But first of all, it extracts the data from the context, from the request context that we have made, and we can display something about it. Also, we can make some authentication middlewares, which will restrict some endpoints if we don't have, for example, the access token. If it has been expired, for example, we're gonna return a response unauthorized. So this is the use cases for the middleware, not only in the .frog, but in general in backends. And also, these middlewares can provide to the context, to the request context, some. So for example, let me show it to you. For instance, I am gonna create in the config something called test.file. Let's create a class called test, and here, for instance, we are gonna store equal to the ABC. Okay, so now what we are gonna do, we are gonna create inside of the source, we're gonna create a middleware, and here we're gonna create test middleware.file. We're gonna call it middleware. Here we're gonna return handler. So we're gonna provide and create, and now we can use our test middleware. And what we are gonna do in our endpoint, we are gonna, by using context, read, import the test, welcome name test. We're gonna say welcome test.abc. And if we run this, we're going to be able to see welcome ABC. This is exactly what we have specified in this field. We can actually specify here anything that we want, and we're going to be able to see it. So this is also the use case for the middlewares in the .frog. And actually, for this use case, we're going to create a database middleware to have an access to our database connection instance in every single endpoint that we're going to have in our routes. Let's delete our test middleware. Let's delete our test.file, and let's create provider. Let's create here middleware, turn here handler, And as long as we're going to use Neon database, which uses Postgres SQL, we're going to use a Postgres package in our backend, but we're not going to use directly Postgres. Instead, we're going to use the Stormberry package. Search in the pub.dev packages Stormberry, and this is a very useful, strongly typed Postgres ORM to provide easy bindings between your Dart classes and Postgres database. It supports all kinds of relations without any complex configuration. So with this Stormberry, we're going to be able to connect our Dart backend with our database. We're going to be able to make calls to our backend, to our database. We're going to be able to migrate our schemas to and the Stormberry is going to make our life much more easier, much easier. Okay, so now let's add a new dependency called Stormberry. Also in the analysis options, we can quickly go ahead and, for instance, member API docs, so we don't need to comment out all these lines. And once we have added the Postgres, the Stormberry, we're going to make here a new connection instance, sorry, not a connection, endpoint. And inside of the endpoint, we're going to provide here the database, host, password, port, username. But before that, we're going to initialize our env. The env is going to be at the top, because otherwise, if we are initializing env here inside of the provider, it's going to be initialized every single time we are going to use this middleware. But we're going to initialize it only once. So inside of the endpoint, in the database, let's provide env pg database. As a host, let's provide env pg host. As a password, let's provide env pg password. As a port, env pg port. And we're going to parse the value of it, and we're going to use env pg user. And let's create a future connection instance. Assign the value of it to the connection, a connection that open and endpoint here, not a connection here, endpoint. Why we have created here a nullable future connection? If we are just gonna create something like a final connection, await connection, or like something like that, yeah, we will create the same connection with the endpoint over and over again this database provider is going to be used. So as many times we called this route here, this endpoint, we are going to create this connection this many times. And this is obviously not what we're going to. So for this case, we're going to say connection, or if it's null, we're going to assign it to a new connection with the endpoint. Now in the provider, we can provide here a type future connection. We're going to mark it as asynchronous. Now we're going to await, and we're going to check if is not open or connection is equal to null. Then we're going to assign connection. Before that, we're going to close existing connection, and we're going to return connection equal to the new connection. Or otherwise, if the connection is opened and the connection is not null, we're going to return connection. So this is a simple logic to return the existing connection. Otherwise, if it's closed or it's null, we're going to return. We're going to open a new endpoint connection, a new connection with the endpoint of. Now we can create a middleware Dart file, and here let's export our database provider. And lastly, let's use our database provider here. Now let me explain you something. Previously, when we were trying to access from the context read, it was not an asynchronous. Every time we're going to access the connection, we're going to use a future. Let's create an extension in the source, in the command. Let's create extensions.dart file extensions, and here let's create future extension.dart. Not actually future read, let's name it async. And here let's create a sync context read extension on request context, and we're going to provide future read as a future t of the generic type t, and we're going to read future t. Okay, so now let's try to have our DB connection by using context future read. Here we will specify connection, import Stormberry, and whenever we are going to make this API request, we should not have an exception. Yeah, if the status is 200 and we are not seeing an internal error, it means that we have successfully set up our connection to the database client, to the database. So now let's finally create the database tables and schemas. So in our lib source folder, let's create data, and inside of it, let's create modules, and let's create db.dart file. So now let's go to the Stormberry, and let's see here. In your code, specify an abstract class that should act as a table like this. We're going to create an abstract class called whatever we want, for instance, the user, and we're going to mark it as a model, and we are going to do, instead of final string name, for instance, we're going to have string get name, and this is the parameter that this user is going to have in the table of our database. And exactly as you may use to have in every single SQL database, we have a primary key here. So every single model, every single table is going to have a primary key as a ID or anything else. Let's go here. And also we forgot to add dependency, add the dev dependency build runner. If we haven't already done it, yes, we haven't. So here, let's create an abstract class called DB restaurant, and let's mark it as a model. And in the model, actually, we have indexes, meta, table name, and views. Let's specify here table name, and let's name it restaurant. So you can have here directly named restaurant, but as long as we're going to have regular models, which are going to represent a restaurant that we're going to use in our client. We have here DB restaurant, and we're going to specify here table name as a restaurant. So inside of the restaurant, we're going to have get place ID, and we're going to mark it as a primary key. And we have here string get name, and we have here string get business status, list string, and string image URL, ratings total, and boolean and double. So on top of the restaurants, we are going to have menus. So let's create DB menu.dart. We're going to have an abstract class. It's going to have int. We're going to have here primary key, and we're going to have here auto increment key, and we're going to have here string get. Each menu is going to have a list of menu items. So let's firstly create db item.dart, an abstract class menu item, and we forgot to mark the db menu as a model. Specify here the table name model, and here we have also the model table name menu item. Here we have int as a primary key and as auto increment key. Then we have here string description, image URL, double price, and double. In a traditional SQL, we have relations: one to many, many to many, many to one. So for each restaurant, we're going to have one to many relations. So for one restaurant, we have a list of menu. So let's specify here list of DB menu, and let's call it, and we're going to have it as an output. Then we have DB menu. We have another relation, one to many. So one menu is going to have DB menu items. So here we specify list of DB menu items as but not as a null. this time. Also, let's create here Postgres. Dart. Let's export here DB restaurant, export here DB menu, and let's export here DB, and let's import. Now for each restaurant we have a list of menus, and for each menu a list of DB menu items. Now let's run Dart runner build. We forgot to mark each of these files as a part of the same file, but .g.dart, because we're gonna generate for each of these the menu item .g.dart, and now we can run Dart run build runner build. And yeah, I'm sorry, not .g.dart, but the schema.dart. And after running Dart run build runner build, you should have these files generated. If we take a look at the schema, for example, for DB restaurant, we can see here a bunch of code. Also, we have a lot of problems here, like local variables should be final, and we are gonna ignore analysis for the schemas file. So in the analyzer here, let's exclude that every single file is the G, prefix, and the schema. So now if you take a look at the DB restaurant schema.dart, we're gonna have a bunch of classes here, but we're not gonna look. We're not gonna do a deep dive into it. But what we will basically see here is a querying of DB restaurant, querying of restaurants, inserting restaurant, updating restaurant, and here are the commands that we ideally have to write by ourselves, but the Stormberry actually handles all of that for us, so we can do all of the CRUD operations on every single table that we have just created automatically and very conveniently by using the Stormberry. So this is extremely recommended to use Stormberry, because otherwise you will have a lot of headaches handling all of that by yourself. Okay, so and the last thing that we're going to do is to migrate all of these tables in the actual Neon database. So in the terminal, you're going to run this command, dart run Stormberry migrate. But before this dart run command, you're going to specify the DB port, DB password, DB name, DB username, and DB host address. And all of that you have already specified in your env, so you can copy and paste them. So after you run this command in the terminal, you will start seeing those plus table model, plus menu item, and plus restaurant. I have made a mistake here in the DB menu. I have provided table menu model, but it actually should be a menu. And if we go to the Neon database, in the tables, we should see our tables menu item. Model is supposed to be a menu and restaurant. Okay, so now I can delete model, and I will rerun the migration command. So I've rerun the migration, and now I have menu item, and restaurant in my Neon database. Now in my GitHub repository, you can search for the API data restaurants.json file, and you can copy all the content from this file. You can go ahead, copy it, and inside of the API, let's create data folder. Let's create restaurants, paste inside. And this file actually contains a list of restaurants objects, which has a place ID, name, latitude, longitude, all the data for the restaurant. It has a menu. Inside of the menu object, we have categories. In the categories, we have a list with the category name and restaurant place ID. Then we have a list of items, which contains a list of, and aside of each list of items, we have a bunch of objects for the item, which has name, description, image, URL, price, and optional discount, which is by default now, or some other value that we want to specify. Now let's create a function. Let's create actually a route that we will and that will allow us to add all of these restaurants. Let's call it add restaurants.dart file, and let's remove our old, because we don't need them. And in our index.dart we can return here. So in our add restaurants, let's create future request context, and inside of this function, let's return response status called HTTP status context request not equal to HTTP method post. We're going to return HTTP status not method not allowed. All right, so now we're going to initialize our TCP by calling context future read. After that, we are going to read our file by using file and providing here, and we're going to read our restaurants JSON string from file, and we're going to have our restaurants JSON decode, not await, JSON decode restaurants JSON string as a list of dynamic. And then we can cast it to the map, so that we have now list of map string dynamic as our restaurants JSON. Before we're going to move forward, let's create in our lib data in the models. Let's create fake, and let's actually create in our models.dart and export the Dart file, fake restaurant. Now we can go ahead, and in our GitHub repository, you can copy the content and paste it inside. Also, we're going to add JSON annotation as a dependency in our Dart Frog project, in our API, and then we're going to add as a dev dependency JSON annotation, JSON serializable. Great. And then what we're going to do also is to create an API.dart file inside of the source, not actually the source, inside of the lib folder. We're going to create API.dart file, which is going to export source data models.dart, Postgres.dart, and also export source data models.dart. Also export common.dart and hide env, and export middleware.dart. Now we can import our API. Basically here we are creating a fake restaurant insert class, which contains db restaurant insert request, which comes from the db restaurant.schema.dart. And db restaurant insert request is a model that is the only class that is supported to insert in the future void insert to have on top of the db restaurant. So this is why we are using this db restaurant insert request model. So basically just contains the place ID, name, popular, all the fields that a regular restaurant has. And we are having list of db menu insert requests. We're defining a list of that we want to insert and a list of menu items that we want to insert with the function ID, because for each so imagine that we have a category pizza. So the pizza category is a separate category in the menu categories list. The pizza category has its own ID, and for this ID, we're going to pass this integer ID in this function. And for the pizza category, we're going to add, for example, 5 items, 5 pizzas, for example, pepperoni, margarita, something like that, and so on and so forth. So as many menu categories we have, we're going to have this many list of menu items. And inside of this list menu items, we're going to have a bunch of different menu items, maybe 5, maybe 10, maybe 7, it doesn't matter. So it's up to you. Now we have the fake restaurant object. It has exactly the same fields, properties as the regular restaurant. Now we have a fake menu, which contains a list of fake menu categories and list fake menu items. Fake menu categories contains category and restaurant place ID, and fake menu item contains name, description, image, URL, price, discount, and optional menu ID. Why the menu ID is optional? Because in the restaurants.json, we don't have any menu ID. We're going to pass it when we will actually add restaurant by iterating through each menu item, menu categories, and passing the menu ID into this fake menu item. So now we can go ahead and run Dart run build runner clean first, clean all the cache from our build runner, and then we can run. So now we should no more have these issues, JSON from JSON to JSON that comes from the JSON serializable. Now we can export, we have already exported the fake restaurant. Now we can have it restaurants equal to the restaurants JSON map from JSON. And yeah, we actually forgot to create our restaurant model. Let's copy the restaurant model. Let's copy and paste it here. And let's actually add dependency quotable. Okay, so now in our restaurant, we have the location, which we're gonna create also right now. Actually, we have a location inside of our locations repository, so we're gonna move it from here. First, we're gonna delete the location.g.dart, and we're gonna move here location, because I made a mistake, the location inside of the location repository. But here in the models, let's create location.dart file. Let's copy and paste, and now we are not having a quotable for some reason. Add quotable, yeah, because we have it in our dev dependencies. Now let's run Dart run build runner cleanup. Again, Dart run build runner build. And yeah, we're going to export location. We're going to export restaurant.dart. Also inside of the restaurant, we have a menu. So now on top of that, we have the getter string formatted, which has a capitalized function, which is an extension that we're going to create in the utils extensions. In the GitHub repository, search for the string extension, and let's create here string extension, paste it inside, and let's create file.dart and export here a sync read extension, and export here string extension. Let's export extensions. Let's create utils. Let's export extensions.dart. Common, let's export. So now we have a capitalized, and the capitalized function, which it will basically take up the first letter of the string, convert it to uppercase, make it uppercase, and then substring the other, and then substring the whole string with at the index of 1. And we have here a delivery estimator that we're going to create in the config estimator.dart file. We can find it in the GitHub repository config delivery estimator. On this file, we are going to calculate estimated delivery time based on the location of the restaurant and on the location of the user. So here is the formula to calculate the distance between the start and the end location. And we will take up the average speed, which is the 60 kilometers. Then we're going to take up the first latitude, the first longitude, the second latitude, the second longitude. Then we're gonna get the delta latitude, the delta longitude, calculate the alpha. Then we're gonna calculate the sinus. Then we're gonna calculate the C with this formula. I'm not gonna explain you all of that because it's quite complicated. Then we're gonna multiply the Earth's radius with the Harvesting formula. We will actually have this distance, divided by average speed. We have travel time, and we're gonna multiply travel time by 60 to have it in minutes. We're going to round it and return a duration in minutes. And also degrees to radians is just a formula by multiplying the pi, which is from math, the pi constant, divided by 180. So now we can export delivery estimator, and now we should have it here. On the from view, restaurant is going to convert the DB restaurant view, which is also comes from DB restaurant schema.art. It's also the same as a regular restaurant, but it has place ID, name, popular, longitude, latitude. We also have an optional user location parameter, and then we are defining here delivery time. If the user location not equal to null, we're gonna specify the restaurant location. Then we're gonna calculate the delivery time by using delivery estimator, estimate delivery time, restaurant location, user location in minutes, because the return type of it is duration. And if the delivery time is less or equal to 5, we're gonna assign to its value plus 10. So if it's 5, we're gonna say delivery time plus equal to 10, it's going to be 15. And we're going to just return an instance of restaurant. Here we will specify the restaurant name from the DB restaurant view, restaurant place ID, rating, etc., and the delivery time. This is pretty much all for the restaurant. Then we also have the quality going to be either okay, good, perfect. If the okay is true if the rating is greater or equal or than 2 or 3, greater than equal than 3 if it's integer, or less or equal than 4, and greater or equal than 3.5, and the perfect if the rating is greater or equal to 4 or equal to 4.2. And also we have here a formatted delivery time, which is going to take up the delivery time. It's going to define if the order can be delivered by walk. If the delivery time is less than 8, then we're going to take up the time. If the can deliver by walk, we're going to say always 15, otherwise the delivery time, and we're going to return a string whether it's 15 or delivery time, and minus time plus 10 minutes. Not a minus, it's just a symbol. So now we can go back to the add restaurants. We can import here API. So we have convert our restaurants JSON to the restaurant.from JSON. Now is the list of restaurants. Now we are going to further convert them into another objects. So let's pick up the restaurant and let's return fake restaurant insert, and then here we're going to insert a bunch of actually copy and paste them so we don't lose our time. We should find add restaurants, completely copy and paste all of this code where we are converting restaurants JSON. Well, I actually made a mistake when I was creating a DB restaurant because I made a rating as a string, but it should be integer. It should be double actually. Let me quickly fix this by running dart run build runner, then build, and then after that I will run the migration again and hopefully fix this issue. Great, so my database update was successful. Now I have a rating as a double, and now we have a list of fake restaurant insert. What we're gonna do next? We're gonna await DB, and we forgot to await get a connection. Then we can use our DB to access DB restaurants, insert many, and here we can specify restaurants dot map dot restaurant, and we can use when complete. We're gonna loop for each restaurant insert in restaurant, and we're gonna have a final categories by awaiting DB menus, and it's gonna be also asynchronous, not this one, when complete async. So we're gonna await DB menus, insert many that menu, and actually the return type of it a list of integers. The list of integer represents the list of IDs of the menu categories that. So now we're gonna assign a new variable to the I. We're gonna iterate for each for the categories that length I++. Then we're gonna have a category ID by accessing from the list of categories ID by the index of I. Then we're gonna have a menu items from the insert menus with the index of ID and with the category ID, because I didn't actually explain you here. When we are mapping our restaurant menu items to the DB item insert request, we're actually specifying here a function, because the return type of it is list DB menu insert item request function integer, as I shown you before. And this ID we're passing as the menu ID, And this ID actually is the category ID that has been just created. So as I explained you before, imagine that we have a pizza category, and for the pizza category we have like 5 pizzas. So for each 5 pizzas, we're going to insert them in this specific category ID. Then we're going to await future wait. Then we're going to just insert our DB menu items, insert many, but not like that. We're going to have actually 4 final, or yeah, we could actually, yeah, my mistake. We could just do like that, yeah, because it's the list of DB menu insert item insert request, and it's exactly DB menu item insert request. Okay, so now if we run our Dart frog dev and we go in the postman and we run we should see that method not allowed because we're going to have it as a post, and we have an internal error. It says that null is not a subtype of string in the fake restaurant. In the fake restaurant, we have a 78. And yeah, we're actually having here inserting because if we take a look at the fake restaurant, in the fake restaurant from JSON, we have a camel case. Instead of camel case, we're going to have a snake case. And for that, we're going to have a build in the YAML file and copy it from the location repository and paste it here at the YAML file. Now we can go ahead and close and run Dart run build runner, and then run Dart run build runner build. Okay, so now inside of the camel case, we should have the snake case. Now if we run Dart frog dev again, and if we go to the postman, and if we run our add restaurants endpoint, yeah, we should now see the sending request message. And just in a few seconds, our data from the restaurants.json file appeared in our database. And we should see here HTTP 201 created. And if we go to our Neon database and if we reload, we should see now the data inside of our restaurant, menu items, and menus. So now we have some data to actually fetch from the database. Now let's create some test endpoint restaurants. Let's return here future response, request context, text, async. Let's access DB from the context. Let's return here have restaurants, DB connection, DB restaurants, and here we can query DB restaurants, and it's going to be restaurants view, and we're going to have restaurants by mapping restaurants and awaiting the value of it, and mapping them, having view, and converting the restaurant. And now as a body, we can return restaurants and return restaurants. Now if you go to the postman, we can access restaurants, and yeah, we can see here internal server because we forgot to convert it to list, because an iterable is not a support type. And yeah, now we should see the list of all our, maybe you might be wondering why we don't see here menus, because actually we're gonna fetch them separately. In fact, you don't want to have menus in restaurants directly, as suppose that you have hundreds or thousands of menus of restaurants in your page, and you are fetching all of them with the menus that also have hundreds and thousands of items. It's just not it's not just efficient, because we are not displaying menus yet. We only have to fetch for the restaurant data, for the restaurant metadata, and access the menu of restaurant only when we are in the menu page. This is why we don't have in our restaurant the list of menu. Okay, so now let's create a real world endpoints so that we can actually finally start implementing our restaurants page. API version 1, let's create folder restaurants, and let's here create index.dart file. Here we're gonna return, we're gonna have future request context, and we will return, and we will check if context request method equal to HTTP method. We will return response status code HTTP status method not allowed. Otherwise, we're gonna have a DB, await context, but before DB, we're gonna actually have the context query parameters and convert it as we're gonna parse it as a double try parse. So it's gonna be nullable. The same goes with the if lat. And if lat equal null and LG equal null, we're going to return HTTP status based pet request. Then we can access our DB. First of all, we're going to have the latitude and latitude from our query parameters, have them to then display the restaurants by the location that the user has provided. And we're going to optionally have limit and text request URI query parameters. And we're going to have a final DB restaurants, and we are not going to use query DB restaurants. Instead, we're going to have our custom to fetch our restaurants by a specific location. So for that, let's go ahead and in our data, in our lib source data database.dart, let's export here. Let's create here restaurants query.dart. Actually, not like that. We're going to create inside of the database actions, firstly queries. And inside of the queries, we're going to have restaurants, and we're going to create a dart here, export restaurants queries, export in our database queries.dart. Here we're going to create a query restaurants by location is going to extend a query, and the query parameters is going to be restaurant view, and query. Now let's implement missing override and let's create constant get restaurant by location. And in the apply function, we are going to actually return our list of DB restaurant view. First, we're going to have a queryable restaurant view queryable, and we're going to have a table name queryable.table name table alias, and table alias for the restaurant is the restaurant. Then we're going to define. So let's here define everything from earth distance and LNG, and this add lat and add LNG is going to be from our query params. So every single time you want to access some data from query params, you're going to use add and specify here the name of the variable that you want to access. And we're going to have ll to earth, latitude and longitude. The latitude and longitude comes from the actual restaurant table itself. And we're going to check whether it's less or greater, whether it's less or equal to the 150,000. And then we're going to have if order by not equal to null order by params order by limit params limit and offset params offset. And we're going to define PostgreSQL result by awaiting DB, and also that's going to be a synchronous function, be execute query, and the query is going to be SQL, and parameters is going to be rounds.values. And we're going to return PostgreSQL results, and we're going to map them, convert them to list, and for each row from the PostgreSQL result, we're going to decode queryable decode row to column map. Okay, so now we have created a custom query that we can use here, get restaurants by location, and inside of the params, it specified query params. As the limit, we provide limit, as offset, provide offset, as order by, we don't have order by, and as a values, we're going to provide here and LNG. And we're going to have a user location, lat and LNG, and we're going to assign restaurants by mapping restaurant view and specify here user location and convert it to list and return response JSON body restaurants. So if you remember from view, user location is used to estimate the delivery time, calculating the distance between restaurant location and user location, and estimate and approximate travel time in minutes. So now in our restaurants endpoint, we can search. Now if we don't provide latitude and longitude, we're going to have 400 batch requests. We're going to specify here text JSON 43.5, number is 6.5. And yeah, as you can see here, our relation restaurant doesn't exist. It's because we forgot to wrap our table name with the double quotes. And if we try to, and actually we're not going to provide here as a body parameter, as the body, we're going to actually say the query parameters, latitude and longitude. And let's actually check the location, 43, 76.8, 43.5.2. Okay, so now if we try to access it, we are going to have an error because yeah, we don't, here the function ll to earth unknown doesn't exist. No function match the given argument. You might need to add explicit typecast. It means that in our Neon database, we're going to add in the SQL editor the extension to actually have an access to the earth distance and ll to earth. Here in the SQL editor, we're going to type create extension cube. We're going to run it. Create extension earth. We should be able endpoint without any exceptions. Great. So we have now the results which is the list of restaurants. And if we provide some different values that are not even close to our restaurants, we will see that we don't have any restaurants. It means that our earth distance, ll to earth, where the distance is less or equal to 150 or centimeters, I don't actually remember, is working. So this is exactly what we wanted to achieve. This is amazing. So now we can finally access the data from our database client. Create a client where we can make the API requests to actually fetch the data from the database client. From the endpoint that for now we are making from the Postman, but we're going to do them with Dio in our source folder. Let's create client.dart, Yandex Eats client, and it's going to have an anonymous constructor. But by default, we're going to have a Yandex Eats client, and we're going to have in here we're going to have a required base URL. And also let's create in our common in the config, not in the remote. Let's create a remote. Let's actually add Dio as a dependency. Now let's create app here. Let's define final Dio as import Dio, and we're going to have a constructor here as a nullable. We're going to have an HTTP client. Here we will assign HTTP client to the HTTP client or Dio. These options that you can copy and paste from the GitHub repository. We're going to have an HTTP client adapter. We're going to find default timeout, which is the duration seconds 20. So as the content type, we're going to have applications JSON. As a connection timeout, we receive and send timeout, we're going to have default timeout. In the interceptors, we're going to add log interceptor, which is going to log for us, which is going to log us error, and that's all, only error. Response body. Now we can create a remove.dart file, export. Also, we're going to create builder.dart file, pass the URL builder, which is going to have string base URL, required string base URL equals, and let's have here a URI get restaurants with the latitude and longitude with the optional string limit and offset, and let's return URI parse base URL restaurants and replace the URI. On top of the URI, we have a replace function, which will replace query parameters with the latitude, with the latitude, LNG longitude, limit, and offset if they're not null. Then export URL builder here, and let's initialize in our Yandex Eats client final app viewer and final URL builder. So in our Yandex Eats client, by default, we're going to specify, we're going to return this anonymous constructor, and inside of the anonymous constructor, we're going to have required URL builder, and required is going to be called just div. And in here we can provide div and as a URL builder with the base URL, and we can remove here constant. And in the local host, we are going to also provide, we'll specify div and the URL builder going to be URL builder local host with the base URL as the local host 8080 and API version 1. Now let's have a future function get restaurants with the required location and optional string and string offset. We can actually specify them as integer. Then we're gonna assign URI as the URL builder get restaurants as the location, and then longitude at the location.lng to string and optional limit and offset. And we're gonna have a response HTTP client get URI, and the return type is gonna be map string. Then we're gonna access the data as a response, and here we can create an extension instead of doing like data and exclamation mark. We can create an extension on top of the response. We're going to try to return data exclamation mark, and if the data is null, we're going to return error throw with stack trace Yandex Eats API malformed response. And at the very top, let's actually define Yandex Eats API malformed response and the Yandex Eats API request failure. Here we can test JSON. Also, we're going to have an extension on top of the response dynamic, check whether the status is okay or is created. So this if is not okay, we're going to throw API Yandex Eats API request failure with the status code response status code and the body. And finally, we can have restaurants from the data restaurants as list dynamic and return restaurant from JSON E as map string dynamic. Also, we're going to create API exceptions. We can copy exceptions from here, and let's find here get restaurants by location failure. And let's create a new file client Dart. Let's export here API exceptions, and let's export here Yandex Eats client. And on top of the API, let's create client.dart. Let's export here source common models.dart. Let's export here client.dart, and let's export here source remote.dart. In the remote, we're going to need only app view, and this library is going to be, we can define it as the client, and the API we're going to define as an API. So now we can finally go to our app block, and as you can see here, we have an exception. We can fix that by adding in our pubspec.yaml Yandex path packages API, not packages, just API, and we're going to call it. So now we can go here and import API client. In the map block, we can import API client. Here we can remove the location, and in the location repository, we're going to also import API, import all the dependencies, and use here as well the user repository. We're going to import path API, import all the dependencies. Now we can import API client, and we can also remove here the location repository as we don't need anymore. And in our packages, let's finally create repository. In the restaurants repository, let's add as a dependency, and inside of the restaurants repository, let's initialize Yandex Eats client, where the Yandex Eats client equal client. We're going to actually rename it the API client, and specify here future method get restaurants get, and let's add here exceptions. Let's copy abstract class restaurants exception, copy get restaurants. Let's actually rename it get restaurants by location failure, and thrown when fetching by fetching restaurants by location. Great. So now also in the analysis options, we can exclude in the linter member API logs false. And finally, in our pubspec.yaml file, we can import repository. In the packages, import all the dependencies. Now we can use our restaurants repository in our application. So in the main restaurants repository, the very top, define here an API client, Yandex Eats API client. As a div, we're going to have app div here, and as a base URL, we're going to pass localhost and without a base URL for now. And also we can replace here HTTP client with the app Dio, and we can use here API client. In our application, let's repository provider, repository, final restaurants repository, required this restaurants repository, pass it here. And finally, we can go and in our restaurants page, temporarily delete these buttons here. And let's have here future builder. Now let's read repository. Let's import restaurants repository, get restaurants. And the location is going to be, and in the builder, we're going to return for now just, or maybe a list view builder. For now, we're not going to have a non-tab function. We have our list view builder as expanded. And let's hot reload our app. And now we can finally see restaurants in the application. It means that we have done everything correctly. We have set up our database client. We have set up our backend, our database, connection to the database, migration, our schemas, our custom queries by location. Everything we have done correctly. Good. All right. Now let's customize how our restaurants look. So for that, let's go into the restaurants and let's create widgets folder. Inside of it, let's create a restaurant, and this restaurant card we're going to stylize, and this restaurant card we're going to style to display the restaurant image and the general info about how many ratings it has, how many which tags it has, and so on and so forth. So in the restaurant card, let's return padding first. In the padding, we're going to pass edge insets, horizontal F spacing, medium, and the vertical, or only the vertical is going to be required here. And in the child, we're going to pass in the children, and in the child, we're going to pass tappable. And the child, we're going to have, and inside of the column, we're going to have a stack. Out of the stack, we're going to have, let's create a restaurant image. Here, we're going to return aspect ratio in by 9, and we're going to return child. And here we will create a custom reusable widget called image attachment. Let's create this custom widget in our app UI folder. In the widgets, let's create thumbnail into the GitHub repository, and we're going to copy the content packages app UI, lib, source, and image thumbnail file. Paste it here, and we're going to add a new dependency called cached network image. Cached network image is a package which will allow us to use cached network image widget, which can cache images from the network, and it can display the placeholder when the image is loading. On top of that, let's create a thumbnail error widget, .art widget. This one is going to return widget which will display assets, images, placeholder, or if the border radius is not equal to null, is equal to null, we're going to return just an assets image placeholder image with the width, height, and fit. Otherwise, we can use a border radius that we have provided to have, for example, a circular image. To have a image, have a thumbnail error with some curves. Let's export thumbnail error and our image thumbnail files. And lastly, we can have here a placeholder, which is going to be shimmer placeholder if the with placeholder boolean is not equal to null. Is not. Let's create here placeholder. Let's add a dependency shimmer, and let's copy the content from the shimmer placeholder.dart file, paste it inside, and basically we are returning here child shimmer from colors, base color, highlight color, and as a child we either provide a child or placeholder image builder with the width and height if we want to create something, display some custom. Then if the radius is not equal to null, we will return default circular placeholder, which is a circle avatar with the background image placeholder, or default placeholder, which is exactly the same placeholder, but without a circular avatar with the height and width. Now let's export our shimmer placeholder. And also it has some constructors. On top of a default one, we have a rectangle and we have a circular. So basically in the rectangle, we have width and height, and the radius is equal to null. And in the circle, we don't have a width, height, or border radius. We are requiring to have a radius only. So now let's import, it has been already imported. So now let's add an image URL here, which is gonna come from our restaurant, and let's display here restaurant image URL. Let's have a required restaurant, and let's pass here the restaurant from the restaurant card, required restaurant, and pass here restaurant. Remove the constant, and now we can export. We can create a widgets.dart file, and we can export restaurant card. Now we can go to the restaurant.dart file and we can export widgets.dart, and inside of our view restaurants page, let's, instead of the list style, let's create and let's return restaurant card with the restaurant as a snapshot data index. And now if we hot reload our app, we can get a shimmer from colors. In order to resolve this issue, we can go and in the client we can run Flutter pub get. If it doesn't help, okay, we have a version, resolving dependencies version. We're going to downgrade cached network image in the app UI, in the pub spec.yaml. Let's make it 3.3.1. Let's try to go to the packages app. Let's try to run Flutter pub get. Great. And let's go to the root folder and let's try to run Flutter pub get. Nice. We don't have any issues anymore. If we hot reload our app, now we should be able to see the image of the restaurant. And now we see only placeholders. For some reason, before completely starting our app from scratch, our app didn't our network images. Now it works as expected. Now in our restaurant image, we can also provide the border radius here, border radius circular, spacing large. Also in our restaurants page, let's provide some padding to the list view builder, edge insets, metric, horizontal app spacing. Okay, so now I'm gonna share with you one really crucial thing about images in your app, in your Flutter applications. First things first, let's run the command palette, and here let's search for the DevTools. Choose options from the options, open DevTools in browser. Now in your browser, you should be able to see all the statistics about your application in the DevTools. Now what we're going to do is to choose Flutter Inspector, and here we can highlight oversized images. Great. Now, as you can see, we don't have in the terminal, or here we don't see any issues with the images. But if we try to remove our aspect ratio from 16:9, for example, and we'll try to specify a fixed height of, for example, 150, and let's see what happens. Now, as you can see, our images, something happened to our images, and it actually happens because they are always oversized. You can read it here. Image now has a display size of 1280 pixels by 450, but a decode size is 687, 1031, which uses an additional size of 834 kilobytes, assuming a device pixel ratio of 3 point. Consider resizing the asset ahead of time, supplying a cache width parameter of 100,215 and a cache height parameter of 450, or using a resized image. So now let me explain what is happening here. So basically the network image size is bigger than what we are trying to display. It means that we are not effectively displaying the whole that should be displayed. So we are using an additional 834 kilobytes. For example, if we try to increase it, now the error should be gone. But now our image looks a bit bad, you know. So in order to fix this issue, we're just gonna wrap our widget with the aspect ratio and set it to the 16:9. And we should not have any issues with that. But on top of that, what we're gonna do, we are gonna dynamic height and width for our images, because we are not having every time the aspect ratio of the device 3.0. Sometimes it can be larger, can be smaller. So we need to take this into account, because this is not the exact, this is not gonna be always images which actually ports resizing or something like that. But anyway, let's try to do that. So now let's assign our thumbnail width, our thumbnail height, and our modified image URL. We will assign it to the here, and we will return thumbnail width, thumbnail height, and thumbnail image URL. First things first, let's check if our image URL match with the regex of the images unsplash.com, because as I said you before, this website actually supports resizing, cropping the image. Because if you take a look at the restaurants from the JSON file, we can have a look, and in the image URL we always have here images.unsplash.com, but obviously you're not going to have every time images from the Unsplash. And here at the bottom, at the very end of this link, we have here width, quality, we can have here height, we can have here fit, crop, or fill, anything like that, and this can be supported by the unsplash.com. So firstly, we are checking if the image URL has a match with this regex. If it doesn't have a match, we are going to return thumbnail height and thumbnail width null and not modified image URL. So then we're going to take into account our screen width and our pixel ratio of the device. It's coming from the build context extension, so we can directly use them on the context. Or if you haven't defined it, you can go and say something like media query, and here you can specify device pixel ratio off, and the same goes with the context screen width, media query, and here width. But we are going to use the extension to make this code a bit. Then we're going to calculate our thumbnail width and thumbnail height based on our pixel ratio and the screen width. Firstly, let's use our min function from the math, and we're gonna have the minimum value of the thumbnail width between and the value that we will calculate by using our screen width, subtracting the value with the app spacing MD multiplied by 2. It's the value coming from the horizontal app spacing that we have provided in the restaurants page, and we are multiplying this value to the pixel ratio to get the thumbnail width. And we are actually truncating the number that we got here as a double to the integer. You could do something like round, and it's gonna do the same thing, but you can have here also this operator. And the thumbnail height is the minimal value of the thumbnail width multiplied by 9 divided by 16, and the value of the 1080. So you always want to reverse. So you always want to flip the number that you have in aspect ratio here. So first, if you have here 4 divided by 3, you're going to specify here 3 divided by 4 in order to calculate an expected number here in the thumbnail height. What we're going to do next is to modify our image URL. First, we have here width and regex and height regexp. Then we will use it to replace from the image URL string the width regexp. No matter which value it has for the width, we're going to replace it with our thumbnail width. The same goes for the if the image URL contains regex height regex, we can actually replace here height. Then we're going to replace it, or we're going to parse our image URL as URI, and we're going to replace all the query parameters inside of this image URL, and we're going to add h query parameter with the thumbnail height value, and we're going to actually have all the other query parameters that we had in our URL by accessing them from the URI.parse image URL query parameters. And finally, we will return our thumbnail height, width, and image URL. And now we can use our image URL, our memory cache height as thumbnail height, and our memory cache width as a thumbnail. And now we are effectively using our images in our restaurants. It has a sufficient memory cache height and width so that we have increased our loading time of our images to actually have the exact size that we can display based on our pixel ratio and the screen width. So it's going to be adaptive no matter which device we are using, and it's going to look good for each device. So this is how the best practice for the images looks like. Obviously, not every single time you will be able to provide the aspect ratio for your image. If you can't do that, according to the issue that you will get in you can specify the value of it in the image attachment thumbnail for the resize height, something like 160, and you're good to go. It will just resize the image inside of this widget by using the resize image widget. And here we can use resize if needed and provide here the resize width, the resize height. You can check it. The first is width and then height. So this widget will resize our image provider with the specified height and or width. Now let's display our name of the restaurant. Then we can give it rather large. Copy it with the font weight, add font weight. Then in the column we can specify cross-axis alignment start, and we can wrap our text with the hero widget, specify the tag and restaurant. We can actually define our name of the restaurant in the build method and pass it here. So we are using here a hero widget so that when we click on our restaurant card, we're going to be redirected to the menu page, and in the menu page we're going to display the same name of the restaurant, and the hero widget will make cool transition from this page to another, so it looks a bit more smooth. So it has a smooth animation, so it just looks better. Then we're gonna display a row with the children, and here we will display the info of the. First, let's define an app icon. To see icons, here we will specify the color of it. For that, let's firstly extract our rating from the restaurant, and if the rating are equal to 4.4, we're going to display app colors at gray or the app colors at green, and we can specify here rating as. Then let's have a size box with app spacing extra small. We will display here. Let's go to the restaurant, do some tweakings. Instead of the formatted text, let's have a formatted text. Then in our quality, let's replace our double as a num. So here we have the getter to display a review, getting the string as a quality. Then we have a ratings total. If it is greater or equal to 50, we display quality. In the brackets, we display ratings total with the symbol plus. Or if it is less than 50, we display just the text few ratings. Then we have a boolean is rating enough. If it is an integer, we check if it is greater than 3, or if it is a double, we are checking if it is greater than 3 point, because our rating is actually dynamic. And our formatted rating is the rating if is just a rating or only a few ratings text. If the rating is not enough. Here we display in the formatted ratings, we can copy it, we can save it, and here we will see 4.6, 4.8, 4.7, 4.7. But if we, for example, return here always, we will see a text only a few ratings. Then let's have another spacing here. Then we will display if restaurant is rating enough. We can have a text restaurant. Here we have a text of the quality, whether it's okay, perfect, or good. If you take a look at the quality, okay, good, perfect. In the curly brackets, we have here ratings of total number of total ratings. Here in the style, let's specify poly medium and apply a dynamic color of it. If the user ratings total is greater or equal than 30, then we have a custom reversed adaptive color if it's light black, then if it's dark white, and if the custom reversed, and then if it is less or equal to 30, we display, if it is less or not equal to 30, then we display a custom reversed adaptive color and have here background or bright gray. Then we'll display, which will indicate our restaurant price level. Let's create restaurant price level widget. We will return text here, and we will have here currency. Let's define our currency in the extensions. We're going to create a formatter extension. Let's go into the app UI, packages, extensions, and copy and paste it here. Then we're going to add a dependency in our pubspec.yaml. Let's add a dependency into with the version of 0.19.0. Port all the dependencies. Now let's try to let's go to the app UI. Let's run flutter pub get. Make sure that all our dependencies are compatible. Great. And we have defined here our formatter extension. Firstly, extension on string to parse the string. If it is empty, we're going to return 0, or else we will return formatter that parse the string. But before that, we are initializing here the formatter as a number formatter. Then we have a currency function with the number of decimal digits, which is default value of 2. Then we will return a number formatter as a symbol. We are providing here $. You can provide here any symbol you want, decimal digits, and locale. And then we extract from our function currency symbol that we have provided here. Then we have an extension on top of string to format it by using formatter.format and parsing the value of the string into the num. And the clear value we are getting from this also extensions clear value, which will replace everything with the regex with a certain pattern is the empty string. Then we have here format to num. It's just a format as a string, from string to string, but as a currency format, and that's just the formatter, the number format. And then we have a currency formatter, or currency function, which will format our format to num, and we will convert it to string, because the format function is a string with a dynamic number. Then we have our firm format number on num directly, and lastly we have our date formatter, but we will use it a bit later. So here we can export. Firstly, let's export formatter extension.dart file, and now we can use our currency. Let's actually remove this text widget, and here we will define an effective style based on the level. We'll return a context body medium, and we will apply the color based on if the price level is greater or equal to the level that we have provided, then we are going to return black color if it's light theme, or dark if it is white theme, or dark is if it is dark theme, and light if it is light theme, because we have here a reversed adaptive color. You can check it here. If it is dark, we're going to return dark. If it's light, we're going to return light. Or if the price level is not greater or equal than level, we are going to return an app colors at gray to display that. Let me actually show to you what it will. So here we have this $3. This, for example, KFC, it means that it has like only one price level, so it's very cheap. It's really easy to understand because other dollars are with the app colors at gray, less and not equal to the level. And our level we are passing as 1, 2, and 3 respectively in our text spans. You can expand it as much as you want. For example, here let's have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so as many like price levels as you want. We will have only 3. Cool. So last thing that we can display is the text of our restaurant, formatted text, and here we can provide the width, not the height. Well done. The formatted text will just return first name that capitalized if the text length is equal to 1 as a single string, text first name capitalized, and with the comma text last name capitalized, as you can see here. So regardless of whether we have 10 text, 20 text, we're going to display only first and the last tag. Then we will have an onTap function which will push named route to the app routes. That in our app routes, let's define here and the name. And as an extra, we will provide here menu props, but we will do it later. So let's leave here add menu. So here we can now see our styled restaurant cards with the rating number, with the quality string, with the total number of ratings, with the price level, and with the tags. And we have optimized our images, so it does take exactly the amount of space, the amount of memory on the device that it can actually use to display it in the good quality, the best quality possible, for the device pixel ratio and for the current screen width. Alright, let's tackle the restaurants page. Firstly, we should remove the app scaffold. Why we can do it? Because in the home view, we actually return the app scaffold, and in the body we have the navigation shell, and actually any page from the navigation bar is the using as a navigation shell. This is why we don't need to use any app scaffold in the pages that we want to display in the bottom navigation bar. So this is why we can actually autoload and see that everything works as exactly the same. So now let's remove our feature builder and let's create our state manager for the restaurants. You never want to expose your repository directly in the UI. You always want to separate the concerns, have the business logic handled in a separate folder, and then consume the state by using the selector, by using consumers, by using listeners, have anything like that. So obviously the feature builder is here. So obviously we're gonna remove here the feature builder. Now we can actually remove everything here. So let's return here custom scope view, and let's wrap it with the refresh indicator as well. Let's on the refresh for now we will call, but we will get to this later. Then we can use our trigger mode to have a refresh indicator trigger mode anywhere. Displacement we're going to specify here in the stroke with background color app colors white, color app colors black, and in the custom scroll view we are going to provide the slivers, and here we will display the actual restaurants list view. So let's create our widgets. In our widgets restaurants list view in the Dart file, but before we're going to create the restaurants list view, let's create the state management. Let's create a new block. Let's call it restaurants. Then we can replace our state, restaurants state, and as our data, we're going to pass the list, and we can import the restaurant from the API client, and we are good to go. Now in the restaurants block, we are going to replace state initial, and let's handle our first state, our first event. Let's call here stands restaurants event, and here we can provide int this page. Now we can provide here props nullable object, and let's modify here an object nullable. So now let's here tackle the restaurants fetch requested event. Let's rename it on fetch requested. Let's execute on fetch requested restaurants fetch requested restaurant state, and let's initialize a restaurants repository. Let's specify here a required restaurants. Let's initialize it. Great. Now in our on fetch requested we can call package block fetch restaurants from the restaurants repository as a location. We're going to have a location we're going to actually store in the restaurants state. Final location here, provide a required restaurants location and pass it here location undefined as a default value. Also specify it in the copy with method location, and we can go back here and we can specify here state location. Finally emit state copy with status loading, actually success, and here restaurant. Actually we can rename the rest success to the populated, and in the restaurant status we can remove it, we can rename is success is populated, and actually on top of that we can create copy with restaurants loading, restaurants failure. Obviously so first of all, why I have renamed this success state to the populated. You can think about it when you have some populated, whenever you have a call and you have some data. So instead of the success state, you are having the populated. So something has been, but whenever you have some operations, for instance, then you can say whether it's successful or not. Great. So now we can go in our restaurants, and here temporarily in the stateful, we can convert it to the stateful widget, and we can call restaurants block and add here an event restaurants fetch requested. But before that, let's go in our app.dart file, and here we can create a multi-block provider, and let's specify here restaurants block, and here let's import. And yeah, before importing, let's export restaurants block in the restaurants.dart file, and we can import restaurants, and let's specify here restaurants repository. Actually, we did not do that. Restaurants repository, we have a value of it. Great. So now we can actually wrap our custom scroll view with the block provider, with the block builder, actually restaurants block, restaurant state, and we can access our restaurants. But yeah, actually we are going to access here state, not restaurants. And in our restaurants list view, let's create a class restaurants. Let's define here sliver padding, edge, insets, metric horizontal app spacing, MD. Then as a sliver, we can pass sliver list, and in the item builder we can return restaurant card. And as a restaurant, we're gonna have a restaurants block, state restaurants, import block, and then we can access the restaurants by the index. And we can pass here item count as the restaurants. Now we can export. Now we can use it in our restaurants page, restaurants list view. Auto-load our app. We can remove the location here, and for some reason we don't see anything because we don't have any location coming inside of the state of the restaurants block. So in order to fix that, let's have here user repository. Let's define here stream subscription, location, and immediately in the close function, let's close our location subscription, and let's initialize our repository, and let's let's assign the value, and let's assign the location repository, location subscription value to be user repository location, current location listen, and on data we're gonna call on location changed, location, and we're gonna add a new event. And then before that, let's create it, location changed, restaurants event. Let's have it here, location as a parameter. This location, have it props. Then let's call this event here, location changed. Let's here execute event on location changed, on restaurants, location changed, restaurants, location changed, restaurant state, and we're gonna make it as a void. Let's emit here state, copy this location, event location. Let's add here restaurants, but before that, let's check if state location equal to the event location, then we can return nothing, but let's actually assign the location value to the event location, and let's replace here the event, and let's check if the location is undefined, and we can also return nothing, and only if it is not the same as the state location, and if it's not undefined, we can copy state, we can mutate our state and copy its value with the new location, these repositories. And now here pass on location changed, and on error we can pass add cool. Now the restaurants block as well, we're going to add user repository. Now if we hot reload our app, we should actually see, but actually we don't see them. So let's remove this calling in the init state. Yeah, obviously we're not going to do that, but I just wanted to show it to you, but it doesn't work. So instead of doing that, let's add here an event, restaurants fetch requested. Now let's try to hot reload our app, and let's see what happens. Great, so now we can actually see our restaurants. Now we can also auto reload. Now we can actually reload this page, but without any events calling for now. So great, so also let's try to preserve our state of the restaurants where the user has left. What I mean by that, so firstly, when the user is, for example, at the bottom of this page and he goes to the cart page, we wanted to preserve the position of the scroll view where he previously was. Without it, if we go to a separate page, another page, and go back to this page, restaurants, we will be at the top. Sometimes you have a lot of restaurants in this page and you want to preserve it. So let's go and drop our restaurants view with the page. Here we're going to pass a bucket. Let's define here a bucket here. Let's assign here. Then in the custom scroll view, we're going to actually specify here key, page storage key, restaurants page. Now whenever we go to the second page and come back here, we will preserve the state of the custom scroll view. So now let's handle the state when the restaurants, let's create restaurants loading view. Let's actually let's define here sliver padding with the sliver remaining and app circular progress indicator that adapted. Let's export loading view, this square bracket. Then in our restaurants page, let's check if the state is loading by having we are loading, then we will display restaurants loading view, and if we are not loading, we're going to return a restaurants list view. Of course, you can do like that, else exactly the same, but we're going to replace it soon. So, but okay, let's leave it like that. And if we hot reload, we will see this loading indicator for a few seconds. Now let's handle the state when we don't have any restaurants. Restaurants empty. Restaurants empty view is going to have sliver padding with the edge inset symmetric horizontal app spacing MD, sliver fill remaining with the column inside. Text, we're not here yet, but we can make dozens of new places every week. Maybe we will be here. Export here, restaurants empty view. Here we can check if it's not loading. We can return a list of widgets. And if restaurants state restaurants, and if restaurants is empty, return restaurants empty. Return here list view. Yes, it could be done much better, but just as a showcase. Okay, in the restaurants block here we can, for instance, not emit the restaurants that we have fetched, and we will immediately notice that we are not here yet. It actually indicates that if the restaurants are empty, it means that the location that user has picked doesn't have any nearby restaurants. This is why we are returning this text we are not here yet, because anyway the restaurants can't be empty unless it's the returned result by the location that the user has picked. And lastly, let's handle the state where we have some error. Here we're going to return a sliver fill remaining error view. For the error view, let's create error folder view error view .file. Here we will return the app info section, and the app info section we're going to create in the app UI file, new file, info section. As an app info section, we will return a column text info on pressed icon. If it's not now, then icon with the padding only right, app spacing small, and as a child text with the button label. And we can export info section, go back, and in the error view, as an info, we will display something went wrong. As an on press function, we will provide on try again. As a button label, try again, and as an info, as an icon, we can provide lucid icons, refresh, CCV. Also, now we can actually add new error. Let's export error view. Now let's export our error view, error restaurants, error view dot. Then we can check if our status is failure, then return. And as a non-try again function, we will give it restaurants block, and here we will restaurants fetch requested. Okay, now let's implement some pagination. Let's go in the shared, let's create models, and let's create here page.dart file. Let's add as a dependency here, and let's add an equatable here to have an access to the props and deep equality of the restaurants page. And we can import here API client, and the restaurants page is going to contain total count of restaurants and whether we have more restaurants, and is going to have a copy with method and an empty constructor which will have restaurants as an empty string, as an empty list. Total restaurants count 0, page 0, and has more true. Now we can add models.dart file, export here restaurants page, and in the shared let's export source models.dart. Great. So now in our restaurant state, let's replace the list of restaurants with the restaurants page, and let's import it from let's replace for everywhere page as an initial state restaurants, and here also restaurants page. And let's create here a restaurants mixing.dart file, mixing restaurants block, mixing on block restaurants event, restaurant state. Let's make it as a part restaurants block, and let's make our restaurants block as a part of restaurants block mixing. Great. Here first let's define a signature as a paginated restaurants result is the new page, has more boolean and list of restaurants. Then let's define here a page limit and a getter to the restaurants repository. Then in our restaurants block, let's actually specify here with keyword restaurants block mixing. Override the restaurants repository value as the restaurants repository. We can define here a function as a return type. We're going to have paginated restaurants result. We're going to call it fetch restaurants page. Here we'll have integer page as the default value. We're going to have 0. Then we're going to have a current page. Then we'll have a restaurants as the restaurants page, get restaurants, location, date location page. Here limit is going to be, and offset is going to be page limit multiplied by. Then as a new page, we're going to have a value of current page +1. And whether we have more, going to be restaurants length greater or equal than, then we're going to return new page as more and restaurants. You could do this without a mixing, but just to make it a bit more clear, so we don't store the page limit in our restaurants block, we have created for that a restaurants block mixing. You can call it whatever you want, restaurants paginated. And now over here we can call as a result a new page and restaurants as a result of restaurants page function, and as a page we can provide here event page. Let's actually rename the page as a restaurants page, make it more here. Also rename restaurants page. Above that, let's here current page, instead of making like that, specify here current page. Then we will emit a status loading if the current page is equal to null, and then we can emit our state copy with status populated. And as a restaurants page, we're going to copy restaurants page here. As the restaurants, we're going to pass restaurants as more has more, and the total restaurants is going to be state restaurants total page, total restaurants plus. And here we can also do like state restaurants page, restaurants and restaurants. Also at the very bottom, let's define here a function which will filter list restaurant. Here we will return restaurants, and let's actually add a new dependency, immutable collections. Here let's define restaurants where move to the front, and here instead of the void, let's return where move to the front where rating is greater or equal than 4.8, or restaurant user ratings total greater or equal, and where move to the end. If restaurant is equal to null, let's return false. Let's actually return true. And if restaurant rating as double is less than 4.5, or restaurant.user ratings total is less than 100, then we will move to the end. Here also, if is equal to null, then let's return false. Filtered restaurants, all filter restaurants, and let's pass here filtered restaurants. Now in our restaurants page, let's define here restaurants page restaurants. Also here, our current page, state restaurants page is equal to 0 and is failure. Then we will return the restaurants error view. And here we will check if it is not loading and it's not failure, and we can display either the empty view or the restaurants list view. Okay, now let's modify our restaurants list view. Let's define here final restaurant list restaurant. Let's pass it as the empty restaurants list by default. And we can access here restaurants page. Then we can return here if these restaurants. Then we will return this builder. We'll return sliver builder with the restaurants length. Here we're gonna pass restaurants page. Here we can provide restaurants page, restaurants, right here the restaurants. And so here we will, here basically if we have passed the restaurants, the list of restaurants, we're not going to have a pagination. We're not going to have a pagination. We will just return a restaurant card. And if it is not opened, we are going to return the restaurant card with an opacity 0.6, visually making it closed and not working right now. Otherwise, we're going to return build item with the build context, index, total restaurants, as more restaurants is failure, and current restaurant. So let's check if index +1 is equal to the total restaurants and has more restaurants, it's failure. If we don't have more items, we'll return status box. If it is not, then we'll return network error. Let's define here folder network error. Let's paste here network error. In the return function, we will pass a column, an icon, error outline, then spacing, and text. And the network has error occurred, check your connection, try again. Then in the center, we're going to pass here a shut button. In the icon, only write F spacing MD, and the text, try again. And the size box, F spacing extra large. And then let's create here network dart file. Let's export here network view. Let's import here network error, and on retry, let's pass here restaurants block, restaurants fetch. Then the else, if it is not failure, we're going to return padding only top. Total restaurants is equal to null, app spacing MD or 0. Otherwise, we're going to return a restaurants loader item. So in the widgets, let's return here restaurants item.dart. And here we will return a padding with the vertical spacing, center app circular progress indicator. And in the init state, we're going to delay 350 milliseconds and call widget on presented function. So let's export restaurants loading. And on presented here, we will return we'll have a function as a null if we don't have more restaurants, and otherwise we will call restaurants fetch request. So then if the index +1 is not equal to total restaurants and we don't have more restaurant, then we will return a restaurant card exactly as we did here. Item builder, we can return build item function. As is failure, we're going to pass here is failure boolean by selecting state, status is failure. Then we can define here total restaurants as more restaurants page restaurants, and the restaurants index by the index. And this is pretty much all that we need to do in order to implement the pagination. So now let's auto-load our page, our application, and we will see. And if we scroll down, we will see this loading indicator, but for some reason so let's try to the deletion for the loading of the API of the onPresented function. Let's hold reload. Let's go here, and as you can see here, we have this loading indicator. This means that our pagination works exactly as expected. Now let's implement refreshing. Let's create here refresh requested. So on event here, restaurants refresh requested. Let's execute it. Restaurants refresh requested. So in the on refresh requested function, we're going to do exactly the same as we did in the on fetch requested, but instead of copying the restaurants page from state, we're going to assign a new to it restaurants page with a new page. Filtered restaurants has more and filtered restaurants at length without taking into account previous restaurants page. So we can go to the restaurants page here. We're gonna call read restaurants block, refresh request. We will not see anything because we should hot reload our app. Now we can hot reload we can actually try to reload our screen, and it should work exactly as expected. So page resets, restaurants resets, everything works. Okay, now let's display tags above the restaurants that we can tap on and filter the restaurants page by the selected text. So first, let's go to the Yandex Eats client. But before that, we are going to create a route in our API. Let's create here folder search. Let's create here a folder tags index.dart. Let's define here future if context request is not equal HTTP method. We're going to return response status code HTTP status not found, method not allowed. Otherwise, we will return response, and inside of the body we're going to have as the list of. Then we're going to have here lat from the context request URI query parameters as the lat, and we're going to convert it. We're going to parse the value as a double try parse. Same goes with the equal now. When g equal now, then we will return here status bad request as the DB from the context read future read. Then let's have here tags view by calling await db restaurants, and here we'll create our custom query to get tags to get restaurants tags by location. So in our database queries, let's create a new query, get restaurants tags by location. It's going to extend a query list of string and the query parameters. And in the apply function, we will return a list of string. As a queryable, we will define the db restaurant view queryable. Then as a table name queryable table alias. Then we will select distinct unnested tags from double quotes table name, where earth distance, ll to earth lat lng, ll earth latitude longitude from the restaurant is less or equal than 150,000 meters, exactly as in this function. And we will have here PostgreSQL result by executing the DB with the query SQL.named and the parameters from the params.values. If PostgreSQL result is empty, then we will return a list of strings, and otherwise we will map PostgreSQL result, and for each row we will access the first element of it as a string. Also here let's call get restaurant tags by location, and in the params let's call here query params. Here in the values let's call as a lat and lng as an lng. Have here tags by mapping tags view and converting them tag from view name actually, and let's return it. Now in our Yandex Eats clone is client, let's define here future list tag get tags function. In the URL builder, let's define get tags URI. So get tags will require latitude and longitude with the optional limit and offset. Actually, we don't need offset and limit. And in the query parameters, we're going to pass a lat and lng. Then we will get URI as a response, access the JSON data, and get the list and convert them. Now we can go to the restaurants repository and let's call here get tags function and add here get tags failure. So now we can go to the restaurants block, and inside of the state, let's add final list as required, and we will pass here tags as a list, as an empty list by default. And here let's specify. So now in the restaurants block, let's call in the onFetch requested function to the restaurants repository get tags with the state location. Current page is equal to null, is equal to 0. We're going to return tags, otherwise null. And then let's copy the tag, let's copy the state with our new, and let's await here the result. And let's do the same in the refresh requested, but we're not going to check here the current page. Let's emit here tags. Let's filter load. Nothing should be changed. Nothing is changed, of course, obviously, but so now in the restaurants folder, let's create tags slider.dart. So here in the tags slider, we're going to return liver padding, liver box, after sized box, height 84, list view separated, further builder, sized box width, f spacing MD, row direction axis horizontal. We're going to scroll it horizontally. Item count tags dot length +2. In the item builder, if index is equal to null, we're going to return a filter button as the first index. Then if text length +1 is equal to index as the last element, we're going to return more filters button. Then as a category index, we're going to extract a index -1, and we will get a tag by text category index, and we're going to return tag card. In the widgets, let's create here tag card.dart file. Let's immediately create widgets.dart file. Let's export tag card. Let's also create text.dart file, export tag card, and let's export here tags. So in the tag card, let's return here typable scaled. Then as a child, we're going to pass a column. In the children, we're going to have an image attachment thumbnail, and pass a border radius, image URL. As an effective height image, we're going to specify a value of 60 if the tag scale type, otherwise 82.0. And effective font weight is going to be null. By default, it's normal or semi-bold. If the tag scale type is large, the tag is selected, we're going to tag that name with the container. Otherwise, we will just return tag name. Here, color is going to be colors.white. Now we can import here tag card from tags, and we can create here filter button. And more filter button. Let's in the restaurants let's create filter. So in the filters folder let's create here widgets. Let's create here filter button.dart. So here as a filter button, we're going to return tappable scale. On tap function is going to call future delete, and it's going to call it's going to show us scrollable model. In the page builder, we're going to return filter model view, but we're going to create it a bit later. And in this filter model view, we're going to be able to choose choose in the model bottom. So then in the child, we are going to return a column, and in the column, we're going to return text as a badge, which will display. We will actually just return a badge, and inside of it, we're going to have a label as a container, color deep blue, shape box shape circle. As a text, as a child, we're going to have text chosen text count. So it's going to display the count of the text at are chosen. Then as a child of the badge, we're going to display a container with the height and width 60, and we're going to display filter icon at SVG. Then below the container or the filter icon, we're going to display text filters. So this filter button will basically just open up the filter model view and display the amount of, and let's create here widgets.file. Let's export here tag filter. Then in the filters, let's create export filters.file, and in it, let's go ahead and export widgets.dart. Then on top of it, let's go ahead and create more filters button.dart. We're gonna do exactly the same. For now, we're gonna return sized box. So it's gonna return tappable scaled. On tap, we will open up the scrollable model, and in here we have container with the arrow right and the text more. Let's export here widgets, more filters button, import here the restaurants filters. Then in our restaurants block, let's define here a list of chosen tags. Chosen tags required as a list initial. Also, we forgot to add a location. Let's define here chosen tags. Have a copy with chosen tags. Now, if we go back to the text ladder, we are done. Now we can export. Text ladder is already exported. So now we can go to the restaurants page. Here we can display above the restaurants view text. Also now we see this from the list from the restaurants that we see. So if, for example, we don't see the restaurant with the tag coffee that is not nearby our location, we're not gonna see this coffee tag. Now these tags are tappable with this cool tapper with this cool scaled animation. And in the text slider for the image, we provided a resize height of 180. Because if we remove here resize height, we're gonna see our displaying image size, the code size, is much larger than an actual display size. And this is why we are providing here a resize height of 180, because this is the exact number that is considered by the Flutter. So this is why we're having here resize height of 180. So we don't see any issues here, because otherwise it uses a lot more memory, and we don't want to have it. We obviously want to use the best practices in our application to have a smooth user experience. Then let's create a restaurant section header to display a text. All restaurants section header.dart. Let's return here sliver to box adapter with the padding left, right, top, medium, and large. And as a text, is going to pass text, which is a required parameter. And let's export restaurant and let's display it in our restaurants page above the text slider section header. Let's display here all. Now let's implement a filtering in the restaurant state and add here final list of a restaurant filtered restaurants, and empty list. Here we also find a filtered restaurants list of restaurant. Then in the restaurants state, we're going to define here, and let's check if it is filtered or not by checking if this is equal to the filtered. Now let's define a bunch. First one is going to be restaurants filter tag changed, restaurants event, final tag, and we're going to find a new event restaurants, and it's going to accept, and we're going to have restaurants filter tag added, filter tag removed, and filter tags clear requested. Let's handle all of them. Before that, let's change our own restaurants location changed a little bit. On each location change, we're going to call filtered restaurants to be an empty and chosen text, and here we're going to call on each location changed. Then let's handle on filter tag changed. So on filter tag changed, we're going to call restaurants filter tag added, chosen text doesn't contain, otherwise we're going to remove. Then let's handle here restaurant filter tag added and the second add tag removed. And I have made a mistake here, not a tag added and tag removed. On filter tag removed, filter tag added, trans tag added. We're not gonna call an asynchronous function. We're gonna add a new tag to the chosen text list and call a loading state. And we can actually specify as a nullable parameter our tags as an optional parameter. And we can copy that, and here we can handle on tag removed. Here we can specify tag removed, and here we can call remove tag. Then let's handle an event to clear tags clear requested. Here let's execute on filter tags clear requested, filter tag x clear requested restaurant state as an asynchronous function once again where it actually is. So here we can emit state copy with loading with the restaurant status and await future delayed duration 1 second. When complete, we're going to emit and copy it with the empty list of filtered restaurants, chosen tags, and as a status, we're going to have it populated. And lastly, before handling the last restaurants filtered tags changed, we're going to have route in our, so it's going to be in the search folder by tags.art. Okay, so in this on request function, we are gonna access a body, and in the body, we're gonna access tags. And as you can see here, we have an extension on top of the request context, save JSON. We're gonna create in the common utils extensions mention.dart, and here we're going to have a save JSON, which is going to call try catch block. We're going to access the body of the from the request. If the body is empty, we're going to return null. Then if it's not null, we're going to decode a body as map string dynamic. And if anything of these calls throws an exception, we're going to call request body exception. We're going to throw a request body exception. Before that, let's export request context extension. Then lastly, we're going to implement our custom get restaurants by tags. In the queries in the restaurants, let's create it. Here, let's create get restaurants by tags, which has a list of DB restaurant view. The return type we have here select from restaurant table, where tags casted to the varchar list matches also casted to the varchar list, and earth distance is between the user and the restaurant location is less or equal to the 150 to 150,000. Right, so now we can import pass here tags lat and lng, then initialize user location, assign a user location to the location with the lat and lng, then we will map restaurants view to the restaurant from view, and we will return a response JSON body restaurants. Now we can go to the Yandex Eats. We're gonna create a function get restaurants. In the URL builder, let's create get restaurants by tags, and let's call here get restaurants by tags, and let's define here get restaurants by tags failure. Let's go to the restaurants block, and here let's finally handle our last event, restaurants filter tags. Execute event on filter tags changed, restaurants filter tags changed, restaurant state, and we can define tags variable, which is event tags, or if it's null state chosen tags, and we can emit paid copy with the chosen tags as the tags, then define here status, restaurant status loading, and if tags are empty, we can add restaurants filter tags clear request. And then on try catch block, we're gonna fetch the restaurants by tags and the location, filter the restaurants, and copy state with the new filtered restaurants, and assign the status to the restaurant's status that's filtered. Now in the tag card, the Dart file, we can on tag function call restaurants block restaurants filter tag changed. On top of that, in the view restaurants page, let's define whether it is filtered or not. State status is filtered. Then we're going to check if it's filtered. If it's not filtered, then we will return this list. Basically, actually, it's not true. If it is not filtered, we will return all of that else here. Otherwise, if it's not filtered, we're going to display tags sliver to box adapter divider. Then let's define here widget count.dart. Here we will return a sliver padding. In the row, we will display found restaurants count restaurants, which is a filtered restaurants from the restaurants blocks at length. And here we will display a reset filters button as well. And in filters, here we will return a tappable faded with the padding and the text inside of it reset filters button. Let's import here filters, and let's export this widget into the widgets filtered restaurants found count. Let's display it here filtered restaurants found count, and let's display here also list view.dart restaurants, and it's gonna display restaurants list view, and it's gonna pass here filtered restaurants. Let's export restaurants list filtered restaurants list view, and let's return here filtered restaurants filtered restaurants. Now if we hold reload and we try to choose tag, now able to see only the restaurants filtered by this tag, and we can see here a badge in the number of, if we choose another tag, is going to display the same. The fast food already includes the restaurant with the hot dogs. If we choose, for example, we don't have a coffee, now we have Starbucks, and so yeah, we have Starbucks, and which is also with the coffee tag. We can reset our tags. Now we don't have any tags chosen, so now we have fully functional filters view, filtering tags. And now let's actually implement the filter view. In our filters, we can create a view. We're gonna copy and paste here the code. So let's add a new dependency called collection, and let's add a new dependency called flexible, and this is pretty much all. And let me quickly explain you what is going on here. Require dependencies. Okay, cool. So yeah, we have here app constraint scroll view with the controller from the widget. Then we have a column with the filter section. Let's create a filter section here. Action.dart. Filter section we can copy. We're going to have a column with the text above the children as a title. Let's export here filter section, action.dart file. Now we can import here filters. As a first filter section, we're going to display special. Is going to be a tappable scaled button with the icons favorite and the text favorite. Then we will display sized box height between the sections. The next section is going to display title, cuisines. It's going to have a blog builder restaurants blog. We will display here tags, and the chosen tags we can display here inside of the flexible wrap. Flexible wrap is a widget coming from the flexible wrap, which will allow us to expand row, to expand the row if it is to expand the row. So the default wrap is not going to expand the row if widgets fit normally in one row. For instance, we want to always display expanded in one row to make our UI looks more consistent. So this is where the flexible wrap into the place. So then here, as selected, we have here chosen text, and the chosen text is the variable assigned at the very top as a default value. Yeah, we are adding the chosen text from the restaurant block as an on an init state. Then the chosen text we are having here true if the chosen text contains a tag is from the text mapping, and on tab we're setting state, and we will from the chosen tag a tag if we don't have it, if we have it already chosen, or we will add it. Then apply filter is false by default. It's going to be true if the new chosen text list is not equal to the chosen text from the state. It's not going to be it's not going to be mutated until we actually apply our filter, so it's going to stay consistent every time, and the chosen text internal variable is going to be mutated whenever we tap on each. The new list tag of chosen, if the new list of chosen text is not equal to the chosen text, we will apply filter. We can apply filter because something has changed. But if they're the same, we will not be able to apply the filter. Then we will display here bottom navigation bar as app bottom app bar. In the app UI, let's create another widgets bottom bar. Create here. Let's find here in the app UI lib source. It's going to return a decorated box with the box decoration with some shadows, and the color is going to be context themes canvas, border radius, safe area, which is a padding or bottom navigation app bar theme padding, or edge instance symmetric by default vertical MD and horizontal large. And as a child, we're going to have a cross exclamation start, main exercise min, and children coming from the parameters. And we can export this app bottom bar, and we are good to go. Now in the filters, let's export filters view, and everywhere where we should have display this filter model view, the first place and the second place is more filter. Also now if we tap on the filters button, we can see the bottom tag where we can choose as many tags as we want, and for instance we apply them, and those tags are going to be chosen, and the restaurants with these tags are going to be chosen, are going to be searched for. And more button will do the same, display this bottom model sheet. Now we can reset, and this is pretty much everything that we were about to do in our restaurants page. Now let's create our restaurants app bar where we can display profile, avatar, and the current selected location and the current selected address. Now let's close everything here in the restaurants. Let's go firstly to the profile. The profile in the widgets, let's create here profile avatar. But before creating user profile avatar, let's go to the app UI, and here in the app UI we can export network image. Good. So now in the user profile avatar we can paste the code, and here we will return tappable scaled, which is gonna on tap function open the drawer, and as a child we return a batch which is going to display whether or not we have pending orders that we're going to cover later, and as a child we have avatar. So for now in the batch we will always we're always the label, and the label is just the container with the orange color, which is the circular we are defining an avatar widget. The avatar widget is going to be either circular avatar with the profile photo, which is by default, which is the default photo is the user doesn't have any photos, or we're going to display it in the cached network image with the placeholder as the shimmer placeholder circular radius 25, and the error widget sized box as shrink. And very importantly here, resized image, we're going to provide here height 134, and the same goes with the foreground image with the default profile photo icon, profile photo. Good. So now we can go to the restaurants. In the widgets we can create restaurants file. But before adding here any code, we forgot to export here user profile avatar, and in the restaurants app bar let's add here sliver bar, automatic imply leading false, exclude header semantics, scroll under elevation 12, floating true, collapse height 133, flexible space column, hide app spacing MD. At the very end we are displaying here user profile avatar. Just below we are displaying a search. Okay, so for now we can export this widget restaurants app bar, and let's go to the restaurants, and at the very at the very top, let's display restaurants app bar. Cool. So now we finally have a search bar and we have a user profile avatar here. Okay, so let me also just show you something. As you can see here, we have a provided height of 134. That's 38. If we don't give it any height, of course, we're going to have an issue. But if we give it some, it's going to say that we display a recorded size of 300, but the actual display size is only 138. So yeah, take this into account. This is really important. Before displaying the location, the address here, let's create in our map called location, move everything from here to here. So in the location state and location and address we're going to create in the shared models. Let's add here new file address dart in the GitHub repository, search for the shared lib source, copy and paste, ignore here member APIs, and address is going to contain street, locality, and country. All of them are nullable, and toString function is going to return an empty string if all the street, locality, and country are null. Otherwise, we're just going to check if street is going to be null, we return an empty string, then the street with the locality and country, and the locality and country, all of that is just a little bit tricky here. Make sure that you copy this code or write it exactly like that. We can go ahead and export our address. Now we can go here and import your address. Let's go to the event here, location changed, event and location fetch requested, fetch address requested. Then here in the location block, let's add a new dependency called geocode, and we're going to mark it as geo. Then we're going to handle on location changed. We're going to emit state from event, and we're going to add location fetch requested event. And on the location subscription, we're going to subscribe to the user location. And on location fetch requested, we will get geo.geocode reverse geocoding, which is going to return us address from geocode, and address from geocode looks like that. So here in the model address, it's going to have an elevation, time zone, geo number, street address, city, country code, all of that. It's going to take up the location latitude and longitude. Then we will check if street address, city, and country name both all are null. We'll return the state, and as an address, as a street, we're going to pass please pick location. Then we will check. We will define here a throttled regex. So the geocode API, which you can find here, reverse geocoding, geocode XYZ. This is the website that this package is using. It has some throttling, so in 1 second you can call only one API call. If we have as a result a throttled C geocode XYZ pricing, if any of that street address or city or country name matches this throttled regex, we are gonna call on location fetch address requested recursively, and all this code is going to be executed once again until we don't get until we're not going to get a not throttled result. Then as a treat, we are passing here address, street address, and street number, or just the street address. Then we are defining an address with our custom address class. We're passing street. As a locality, we're passing geo address city, and as a country, we're passing geo address country name. And we're finally copying the address in the state and the status as a location status popularity. Now we can go to the map, export location block, and we can go to the restaurants app bar. Here, let's add the first one, address button. We're going to be expanded. We are going to have some padding here, tappable, faded face trends, large. On tap, we're going to push to the Google Maplet name. And as a column, we're going to display address and deliver text. It's going to just display text, your address, and delivery time with the main axis alignment center. And below the address and delivery text, we're going to have an actual address. And we will check if is loading and address is empty. We're going to return a constraint box with the constraint box type for height 18 and width 50% of the total screen width. And as a child, we're going to pass shimmer placeholder with the border radius circular apps spacing small, and we'll return here text if it's not loading or address is not empty. As the address, max lines 1, text align center, overflow ellipse. Now if we code reload our application, firstly we forgot to add address button here, and we are going to add a location. We're going to go to the app.dart file, view Dart, and let's add here another block provider, location block. Now we can hot reload our app. So finally in our page address here, this finally humanly readable address, which is the geocoded address of the latitude and longitude. Okay, and the last thing with our restaurants is going to be the search. First of all, let's define our routes. In the search, let's create. Okay, so now here we are accessing latitude, longitude, and search term. Then we are reading our DB restaurants with our custom query, search relevant restaurants, data database queries restaurants. Here, let's define search relevant restaurants. The query is select from the table name where the distance between the user and the restaurant is less or equal than 1,000, and where the name of the restaurant where which we are making to the lowercase and replacing every single space character with the empty character is alike with the lowercase, and also with any replaced space with an empty string, getting the value from the DB by executing this query and mapping the value to the typed map, getting a result as a list of DB restaurant view. All right, let's import here our database, and in our query parameters, let's pass here term and make sure that that between your term you are passing the percentage. The percentage symbols in the SQL actually are make the actual query to search for the restaurant which name is like the term, and percentage also the chances of finding the restaurant with the name just like this one. You can learn more about it if you want in the internet, just when to use percentage symbols in SQL query. And we pass here latitude and longitude, location, restaurants, and let's open it. Now we're gonna have a search popular dart. All right, in this on request the same, just let's create get popular restaurants by location. We're selecting from restaurants where less or equal than 150,000 and popular of the restaurants is equal to true, and we're passing limit of set, lat, and LNG. Now we can go to the URL builder. Let's define here get popular restaurants and relevant restaurants. Then let's go to the Yandex Eats client. So let's define here the relevant search by the term and location, and let's define here the popular search with the location. Now let's go to the restaurants repository, and we're going to have a popular and relevant search, and let's add here the failures for that. Okay, now let's find the search, and let's create here new block. In the state, let's define here search state. We're going to have here restaurants, status, and the search type. By default, the search type is going to have a popular or irrelevant when we're going to search by the search term. Then in the event, let's define search term requested. By default, the search term is going to be empty. And in the search block, let's specify here search state initialize here repository, and then make it as a required parameter here, restaurants repository, and assign the value of it. Also, let's initialize the user repository here, user repository required, the user repository, and the user repository equal to the user repository. And now very important here, on search term changed, we're going to check if event search term is empty, return on empty search requested, otherwise on search term requested. And let's define here as import future or from the dark async. Here in on empty search requested, we're going to load mid search status loading and search type popular. Then we're going to fetch current location from the user repository, search for the popular restaurants, and emit popular restaurants. And we have here on search term changed. The search term is not empty. Here we change the search type to the search type that's relevant. By the current location, we are searching for the relevant restaurants. And this is pretty much everything that we need to do. And the search term is empty is the default value of the search term when we are initializing our. So it's gonna search for the popular restaurants always when we are gonna initialize in order to any more than a single event. So now let's go to the search folder and let's create view.dart file. Let's actually rename it to the search page.dart. For creating a search page, let's export the block, search block in the search.dart file. And in here, let's copy the content from the GitHub repository and paste inside of it. All right, so here in the search page, we return search view and we wrap it with the block provider. And on top of the search block, we immediately call search term changed. As I said before, in the search view, we are initializing controller, and on dispose, we are disposing the controller. Then we create an app scaffold with the release focus true. Then we define here the body block with the block builder, search block, search state. Then we select in state restaurants and we return a custom scroll view with the sliver bar. We return here title search text field. So let's create in the widgets text field.dart file. Copy the content and paste here. So it's going to be search bar, and the quick search label is going to be in the data. So the search bar, we return here the label text controller with navigation false. Unchanged, we're going to call the bouncer.run, and we're going to add search term changed event here. Now let's export search text field. Let's export and let's go to the search page. Then we check if state status is loading, we return here app circular progress indicator, else sliver list with the restaurant list style. Here we return list style. On tab we will push named to the menu. Content padding here, vertical horizontal app spacing MD minus extra small app spacing MD, horizontal title gap app spacing MD, leading aspect ratio 1, and the image attachment thumbnail resize height 168, image URL restaurant image URL, and border radius border circular. And we have a title here, restaurant name, title text style context body large with the font weight app bold, and the subtitle is going to be restaurant formatted delivery time. And as a subtitle text style, we have context body medium apply color app colors are gray. Now, if we go to the Go router, app router, we can go and define here a new route with the value of here. We can return search from, not from the search page, but search dart file. And yeah, we forgot to add to the search dart file, view search page dart file. All right. So now if we tap on this address button, on this search, we can see search page with the popular restaurants. And now if we try to search for the Starbucks, I have this issue with the keyboard. Now if we search for the Starbucks, we have here Starbucks. If we search for the Burger King, we're gonna get the Burger King completely with the restaurants. Now we can search for the restaurants. By default, we are displaying the popular. Now we see all the restaurants with the pagination enabled. We have the images with the effective height and width, not to waste any memory. Now we have a tags slider, which you can tap on and choose tag and filter the restaurants by this tag. All right, so for one more thing that we're going to do with our restaurants, we can have here a button to add it to favorites, and we can display here a delivery time. Let's go to our restaurant card and let's create here a new class, restaurant delivery info. Here we return a positioned widget bottom 0 and right 0. So here this widget is going to be displayed in the right bottom corner. Then we have a container with some decoration, top left, bottom right, circular radius with the color app colors black with opacity 8. And we have an icon. If we can deliver by walk, it's going to be icons directions walk, or icons directions car with the app colors that white. And here we'll display the text restaurant formatted delivery time. And we can display here it in the stack of the restaurant image, restaurant delivery info. So now we can see minutes it's gonna take up to deliver from this restaurant based on our current location. Now let's create here a bookmark button, which is going to return a top and right app spacing small, which is going to display this button at the top right corner. And we have a tappable scaled. On tap for now we don't have anything. Throttle duration 150 milliseconds. And we have a container height width 35, align center, decoration, color with opacity 8, shape box shape circle. And as a child we have an icon, and if the restaurant is bookmark, but for now we just have a true, which is going to display icons bookmark or icons bookmark border with the color app colors white and size app spacing extra large. And we are going to display this bookmark button right below this restaurant delivery info bookmark button, and it's going to look like that. So if we say here play us this border of the bookmark, so it looks like it is not in our bookmark list. So now in our restaurants repository, let's add here restaurant storage.dart file. Before that, let's add a new dependency start, and let's add here sort all the dependencies. All right, so here in the restaurant storage, we're going to define an abstract class restaurant storage key for the bookmarked restaurants, and we're going to define restaurant storage. Inside of it, we're going to return, we're going to have a required list storage. And we have here a bookmarked restaurants stream controller, which is a behavior subject with the list of string with a seeded value and empty string. List string is going to represent of the restaurants that we have bookmarked, and we have a get value function, which is going to return a future list as a nullable list of strings. It's going to storage read with our key. Then we have a set value, and then we have a clear. In our future init function, we are getting value from the, if it's not null, we will add it to our bookmarked restaurants stream controller. Then we have a set restaurant bookmarked by a place ID. We're going to check if we have it in our bookmarked restaurants. We're going to remove it or add it. If we don't have it, then we're going to set a new value of bookmarked restaurants in the storage, and we're going to add these bookmarked restaurants to the bookmarked restaurant stream controller. Then we're going to get the bookmarked restaurant stream just to get value of bookmarked restaurants, and we're going to define here clear bookmarked restaurants function, which is going to clear it from the storage and clear it from the stream controller. Also, don't forget to mark your restaurants repository as a part of restaurant storage. dart. And here let's initialize storage, and at the very bottom let's define here functions to access the bookmarked restaurants, to get bookmarked restaurants, to clear bookmarked restaurants, and to bookmark a restaurant. And we're gonna get and we're gonna define a bookmark restaurant failure. So here in the restaurant card, we're gonna wrap our positioned with the stream builder. We're going to have here a stream repository as the bookmarked restaurants. And here let's define bookmarked restaurants as a snapshot data. And we're going to check if it is bookmarked by checking whether the restaurant place ID contains in the bookmark restaurants list or false. And if it is bookmarked, we're going to display an icons bookmark, which is the field, and bookmark border otherwise. And on tab function, we're going to call restaurants repository bookmark restaurant place ID restaurant place ID. Now we can go to the main.dart file, final restaurant storage with the storage persistent list storage persistent list storage. And here specify persistent list storage, and here also by restaurants storage. Now we can hot reload our app, and now we can tap on this button and we should let our restaurants adds and removes from bookmarked simultaneously. So now if we hot reload our app, we should see these two restaurants in our bookmarked list. It means that our persistent storage works exactly as expected, and it automatically adds a new value to the bookmarked list stream, and it automatically displays in the restaurant card. So this is pretty much all that we got to do to add this display info for the delivery time and the bookmark button. Next thing that we're going to do is to add for each of the restaurants. All right, so let's finally implement the menu page where we will display menu items of the restaurant that we have. What we're gonna do first is in the API, in the lib, in the data models, we can create menu.dart file. We can go to the GitHub repository and quickly copy and paste the code. Here we can import the API, and we can go ahead and quickly copy menu item, and we can create here a new .dart file. Nothing fancy here. Menu represents final string category and a list of menu items, which we can export in the models menu and export, and then we can it's imported by default because we have imported API. Yeah, and this is basically it. We have a JSON serializable which will automatically generate menu from JSON and menu to JSON. And in the menu item we have just final ID, string name, string description, image URL, price, and discount. Also we have some getters here which will check whether the item has discount, get us a formatted price with the currency format. It will get us formatted price with quantity. So just useful thing to have in this menu item so that we don't write this code every time we need, for example, formatted price with item quantity. We can do something like formatted price with quantity, and here we can provide a quantity that we can get from our state management or whatever place we store our quantities. Okay, so actually when we were creating our formatter extension, we made a mistake that we have created it in our app UI. We can go ahead and replace and move it from here into the common utils extensions for matter extension, paste this code and add a dependency into. Now we can export our extension, formatter extension, and now we should no more see any issues with our currency format as we now have it inside of our API. Also, in any places where we had actual formatter currency formatter, the issue that we don't have an implementation for that because we have already exported it in our extensions, and we actually, yeah, no, I'm sorry, we do have this exception as I see it. Yeah, in the restaurant card we have a currency, and we're gonna import the API. So now what we're gonna do, we can quickly shut down our API and run build clean first and then build, and the menu JSON serializable items would be generated. All right, now we can go ahead and quickly run our API again. Also, now we have our menu item and menu classes in our. Okay, so for now, the next thing that we're gonna do is to create in the restaurants with the index, and we can create here a menu. I'm sorry, not an index here, place ID, and in the menu.dart we can copy and paste the code inside. And here the only place that we will modify in our own request, on top of getting a request context, we will get a string place ID folder above. Instead of that, do place ID instead of the menu. We can have here much more than on the menu. So this is why we have created a folder, and inside of the folder create files which still can access the place ID. Now let's create custom query for the find the restaurant menu by ID. We can go into database, queries, restaurant, and here we can have a class find restaurant menu by ID. We're going to select items and that data as items from table name table name is db menu view queryable, and on top of that we have a menu item queryable. So then we're gonna left on the menu, we're gonna select menu ID, and we're gonna convert everything from menu item table name. We're gonna convert it to the array, and we're gonna convert it to the JSON B and mark it as data. As you can see here, we are accessing items.data from those items that we are joining. And we're gonna group them by menu ID, and as the condition we have here, we select only those whose menu item is equal to the menu ID, and where restaurant place ID is equal to the place ID. So we are selecting the menu, the whole menu and menu items from the restaurant. We have restaurant place ID equal to the place ID. Also, now we can import our database. Here we can specify the place ID, and we can check if menus view is empty. We return status code HTTP status not found. If we have some menus, we're gonna map the menu from and return JSON response. Okay, now let's go into the URL builder, and here we're gonna have a URI get menu with the base URL restaurants $place ID. So now let's go to the Yandex Eats client. Here let's create a function get menu. Here we get a response from get URI, map string dynamic, accessing the response.json, and return and get menus from data menus, and return menu each item from JSON and converting them to list. Great, so now we can go to the restaurants repository, and here let's define function to get a menu by calling API client get menu is the place ID, and on top let's define here a menu get menu failure. All right, so we're good to go. In our lib folder, let's create menu folder, menu page. Let's here create a new page. Let's create menu view. Let's create menu view headless widget, and let's return here an app scaffold. We're gonna import here material, and inside of the app scaffold we're gonna return center style text. Also, now let's go to the app router. Inside of the stateful shell branch for the restaurants, let's create here a go route with the path and name app routes menu name, parent navigator key, root navigator key, and a builder which will return a menu page. Also, let's create a menu file. Let's export here view menu page, and let's import, and let's create menu props. Let's create here class, and inside of it let's pass here final menu props is restaurant and a quotable. Let's provide here props. Now we can create widgets.dart, and let's export in our menu.dart widgets, and in our menu page let's find menu props, and let's pass it as a required parameter here. Great, so now if we auto-load our restaurant, we don't see anything because we have some issues. Let me quickly try to Flutter get. Also in the API, let's run Flutter get. In the extensions, oh yeah, we forgot to remove it. And let's try to auto-load our app once again. And now we can tap on the restaurant and see now check operator. Yeah, because we forgot to add menu props here in the restaurant card.dart file, which you can find in the restaurants widget restaurant card. In the extra, let's pass menu, and let's pass here restaurant. The same goes with the search page. Here we can menu props, and let's actually make it named parameter restaurant like that. Also, now how it can auto-load. Go to this page and see the menu text. Great, so now let's create inside of the menu. Sorry, I have misspelled it. Once again, let's create a block menu. Inside of the menu state, let's define here state, menu status, menu state, and inside of the menu state, let's define here of menu. Let's import. Lastly, we have here, we're gonna have it as a required restaurant, and in the initial, let's pass also required restaurant, and in the props let's add the restaurant, and in the copy list as well. Cool. So now we can go to the menu block, and here menu, and pass here restaurant. You can initialize here restaurant, pass here required, pass it here, and initialize our restaurant. And lastly, we can initialize restaurants repository. We can have it as a required restaurants repository, and we can assign private variable to the parameter, a new event, menu fetch, and let's handle here menu fetch requested. Let's execute on fetch requested event, menu fetch requested, menu state. Let's try on error. Let's try catch. Also in the menu state, let's rename our success to the populated, and let's rename is success to the is. Alright, so here we can fetch for the menus from the restaurants repository menu, and we can emit state copy with menu state populated. And here we can have a restaurant, but before that, let's emit state copy with status, menu status dot loading. And in the cache, now in the menu page, let's wrap our menu view with the block provider, menu block. And before that, let's export here block, menu block. Let's add here restaurant props, restaurant repository context read restaurants repository, import restaurants repository, and import here Flutter block. All right, in the body, let's have a custom scroll view. Yeah, at the top in the build method, we can have a menus, selecting it from the menu block, say menus, and in the slivers, we can use a for loop, I equals 0, I less than menus, e category length, and I++, and here we can return, we're going to return a menu section, which is going to display menu category, and menu section items, which is going to display a list of menu items. Let's create firstly header. So in the menu section header, we're going to get a category name and a category height. Why we're going to use a specific category height in our menu? We're going to precisely calculate each menu section to be able to dynamically the current user scroll location, to adaptively the tab bar at the top, which is going to display the list of menu categories, so that each time user in a specific menu category, menu section, the menu tab at the top is going to specifically indicate that the user is currently looking at this category, menu category. This is why we are going to have everywhere a specific height, so that we can properly calculate it. Because if we don't have height for each widget, we can't properly calculate it, because it's going to be dynamic and we have no clue any of our widget otherwise. Okay, so here let's return menu section header as the category name. Let's display menus I category, and the category height is going to be, we're going to store it in our menu controller. So let's create here in the block menu controller dot plus menu image light menu controller, and let's here have category height. Let's actually extend menu controller with the change notifier. Let's remove the const. And also we're going to initialize here scroll controller. Okay, then let's export our menu controller block menu controller .dart file. And in our menu page, let's convert it to stateful widget menu view. Let's define here late menu. Let's have here init state. A lot is going to be menu controller, and we have here actually an issue, because we have here a menu controller in the material. So let's hide it. In the menu controller, we're going to actually define another function is called dispose, and here we are going to also override it. Here we're going to call controller and call super dispose. Okay, so now in the dispose method, let's call block dispose. Now in the custom scroll view, let's have here define call controller, and in this block category height, we're going to specify category height. Also, we're going to check if menus is not empty. We're going to return a list things. We're going to display a list of widgets. So here, the next thing that we're going to create is the menu section items. All right, so here in the menu section items, we're going to return with the edge instance from left, top, right, back. In the left, we're going to specify app spacing everywhere except for the top. We're going to specify app spacing MD. Then in the sliver, we're going to have a sliver grid with the item count menu, items at length. And in the item builder, for each item, we're going to return a menu item card with the value key, value key item.id. Then we're going to have a grid delegate, sliver grid delegate with max cross axis extent. Max cross axis extent is going to be 220. Main axis spacing is going to be app spacing medium, and cross axis spacing is going to be small, and main axis extent is going to be 330. So main axis extent is here for the actual size of the menu item, of the actual height of the menu item. Okay, let's item card. All right, so here in the menu item card, let's define border radius app spacing extra large. It's dark. We're going to return app colors.background if we have a dark theme, and if we have a light theme, we're going to return app colors at bright gray. And we have a padding, edge instance all, app spacing small. Inside of it, we have a column. For the menu item, we're going to display an image attachment thumbnail, which is the image URL of the item, and the border radius app spacing extra large. Then we have a gap with the app spacing small value. Then we display column. In the column, we display discount price. And let's create in the app UI, let's create here a new file, discount price.dart file. So it's going to return discount price with the color app colors.orange, and then we're going to have a lined text for the default price without a discount. We're going to display it right like so. And if we don't have a discount, we're going to just display a text with the default price. So let's export discount price. So here as a default price, we are passing item formatted price, which is a price, that's currency format. And currency format is the currency function with the dollar symbol, decimals, digits, full by default, and the English num, any num. Then as a default price style, we have a context title medium. As a discount price style, we have a context title large. As a has discount boolean, we are checking if item has discount, the discount price, we are using item that formatted price with an optional quantity. Okay, so now here below the discount price or the default price, we display item name, and below it we display an item description. And we are displaying. Then we have a spacer, this whole column, and add item button, which is a tappable faded with the fade strength large. On tab is going to call on add item tab. Then as a background color, we have emphasize dark gray if it is dark theme. Otherwise, app colors are white. As the border radius, we have a app spacing large, and we are with the main axis alignment center. We have here lucid icons plus with the gap width app spacing mid MD, and we have a text. So now we can export our menu item card, export menu section items, export section header, and also in the menu item on add item tab function, we here check if the restaurant is opened. If it is not opened, we're going to show restaurant closed dialog. Otherwise, for now, we're going to just call haptic feedback light impact to make a vibration on Android devices. We're going to implement adding to the cart later. So for now, let's actually display our menu section. For the menu, we're going to have menus, and whether it's opened, we're going to check. You can actually have it here, whether the restaurant is opened or not, and have here restaurant open now. Remove here is opened. Okay, so now if we auto-load our app and we go to the menu page, we can't see anything for some reason. Yeah, we can't see anything because on top of the menu block, we're going to add menu fetch requested event. Yeah, we can see our amazing menu section with the category and items. We have a beautiful add icon, add button, a description, item name, and item price. And as you can see here, for the discount price is going to be exactly as I told you. We're going to have a discount price with our orange color, and we're going to have a lined text with the default price. Then let's implement here a menu dart widget. So upon tapping on the item, not an add button, we can see an item preview. We should see an item preview. We can create a menu item preview stateless widget. We're going to accept menu item, an optional restaurant place ID, whether the restaurant is opened, and the scroll controller. Scroll controller is going to come from the dialog extension, so scrollable model. We have here as a builder scroll controller. It comes from the builder of the draggable scrollable sheet. So here we return an app scaffold. In the body, we return a list view. Inside of the children, we have also here the scroll controller. So inside of the children, we have an aspect ratio 4 divided by 3. Inside of it, we have an image attachment thumbnail with the item image URL. Then we display here inside of the padding, display an item description, and in the bottom navigation bar we have the increase decrease quantity bottom app bar. Inside of it we have a value identifier integer, which is going to track the number of the quantity, which is going to track the quantity which user wants to add. And we have exactly the same show restaurant closed dialog on add item tab, dispose of the quantity, and we return a node app bottom bar. Inside of it, we have a row. In the children, we display an item name with the spacer, and we display here widget item formatted price. Here we can actually display a formatted price with discount, and we have a gap with the app spacing large, which is a horizontal gap. Then we have here value listenable builder, which is going to listen for the quantity and will display with an app icon button with the minus, with the quantity and the plus. And the quantity is going to be, and plus button is going to be tappable until we reach. And then we have a big button, which is on pressed, is going to add, and we're going to push back us to the menu page, and it's going to display text add. Okay, cool. So now in the widgets, let's export new item preview, and in the menu item card, in the menu item card stateless widget on tappable.faded, let's have here on tap function, which is going to call context show scrollable model, and in the page builder we're going to return a menu items preview with an item restaurant place ID, scroll controller, and is opened. Then very importantly, we have here min child size 0.6, max child size 0.85, initial child size 0.85, and snap size 0.85. So then if we go to the menu page and if we tap on the menu item, we can see now a menu preview, menu item preview with the large image of it and a description. And here we have a quantity controller, which is going to go up until we reach, let me quickly. So here we go. Now we have 100 and we can't add any more. And upon we click on the add button, we're going to add this much items in our cart when we will create it. And if we tap on the item with the price, with the discount, is going to display us a discounted price. And actually here we can copy the discount price here. You can go to the menu item preview, and here instead of just displaying formatted price, we can display a default discount price, and here we have widget item. Then if we go to the menu item preview, we can see now a cool looking discount price, but actually we don't need a title medium, a title large. Let's leave it as default. Let's actually display here for the default price style body medium, and for the discount price style for the body large. And let's see what, yeah, great. But actually, if we display default price, it is not with the style that we have provided here. So instead of the context title large, we will check firstly, we will use firstly the price style or context title large. Or no, we can actually remove this from here. Okay, let's leave it as it is. Great. So then the next thing that we're going to do is go to the menu controller. And here, let's define void init function. It's going to take up the list of, at the top, let's define here late tab controller, and let's define a list of menu tab category. Then let's go to the shared models. Let's add here menu tab.dart file. Let's immediately export tab category. So the menu tab category is going to hold a menu, then it's going to take up the boolean whether the menu tab category is selected. Then we're going to check, then we're going to have a double offset from and offset to. Offset from is going to represent, which will indicate where the menu section starts from, and respectively the offset to is going to represent the number as a double where the menu section is ends. So then we're going to constantly check this value on the menu scroll to respectively update our menu tabs on top to check and uncheck selected. Also now we can import here shared and make sure not to make these tabs final for now, because as you can see here, the private field tabs could be final. Try making the field final. It means that it is trying to do like, it's trying to say us add final because we are not mutating our tabs as yet of now, but we are going to do it. First, let's check it's not empty. Let's call tabs clear. Then at the top, let's define here final product height equal to the 330. And as I said you in the menu section items, we have here exact the same number main axis extent 330. This is the height of our menu item. And then we're going to have a static const for a discount price. Also, yeah, before we are moving forward, let's create in our widgets discounts. So at the top, before displaying any items, we're going to display some blocks that are going to indicate that this particular restaurant has some discounts for items. So let's define here menu discount status widget. We're going to return sliver padding. Inside of it, we're going to return sliver to box adapter with the column, and the column is going to display a list of discounts that we have as a list of integer. Then for each discounts, we're going to display discount card. We're going to have a column. Inside of the column, we have a container. Actually, we don't need here a column. Let me remove it. So here we have a container, we have a padding, we have a margin of the menu controller discount height value. We have a decoration here with the gradient menu, gradient linear gradient colors blue shade 200 and colors blue shade 300 with the border radius app circular. Then we have a child row here, main axis size main. We have here a container with the box shaped circle with another gradient here, and inside of it we have a app icon, blue seed icons %. Then we display discount on several items text, and we have another gap, and we display and the discount percentage. Then go to the menu controller. Let's define here function get available discounts of the menus. We're going to loop through each menu, and we're going to loop through each menu's item. We will assert if the item discount is greater than 100. If item discount is equal to null, is equal to 0, we're going to remove it from the list, and we're going to add item discount and convert it to integer and remove the 0 item from our discounts. Alright, so then at the top, let's define here a list of discounts. Then we're going to have in the init function discounts equal to the get available discounts from the menus, and we're going to define here a variable whether we should add discounts height or not, whether we should take into account that we have some menus at the top if we actually have some discounts to display to get a proper offset from and offset to value based on the height of the discounts if we have some to display. Okay, so now in the menu page, let's wrap our app scaffold with the default tab controller widget. Length is going to be menus.length. Then the app scaffold we're going to wrap with the builder, and inside of it we're going to call widgets binding instance add post frame callback, and here we're going to call block init, and we're going to call tab controller is equal to the default tab controller of context. So why we are doing it inside of the widgets instance add post frame callback? Otherwise we have no otherwise we have no chance by accessing the default tab controller from the default tab controller, and assigning to the tab controller in our menu controller. And so basically, and that post frame callback is executed for the end of the frame. And if we don't have it, we're gonna see an issue. Sometimes we can see an issue that our build is dirty and some state mutations happening during the build of the view. So this is why it's important to have here add post frame callback. And the builder is used here to access the default tab controller, because we can't immediately access it without a builder. Okay, then let's define here listenable builder, which is going to listen to the block, because the block menu controller is the extends change notifier, and change notifier is listenable. Then we're going to return a menu discounts with the block and discounts inside of it, and let's export menu discounts here. And then if we go to the restaurant, should be able to see the discounts, but we don't. And if we go to this page, menu page, we don't see the actual, because we forgot to call here in the need notify listeners. Whereas now if we go to this page, we should see our discount on several items, 15%, and it's going to be applied for as many times as this function get the discount from the item. So if we, for example, have several items that has 15% discount, we are going to see only one discount card here. But if we have several items that has different discounts, we're going to see as many distinct discount cards as we have for in our item. All right, so let's get our hands dirty calculating the appropriate offset from and offset to actually automatically tab bars that are going to display at the top, depending on the scroll that is going to compare constantly the value of the offset from and offset to of the menu sections. That is the closest one. So then we're going to define here an is scroll offset from will be constant value 44.0. Make sure to not make it constant, but then what we're going to need next is the function that will calculate an item's main access count. So what it does, it divides the total number of items of the menu by the index. So it divides the number of menu section items by 2, and it is actually return the least integer that is not smaller than this number. So this sale function will 2.0 is going to take 2 is if it is for example, so let's take an example here. If we have 3 items, here in this menu category and we divide it by 2, it's going to have 1.5, right? But actually, so 1.5, but we don't need a double number. We need an integer that is closest to this. So as long as we have here 1.5, we're going to make this number 2. So this is going to be the main access count for this section, because we have 1, 2. So for example, in this case, we have 2 items divided by 2 is going to be 1. So we have only one main access count, items main access count. This is going to be useful when we're going to actually calculate the height of the items, that we're going to consider the height of the items. So as many items count in the main access we have, we're going to multiply this number by the actual height of the products. Right, then let's loop for let's loop for that many times as we have the menus at length, and we are going to constantly add an I here. Then we're going to access the menu by the menus, and we're going to have if the index is, we're going to have the offset from plus and equal to the add discount height multiplied by discounts length plus app spacing MD, which is the app spacing that our discount plus items pairings, and items pairings is the items main access count multiplied by app spacing MD. So it takes up menu items at the zeros index, it for how many items we have in the main access, and it multiplies it to the app spacing MD to calculate the actual pairing of these much items. So for instance, in this section we have 2 main access count. At the top we have app spacing MD, at the bottom we have app spacing MD. Here we have also app spacing MD, and at the bottom we have app spacing MD. So we're gonna app spacing MD 4 times multiplied by 2 here. So this is exactly what we're doing here in the items pairings, and we're gonna assign it to the offset from variable, and we're gonna check if index is greater. If it is greater than 0, we're gonna have an offset from plus to the item main access count I minus 1, because the length always starts from 1, but our actual index starts from 0 of the menus. This is why we're subtracting here 1. Then we multiply this, as I said you before, to the product height to respectively get the total height of the items that we have here, plus the category height that we have here, plus 15, and 15 is an additional padding at the bottom of the whole section. We are talking about this padding, so we also plus this value to get the offset from. Then we're going to check, if I is len than menus length -1. We're going to assign the offset to value to the offset from. So offset from this value, that is going to be items main access count index +1 multiplied by and minus the is scrolled offset from. The is scrolled offset from is the value that is considered to be scrolled under the app bar that we're going to have at the top, that we're going to implement a bit later. And if the index is greater than menus length -1, then we're going to assign the offset to be a double.infinity. So basically, if it is the last element, we're going to have the offset 2 as the infinity number. So we don't actually have any other items. This is why we are assigning the offset 2 as a double infinity. Okay, then we are defining space from top variable, which is going to be discounts length multiplied by discount height plus is scrolled offset from +28, or just is scrolled offset from, and we're going to need this value to add it in the tabs. And as I said before, we're not going to need our tabs as final, as we are going to mutate them. So here in the tabs, we are returning the tabs that we already have, and then adding a new menu tab category with the menu category menu, if it is selected or not, is if the index is equal to 0 by default. So the first tab is going to be selected. Then the offset from is going to be space from top if the index is 0. If the index is 0, we're going to have the initial offset from as the space from top. So basically, if we have discounts, we're going to calculate the discounts height, the paddings that we have, plus the is scrolled offset from, which is the app bar height that is considered to be scrolled. Or if we don't have discounts, we're just going to return is scrolled offset from. And otherwise, we're going to return here an offset from value that we calculate here by multiplying it to the items main access count plus category height and plus 15, which is an additional padding at the bottom of the section. And as an offset 2, we just pass offset 2 value. And notify listener, we're going to actually move it in the for loop. We can actually, it's very crucial that you ignore omit local variable. Also, now we have tabs. We have selected offset from offset to. Now we can display it in our menu page. Let's define here listenable builder block. If block tabs is empty, we're going to return sized box shrink. Otherwise, we're going to return a menu tab bar. So let's add a new file, menu tab bar.dart, and inside of the menu tab bar, we're going to have a controller. We're going to hide the menu controller from material. Don't forget to do that. And we return here a sliver persistent header with the pinned set to true. So whenever we scroll under this menu tab bar is going to be pinned always. Then we're going to have a custom delegate here, menu tab bar delegate. We have here a required tab bar and value identifier of bool whether the app bar is scrolled. The min extent we override, because here we extend the sliver persistent header to delegate. We override the value of it to be a tab bar plus preferred size plus height plus app spacing small. And app spacing small is the actual padding that we apply to be here. In the padding of the tab bar, we have here edge is only bottom app spacing small. So this is why we're adding this value to this min extent and max extent, because by default the preferred size doesn't calculate the padding, doesn't take into account the padding that we have in the tab bar. So this is very crucial here. So if you don't have any padding in the tab bar, you can remove it here or adjust it. Okay, and in the build method, we return here a value listenable builder is scrolled. It listens to the is scrolled, and we return the decorated box with the box decoration with the color context theme canvas color back shadow if it is scrolled. So if we are under the tab bar, we're going to display the shadow, and as a child we have a tab bar. So this just tab bar wraps with the decorated box with the context theme canvas color and the shadow. So if you don't want to apply any shadows, you can just return a tab bar without any custom, without this decorated box. So here we have a divider height 0 is scrollable true. Padding, as I said, your indicator following box decoration, indicator padding, label style, indicator size, tab alignment, on tab controller on category selected, unselected label color, tabs, controller tabs, maps through each tab, and return a tab with the text tab menu category tab category to list and is scrolled controller is scroll notifier. So in the menu controller, let's add here is scroll notifier, and let's define here an on category selected function. So at the bottom, let's define here on category selected function, which is going to take into account an index and whether the animation is required or not. We define our selected menu tab category as a tabs by the index. If selected is selected, we're going to return nothing. So if we tap on the tab category and it is selected, we're going to return, we're not going to do anything. Then we loop and then we check if selected menu category is equal to the category and the tabs category equals to the tabs by index menu category. Then we're going to copy with the tabs by index copy with whether it's selected or not according to this condition, and we're going to notify listeners. Then if animation is required, we're going to define here who listen or not. We're going to need this listen a little bit later, and we're going to animate our scroll offset our scroll controller to this selected offset from duration 500 milliseconds and curves linear. If the animation required, it means that when we select an on category, then when we tap on the category, for example, we have here a category pasta and we are currently at the desserts. If we tap on this and our animation category, animation required is true, we're going to be automatically scrolled category to this menu section that is calculated by the offset from. Also now let's export our menu bar.r file. If we go to this page, now we should be able to see our menu tab bar. Great. So now if we tap on the pasta, as I said, we're going to be scrolled to the pasta menu section. If we tap on the strings, yeah, actually we can't see values here and we can't see here a box shadow because we don't hear an app bar. And we are taking into account with the scrolled app bar. But as soon as we don't have it, as long as we don't have it, we can for now just remove it, and we can remove everywhere that is scrolled offset from. You can have here, for instance, 0, nothing here, and here offset from also 0. Then we should see then we should have it properly calculated. As you can see, burgers, drinks, pasta, desserts. It is very precise. Take into account that you don't have any app bar, then you should not have here this value. Let's remove it. Let's return here back the is scrolled offset from. So this is what exactly it's used. So for now, if we just scroll, our categories don't automatically chooses. In order to fix that, let's add here another function, which is going to be on scroll listener. So here, if we should listen, which is always actually true, and if it is true, we're going to loop through for each tab, and we're going to constantly check if scroll controller offset is greater or equal to the tab offset from minus 144 actually. So this is the number of the is scrolled offset from. The scroll offset controller is less or equal than offset to, and tab is not selected. We're going to select the category with the animation required false, and we're going to animate the tab controller to I. So this on scroll listener is going to be constantly listening for the scroll offset controller with the tab. If it's not selected, it's going to select it. So then in our init state method, let's call scroll controller add listener and on scroll. Then let's define here an is scrolled offset is scroll notifier value, which is going to be true if the scroll offset controller is greater than is scrolled offset from. Now if we go to this page, we should be able to see categories selecting automatically but it is not very precise, as I said because we don't have our app bar yet to consider our page to be scrolled under the app bar. So for now it's very unprecise. As you can see, we are not at the burgers yet, but it's already selected. But the fact that it works, the fact is that it works. All right, so let's actually finally implement this app bar, which is going to display the name, the restaurant image URL. So at the top, let's display here first the listenable builder, and we're going to listenable merge. Here we're going to listen to the blog is scroll notifier, and then we're going to add a few more listeners here. So in the builder, we have here context and nothing, and we will return here sliver app bar, and let's add here title spacing extra large, pinned true, expanded height 300, force elevated true, automatically imply leading false. Automatically imply leading is true, it's false because we are going to implement our leading by ourselves, and in the leading we are going to return a tappable faded, which is going to be lucid icons X if the block is scroll notifier value is true. Otherwise, it's going to be adaptive arrow back. Let me demonstrate it. So we have our expanded height 330. If we scroll, our app bar is considered to be scrolled under. It is actually now the X button, now the X icon. So, and in this flexible space that is considered as expanded height, we're going to display this restaurant. So let's define here a flexible space. We have a bunch of things going on here. Firstly, we define here an annotated region with the value that is adaptive based on the current system, and we have here block color change notifier. The block color change notifier is going to be useful to identify whether we want to change our system app navigation bar theme based on whether we have scrolled or not. Let's go to the menu controller. Here, let's define another value listenable, value notifier, color by default is false. So we're going to define this value in the on scroll listener. So if the scroll offset controller is greater than change scroll offset controller is going to be true, and change offset controller and change color offset is going to be 190. We don't have any issue for that anymore. We're going to have a center title false, expanded title scale 2.2. Expanded title is going to be when we actually see our flexible space, and it's going to be gradually scaled down when we scroll back and forth. Hide our background. It's going to be background image, and let's display here. We can select it from the menu block. Lastly, we have here at the bottom of this text, which is the restaurant name, which is going to be block preferred size notifier. So in the menu controller, let's define here preferred size notifier, value notifier, and the default value of it is going to be preferred size, which is the 24.0, and we're going to calculate our preferred size value in the calculate preferred size function. For that, we're going to have two more. First is scrolled offset controller. If scrolled is scrolled lower, scroll offset, and is scroll upper. Try to understand here. We're going to have here an offset, which is going to be scroll offset, so scroll controller offset clamp, and the clamp is going to return the num, which is clamped be in range with the lower limit and upper limit. So the value if 300 is going to be clamped between the is scrolled lower of scroll offset and is scroll upper scroll offset. We're going to define here a progress that will go smoothly from 1 to 0. So it's going to have 0.999, 0.888, 0.6, something like that. So we're going to define here this progress that is going to be calculated by subtracting from is scrolled upper scroll offset the offset that we have here divided by the is scrolled upper scroll offset and is scrolled lower scroll offset. Then we are going to multiply our progress to the preferred size. We're going to scale it and convert it to double. And we're going to assign the preferred size notifier value to be the value. And we're going to call our calculate preferred size widget. We listen to the scroll listener. Now, if we go to the menu page, we are now able to see our actual name of the restaurant. So whenever it's expanded, it's going to be white, so we can't see it. And whenever it's not expanded, it's black, so we can see it actually. So now let's display our background image. Let's create menu app bar background image .dart file. So the menu background image is going to return a stack with the image attachment thumbnail. Nothing fancy here, and we're going to have here a position field with the container, which is going to display, which can be actually a decorated box, which is going to display just a gradient with the stops 0.1 and 1, with the app colors transparent, and get random color, which is going to be random color from the color list, which is going to be unique for each place ID. So it's going to be each time the same color for the place ID, or the same place ID. That the color is not every time random, and it's going to be begin at center and end at the bottom center. Now we can export our menu app background image, and we should see our final result here. And actually it's not final for now. Actually we forgot here to make our listenable merge to listen to the block color change notifier and block preferred size notifier. So now we should see our coming from white to black whenever we actually scroll. And we can see our gradient here, which is going to be unique always for the place ID of the restaurant. As you can see here, it's very unnoticeable, but it's actually black. If we go to the Subway, it's also green. Pizza Hut, it's also green. Starbucks is, and so on and so forth. So the last thing that we're going to do is to have here a circular, because now it's very unpolished. So here in the sliver bar, we're going to have a bottom with the preferred size from height block, preferred size notified the value, and we're going to have here circular container. It's defined here circular container. It's going to be an animated container with the duration 2 milliseconds. Height comes from here height, and decoration is going to be color context theme canvas color, and the border radius vertical, app spacing large multiplied by 2. So now we should be able to see this. And the last thing that we're going to do is to disable this safe area from the top. Also now we have our completed menu page with the beautiful animation and working tab categories that automatically selects upon being in this appropriate section here. So if we are in the drinks, we're going to see drinks. If we are in the burgers, we're going to see burgers. If we are in the pasta, we're going to see pasta. We can scroll to the desserts, pasta, drinks, burgers. Everything works flawlessly. And lastly here, let's display a bottom navigation bar. So for the menu page, now we can move forward and create the cart page. Alright, let's get started creating our cart page. So first things first, let's create in our lib folder cart, then let's create view and let's create cart page.file. Let's create cart headless widget, cart page. Inside of it, let's return cart view. Let's create cart. Let's return here app scaffold. Out of the body, let's return center, child, text, and here let's return cart page. Now let's also create cart.file and export here view cart page. Let's go to the app routes and let's create we already have a cart route. Let's go to the go router and here let's create here go route for the cart. Let's return here cart page. Cool. So now if we tap on this cart, we should see a cart page. Firstly, let's go ahead and create it here. Actually, we're going to return an app bar in the custom scroll view. Let's create here widget cart app bar. Let's return sliver app bar. Pass it here cart app bar. In the sliver app bar, let's specify title here text cart style and text headline small. Then in the leading, let's have an app icon button. Icon is going to be icons adaptive arrow back. On top is going to be on text.pop. Here we can add a to do. Go to cart, go to menu. Whenever we have a restaurant picked, we should navigate the user in the menu page on popping the screen. But whenever the user tries to pop the screen, it should be automatically navigated to the menu page if we have a restaurant picked. But by default, we should just pop the context. Then in the actions, we're going to have an icon. We're going to have app icon button, to seat icons trash, and on top we're going to clear the cart. And in order to display the app, the actions, we're going to check if the cart is not empty, but for now we're going to display it without any condition. Then we're going to define here scroll under elevation 2, bounded height 80, exclude header semantics true, and pinned true. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do, we are going to add an on pop invoked in the app scaffold. Firstly, we're going to check if the route did not pop. We're going to return. Otherwise, we're going to push the app routes menu, that name. Here we're going to pass menu props as an extra with the restaurant, but we're going to add it as a to do. Go to menu props, and instead of the push named, we are going to specify here go named. For now, let's comment out this context go named, because otherwise we're going to have an issue that we don't have an restaurant. So yeah, let's create the state management for the cart. Let's create a block cart, and let's modify our state cart block cart status. And in the list, instead of the list string data, we're going to have a map menu item as the cart items. Then we're going to import a new item, and as an initial value, we're going to have a new item. So the map with the menu item and integer is going to represent all of our cart items, and the integer is going to represent the quantity for the specific menu item. Then we can define here, also let's define here status as a default, the cart status. And here we can specify restaurant null by default. Let's add a restaurant, and let's add the restaurant here in the copy with method. And let's add a getter on the menu items map of cart items. We're going to do it. We're going to access all the keys from the cart items, which are the menu items without their quantity. And we're going to get a getter bool get is cart empty. We're going to check if cart items is empty, actually items, and we're going to define int menu item quantity of menu item, and we're going to access cart items item or 0. Then we're going to check if the item is in cart menu item. Then we're going to have a bunch of calculations here for the subtotal, which is going to calculate price with discount and quantity. We're going to take up the quantity of an item. Then we're going to return an item that price multiplied by quantity if the item doesn't have a discount. Otherwise, we're going to calculate the price with discount, and we're going to return price with discount multiplied by quantity. And we are going to hold all the items, sum up all prices of the items in the cart. And we're going to get a getter for the subtotal for the order delivery fee. Also at the top, let's define here some static for the mean subtotal and delivery fee. Delivery fee is going to be $5. Mean subtotal will identify the price of the order, defines whether the delivery fee counts in the subtotal of the order or not. And the max item quantity we can use to check whether or not we can increase item quantity if cart items quantity is not equal to null and cart items less than max item quantity. So it's going to be 100 if we have reached, we cannot add any more quantity to this item. Then we have here an integer string get formatted delivery fee that is going to convert delivery fee in the currency format. And then we have a subtotal greater, whether the subtotal greater than mean price. We're going to check if the subtotal is greater than mean subtotal. We're going to use it, the order delivery fee, if the subtotal greater than minimum price. it's 0, otherwise it's delivery fee. And we have a total delivery, which is going to be return subtotal if the order delivery fee is equal to null, or subtotal plus order delivery fee. Then we have a formatted order delivery fee. We have a formatted total delivery, which is going to be total delivery with the currency format. And we have a total delivery round, which is going to be toString as fixed with 2 decimal digits after the point. And we have a getter to free delivery, which is going to subtract from this minimum subtotal the actual subtotal. Then we're going to check if the delivery is free by checking if sum left to free delivery is less than 0 or equal to 0. And then we're going to check, we're going to get sum left to free delivery by converting sum left to free delivery with the currency format to display to the user how many it is left for the free delivery. Alright, so here in the card block, let's specify card and let's use here a hydrated block. Let's add a new dependency, and in our bootstrap .dart file, let's specify hydrated block, await hydrated storage build, storage directory. Here we are going to check if k is web, we're going to get hydrated storage, web storage directory, or we're going to get temporary directory. We're going to as well await the value of it, import the path provider, and we are done. With the hydrated block, we can import here a hydrated block, and we're going to implement here 2 missing overrides for the from JSON and to JSON card states. So let's go back to our card state. Firstly, let's define here a JSON key for the card status, but before that we are going to obviously add the JSON annotation and JSON serializable in our add dependencies, dev dependencies, and we're going to add the build. So let's import here JSON annotation, and let's specify here and include from JSON false and include to JSON false. It means that whenever we will create a card state from JSON and to JSON, it is not going to be included. The status is not going to be included. Why we do that? Because it's really important in the hydrated block not to persist the status, because the whole point of persisting the block's state is to persist the actual data that we get by fetching, but we don't want to persist the status. For instance, if user closes the app failure status for some reason and he reopens the app, the status is going to be persisted and loaded from cache with the previous failure, and the user might be disappointed why he has a failure state if he has just relaunched the app. So we don't want to include our status in our from JSON and to JSON. So keep that in mind when you use a hydrated block. You only want to persist some true data in your state that you want to persist. Otherwise, you wanna exclude from JSON and to JSON this. Let's create here a factory constructor from JSON and for to JSON. Add JSON serializable for the card state, and let's mark our card block as a part card block the g.dart. One, let's run dart run build runner conflicting. And my bad here, card state has no default constructor. We're going to remove here an anonymous constructor because JSON annotation JSON serializable cannot use the anonymous constructors here. Let's rerun our dart run build runner build command. And the next issue that we face, couldn't generate from JSON code for card items because of type menu item. Let's create here a custom JSON serializable JSON converter object, card items JSON converter. From JSON, we are going to take up a map string dynamic JSON. We are going to create card items variable. Then we are going to loop for each entry in the JSON. We're going to convert each entry from JSON, each entry's key as a menu item. And we're going to, for each item, add an entry as an integer, as the quantity of the item. And we're going to return card items. And in the to JSON, we're going to loop for each card items entries, and we're gonna give in the JSON encoded entries key converted to JSON an entry value. Entries key converted to JSON encoded, we're gonna have an entry value which is a quantity. So here we can specify card items JSON converter, and lastly run this command and hopefully get. Also, we forgot to add a build.yaml file in the root of our app. You can copy it from the API, build YAML, copy, paste, and we are gonna run build runner build command again, because otherwise, if you take a look at the from JSON, we have here card items with the camel case, and ideally we want to have snake case. Great, now it is fixed. Now we can go to the card block, and here we can specify from JSON card state from JSON, and here let's initialize here restaurants repository and the user. Then let's create some of the events. We're going to have here cart add item requested, menu item, optional amount, and restaurant place ID. Cart remove item requested, cart item increase quantity requested, cart item decrease quantity requested, cart clear requested, and cart place order requested. All of these events in the block. Let's handle on cart add item requested, cart add item requested, cart state. So here we're going to first check if we have an item already in the cart. If we have, we are going to add we're going to add cart item increase quantity requested event instead of processing as an add item requested event, because as we already have it, we're going to increase the quantity of this item. Next, we're going to create a get restaurant function in our restaurants repository. But before, obviously, we're going to create a route to get a restaurant by place ID. We're going to create an index.dart. So here we define our own request function with the place ID, and we are switching for the request method. If it is get, we're going to call on get request anonymous function, private function. In any other cases, if the HTTP method is not get, we're going to return a response with the status code method not allowed. Then let's handle on get request. Here, we're going to create a custom query to find the restaurant by with an optional latitude and longitude. Whether we have a specific restaurant by place ID in the current location, but we are not going to do it every time, so we have it as an optional parameters. So let's go in our lib source data database queries restaurants, and here let's define another query called find restaurant by ID. We're gonna return db restaurant view, which is a nullable here. Let's define here a query, but first we're gonna check if params contains latitude and longitude. We're gonna have an additional where if we have a check if the current restaurant location is current user location and place ID is equal to the place ID, or just place ID is equal to the place ID that we are passing in the params. And we are defining a query which is selecting everything. The table name is a DB restaurant view queryable, and here table alias is restaurant. Then we are getting the PostgreSQL result, and we are returning objects first or null. We can also limit here one, just in case if we have some multiple results from the same place ID, which is basically is not possible, but anyway, here we're going to import. And now if we don't have a restaurant, it is equal to null, we're going to return a response with the status code not found, and otherwise we will convert our restaurant user location here undefined if latitude and longitude is equal to null, or the location with the latitude and longitude to correctly display the delivery time. Or actually we can have here null and return response JSON with the restaurant. And let's go to the Yandex Eats client, and let's define here get restaurant function. And let's go to the URL builder. Here let's define URI to get restaurant. Let's go to the restaurants repository. Here let's define get restaurant function, and on top of that, now we're good to go in our cart block. So first we check if state cart is not empty. We're going to return null as a restaurant, because we don't need to actually fetch for the restaurant if we already have some items in the cart. We only do it initially when we have no items in the cart and we are adding our first item to actually initialize the restaurant in our state. So otherwise, if our cart is empty, as I said, you were going to fetch for the restaurant by the current user location and restaurant place ID from the event, which is the cart add item requested. Then we're going to copy our state with the restaurant and cart items with the existing state cart items, and put if absent if the item is already existed with the event amount or the one quantity. So if the item is already existed, we're going to call event amount. If we want to add item, not if already existed of an item, the amount if it is not null, or one by default. It's going to be useful when we add item from our menu item preview. When we tap here and we, for example, choose to add immediately 15 items. So this is where the amount is going to be useful. Then let's call here on remove item requested. So on remove cart item requested is going to firstly check. We are going to initialize. Firstly, we're going to assign the cart items as our previous state cart items. Assign a new cart items value to be a cart items remove event item. We're going to emit status loading, and we're going to initialize, and we're going to emit state copy this with the new cart items and status success. And if for some reason any of this code made an issue, we're going to emit a cart status with the failure and with the previous state cart items. We can actually make it void, not a future. Then let's define here an event on cart item increase quantity requested. Let's handle this event. First, we check if we can increase item If we cannot increase item, then we are going to return nothing. So if it exceeds, we're not going to add any other quantity to this item. If for some reason, if somehow we manage to call this item increase quantity, then we're going to calculate an effective amount with the given amount, with the given value here. We're going to check if event amount not equal to null, event amount plus the given value is greater than the cart state max item quantity, return the value cart state max item quantity minus value or event amount. Otherwise, if the amount is not equal to null, we're going to return a 1 quantity add to an item. It basically means that whenever the quantity of an item is already somewhere around 95, let's say, and we are trying to add six more items, and if we add 6 more items, it exceeds the max item quantity. So we're going to add only the difference between max item quantity and the current value of the. Here we're going to update state cart items with the event item and with the new given value here. There's going to be value plus effective amount value. Then we're going to decrease our quantity of one item. And also, this function can be just avoided without an asynchronous callback. So here for the on cart item decrease quantity requested, we are going to check if quantity of an item is 0. We're going to return nothing. Then we're going to define here a future, and we're going to just return a void remove item, which is going to call and add callback cart item remove item requested, and we're going to check if quantity is greater than 1. We're going to just subtract from there, and yeah, we're going to call it future because here we can evade it, and when complete, where the remove of the item, if the quantity is equal to 1, then this else statement is going to be executed, and we are going to check if state is cart not empty. We're going to is cart empty, we're going to return nothing. We're going to call event go to cart. So after deleting the only existing item in the cart with the value equal to 1, it's going to immediately delete, remove item from the cart, and we don't have any more items. So we're going to be automatically redirected to the menu, and we're going to automatically call go to menu function with the restaurant, and we're going to emit the reset of the state, and we're going to actually create here at the very bottom cart state. If we want to reset our cart state with cart, we're going to emit here cart items with an empty map, or going to remove. We're not going to touch our cart items. It is useful to initialize cart state with the restaurant null, because if we try to copy with like so state, we can't actually pass here restaurant null because it is a default value of restaurant. And if we have here a null, we're going to just return a restaurant that we have in the state. So here where we're going to have here an event on cart clear requested is going to call go to, and it's going to emit state reset, and nothing more than that. And the last event that we have here to place order requested, we're going to handle a bit later. So this is pretty much all that we need to handle our cart. And now we can add our actual items from our menu. First of all, let's go to the app.dart file, and here we're going to provide a block provider with the cart block. So now we have an access to our cart block in any place of the app. Now we can actually specify here return go named app routes menu. Here we can from our cart block, and here we can pass it as an extra restaurant menu props restaurant, and here we're going to check if or restaurant not equal to null. So even though we have specified here this context go named and the restaurant is null, we're not gonna be redirected to the menu page. The same goes with the cart bar. Here we're going to select the restaurant from the cart block, create restaurant, and we're going to check here if restaurant is equal. We're going to call context pop go named with the extra menu props. Great. So now we obviously popping our context instead of going to the menu because we don't have a restaurant. Now we can remove this to do, and we can also check if is cart by selecting cart block state is cart empty. If cart empty, we're going to return null or the list of app icons. The list of actually the app icon. So now our cart is empty, so we don't see this delete. And on tap, we are going to call read cart block clear requested. Then let's define here a status widget cart empty view. Here we're going to return sliver field remaining with the has scroll body false, with the column your cart is empty, and with the shut button that is going to pop the context with the text explorer. So here we're going to check is cart empty. Select cart block date is cart empty. Is cart empty, we're going to display here cart empty view. Otherwise, we're going to display here cart items list view. So for now, let's check if we are correctly displaying the empty view, we can click on the Explore and we will be and our context. So now let's create here items list view.dart file. Also, let's go to the cart here, export cart block.dart. And I have made a mistake creating here a cart items list view inside of the view. I want to create the widgets and move this to this widgets. And let's create here a .dart file, export cart items list view and export widgets.dart file. Okay, so cart items list view is going to return us sliver list. Instead of the children, we're going to return a list tile, divide tiles. We're going to provide here a list of tiles, which is going to display a cart item card for each cart item. At the very bottom, it's going to display a list tile with the title delivered by Yandex, trailing with the order delivery fee, formatted currency, and leading and trailing text style is going to be context body large. So now let's create a new widget item card, a .dart file. So here we will return a list style. We will call show scrollable model with the menu item preview. In the leading, we're going to display an image attachment thumbnail with the resize height 168. In the title, we are going to display a row with the flexible item details. Item details is going to display an item name and a discount price. And we have a size box, width, app spacing extra large. And let me actually show it to you what it does. So firstly, we are going to export cart item card, and let me show it to you. Actually, we don't have any item cards. Okay, so then it's going to just display a menu item card quality controllers. It's going to display an app icon button with the lucid min minus, which is going to call cart item decrease quantity requested, and app icon plus is going to call context to read cart item increase quantity requested. And in the middle, we're going to display quantity to string. Then also in the cart page, in the cart app bar, we're going to create a future void show clear cart dialog. We're going to call confirm action, and in the function, we're going to call context pop and context read cart clear requested. And as a go to menu, we're going to specify go named app browse restaurants, which is not actually necessary. We can just pop the context. Otherwise, we're going to return context named go named with the app routes menu with the restaurant. Here, instead of read clear cart requested, we're going to call with the context. Here also in the cart page, let's list items list view cart items list. Okay, now let's go to the menu item card, and here let's actually handle what happens when we click on add button. Firstly, we have here the menu item card in the on app and on add item tab. Required bool is from the restaurant. Then we're going to find here a void add item and text read card block add card item requested. And above we're going to create a future is going to call show clear card dialog. It calls confirm action. On confirm, we're going to add item. It calls cart clear requested and cart item requested simultaneously, and adds an item after a height after a light impact. Here we define a future void, and if we check, then we check if it's not from the same restaurant. If we previously added some items to the cart, we're going to show a dialog to clear the cart before adding. Otherwise, we're going to just add an item. So here in the build method, let's define whether it is from the same restaurant by checking if block state restaurant place ID is equal to the restaurant place ID, or block state restaurant is equal to null. So here, let's define is from same restaurant, and then we're going to say if we're going to display menu with the item button. So if the item is already in cart, we will display how many quantities of this item we have, and we can add a new quantity or add a new item, add one more item or remove. So here at the bottom, let's create menu item quantity widget, which will return a container with the width, padding, decoration, and the side of the child we have a stack, positioned left, app spacing MD with the app icon, icons with an icon lucid minus, with on tap function card item decrease, quantity requested. In the middle we have text quantity, and from in the right side we have a right app spacing MD positioned with the opacity, which is going to be 4 if we can't increase the item and quantity, or is going to be 1. And as a child we have an app icon quantity with the icon plus with padding false, and if we cannot increase our quantity, we are going to return a null as a non-type function, or we're going to call add item increase quantity requested. So if we auto-load this, go to the Burger King and here add to this item, now we can finally increase and decrease quantity of the item. And if we go to the cart, now we can see our items that we have added, and from here we as well can increase and decrease the quantity of this item. We can go and tap on the cart remove button, and it's going to redirect us to the menu page, and it's going to automatically clear the cart. Perfect. The next thing that we're going to do when we add any items in this menu, we're going to display a bottom bar. In this bottom bar, we're going to display a button which we can tap and navigate to the cart immediately. So let's go to the menu, a dart file, and at the very bottom, let's define here a menu app bottom app bar widget. Inside of it, we're going to return a block builder. In the builder, we're going to define a cart empty state. If the cart is empty, we're going to get it from the state. Then is from restaurant is going to be true if the state restaurant place ID is equal to the restaurant place ID, and the restaurant comes from the required parameter in the menu bottom app bar. Then if cart is empty and is not from the same restaurant, we're going to return size box shrink instead of any app bottom app bar. So then we return an app bottom bar with the border radius. Then in the children we have a delivery info box, which is going to display in the stack positioned, and here we're going to check, we're going to display if the cart has free delivery fee. We're gonna display discount price. Instead of the default delivery fee, we have a discount price 0, which is gonna be currency format with the decimal digits 0. For delivery true, and for delivery true, we're gonna return here a row with the text delivery with the discount price and the line text with the default price, tab size, and default price size. Default price color for the delivery and discount price is gonna be app colors green with the font weight bold. And else, if cart is not free delivery, we are going to just display delivery fee. It's going to display cart formatted order delivery fee, and we will show the user how much it is left for him to have a free delivery. And here we're going to display sum left to free delivery. Then below it, we're going to display a gap, horizontal gap, vertical. And here we will display order info button, which is a tappable faded with the background color deep blue, border radius f small, context push named app routes cart name, and here we have a stack positioned, which is going to display restaurant formatted delivery time or an empty string. Then we have here a text order, which indicates the user that he can tap on this button and automatically go to the order page. Then in the right we have a formatted total delivery of all items that we have in our cart. So how many the total order delivery fee is. The total order delivery is based on the delivery fee as well. So here in the new page, in the app scaffold, we can provide bottom navigation bar, bottom app bar. And if we go to the Burger King, where we have our items already added to the cart, we can see our bottom navigation bar with this button, redirects us to this cart page, which displays also the total delivery fee of the items that we have added. No matter how many of them we have, it's going to display the total sum of them. It also displays the delivery time, and it displays here whether the delivery is free or not. If it is free, it's going to display here delivery $0 instead of 5. And if we don't have enough total delivery for free delivery, it's going to say to free delivery is $6. So here we can add the cheesecake and it's going to be free now. Okay, so now if we just don't have any items, you see there are no actually animations for the bottom app bar, and it's kind of boring when it just appears without any animations. So let's go to the shared folder. Let's go to the shared package. In the config, we can create here we can create animations, fade animation.out file. Here, let's immediately create a new file. Let's actually immediately export our utils, fade animation. Here in the fade animation, let's return here a twin animation builder with the value of begin and end, which we can provide here, which are the value of the begin value, default value is 0, the end default value is 1. Then we have here duration, curve is going to be interval start, interval end, curve. Curve by default, the curve is fast out, slow in. Also the duration default value is 3000 milliseconds. And in the builder, we have an animated opacity with the duration 150 milliseconds, opacity value that comes from the builder, and child as a child. And child will pass here as the widget that is going to be animated. So now we can wrap our app bottom bar with the fade animation, and interval ends at 0.2 value. Now we can go to the Burger King and you will notice our bottom app bar appearing very smoothly. Also when we go to this page, it appears very smoothly with the fade animation, and it's really cool. It really looks good. Okay, so now if you go to another restaurant and if we have some items in the cart, we should see the text that we should see the dialog clear cart before adding new item from the other restaurant. And here, as you can see, we added a new item from another restaurant and cleared items that we had before. Good, so now we can go to the menu item. And here as well, we're going to handle the logic to add our items to the cart with the already specified quantity. So here we're going to search for the on add item. Tap. Here we're going to provide the required bool is from the same restaurant and bool has item. We're going to define here functions to add an item and to increase the item quantity. And we're going to check if widget restaurant placed in not equal to null and is not from the same restaurant. We're going to show clear cart dialog. So on top, we can define here future void show clear cart dialog, which is going to do the same stuff, show the dialog to clear the cart first and then add an item. It is from the same restaurant and we don't have an item yet, and we're going to add an item. We're going to increase the item quantity of this item with the amount coming from the quantity that value. And here in the add item also, if it is not existing yet, we're going to call amount quantity value if we have some value rather than one by default. Okay, and in the build method, we're going to do the same stuff. Here we're going to check is from the same restaurant and whether we have an item. And here we're going to provide is from the same restaurant and whether has item. Great. So if we go to the item, to the menu item preview, now we have 5 grilled salmon. If we add here 8, we should see 13, right? And if we add here 1, 14, if we don't have an item yet and add here 5, we should have 5 immediately, and all of that is displayed correctly here. And this is amazing. And lastly, if we go to the menu item preview in another restaurant, add here 5, we should clear the cart first and immediately have here 5. All right, now let's display in the cart page bottom a bar to see how many to see our total delivery fee, to see our total delivery. So in the widgets, let's create here cart bar.dart file. So here let's return a block builder. Then we're going to check if state is cart empty. We are going to return sized box shrink. Otherwise, we are going to return an app bottom bar. Inside of it, we have a row. We will display a flexible column with the text state formatted total delivery with the headline small and font weight medium. And then we're going to check have a text info which comes from the cart bottom bar because we're going to reuse it. So based on the page that we will display it in, we have some different info. And we have an expanded button nearby this formatted delivery total delivery with the shut button. And we have here also a title and a non-pressed function. Then we can export here cart bottom bar, and in the app scaffold, let's display bottom navigation bar, menu, cart. So here in the info, we're going to display restaurant formatted delivery time or from 15 to 20 minutes. Then as a title, we have a next, and for now as a non-pressed function, just an empty. So here we should now see the app bottom bar with the total delivery fee, which is going to updates dynamically, which is going to be updated dynamically. We have here the delivery time and a next button. All right, so this is pretty much all we got to do for our cart. We can add item, we can remove them, we can clear the cart, etc., etc. And this is all we got to do to have our functional cart. So the next thing that we're going to implement is going to be the payment. All right, so for the payment, what we're going to do, we are going to create API routes to add our credit cards. But before that, of course, we are going to create some models and schemas for the credit cards. So let's add it in our models, in our Postgres. Let's create here a DB credit card file. Here we're going to create an abstract class DB credit card, primary key, auto increment key, int get IT, string get number, expiry date, CVV, and user ID that owns this credit card. Then we have here a part of DB user. DB credit card schema.dart. So let's go to the API, and run dart run build runner build command with the delete conflicting grid. So now we have here the DB credit card schema. This is amazing. Now we're going to create a model for the credit card Dart, and also in the Postgres we're going to add export DB credit card. So let's create here, and it's going to be JSON serializable with the number, expiry, and CVV. We're going to check if it's empty because we're going to have here an empty constructor with the number, expiry date, and CVV with an empty strings, and we're going to check if it's empty if credit card, and if this instance is going to be equal to the credit card empty or number is empty. And we're going to have also the props. The props comes from the equatable, and the props is going to be used to actually check for the equality of two different instances of the credit card. Great, so now we're going to run dart run build runner build delete conflicting outputs. But before that, don't forget to add a part of credit card .dart file. And from JSON and to JSON is going to be generated automatically. Now we have some issues because for some reason, let's check build runner, and then the rest, let's run build. Let's check if we have any issues. Delete these files. All right, so this is all. Great, so let's export credit card. All right, so now let's add a new route in our API. So here in the version 1, let's create cards, index.dart. All right, so here let's define an onRequest function, which is going to call return response this method not allowed if it's not get. Then most importantly, we're going to extract the user ID from our bearer authentication token. It might sound very confusing, but if you remember, I was explaining you what is middleware are for here in our .frog. So here we are using our database provider. It provides for the whole request context so basically for each API route the access to the database. And we're going to do exactly the same for the user. So we're going to extract from our header, from our authentication header, the bearer token, which is going to be actually the user ID. And we are going to provide our user ID to the context so that we can use it in any request that we want to have, in any API route, without passing it here as a user ID that you may use to do. And it's really unsecure, and it has a lot of, and it's not the best practice to have. Okay, so here what we're going to do, we're going to add a middleware user provider. Here, let's create a request user. Here in the request user, we have a unique user identifier, which is basically a authentication bearer token that we are going to pass in our API calls. And I'm going to explain you a bit, and I'm going to explain for you all of that just in a moment. So here we're defining also a static anonymous constructor for the request user, static getter, a static constant for the request user, which is anonymous, with the ID empty string. And we're checking if this is anonymous by comparing this instance with the request user anonymous static constructor. Okay, then we are defining an actual middleware for the user provider, a request user to the current request context. So here we're going to provide for the context request user. We're going to extract the user ID from the context request, and you may already seen this context request. Or of course, this context request is accessible in every single route. To have request context, we are accessing from the request the URI query parameters. So it's really easy to understand. So here we're getting the request, and from the request we have a headers authorization. Then if the authorization header is equal to null, we're going to return null. Then we're going to split the authorization headers as a segments with the symbol space. So it's going to be like authorization space bearer. So we're going to split it like that, and we're going to check if segments that length not equal to null, we're going to return null. So basically, if the authorization segments doesn't have a second segment, so it only looks like that without the second segment bearer, so we're going to return null. Then we're going to check if segments first to lowercase not equal to bearer, we're going to also return null. So we don't have any segments like that. And the next thing that we're going to check, we're going to get a user ID segments that lost. Actually, I was wrong. We're going to get segments from the headers, so it's going to look like bearer, and here the user ID. So here, if we have, for example, a bearer without a token, without the user ID, it's going to have only one segment. So it means that we don't have a valid token here, and we're going to return null. So otherwise, we're going to access the last segment of the headers authorization, and we're going to use it as a user ID. And we're going to check if user ID not equal to null. We're going to return a user ID passing an ID, or the request user that anonymous. And this is pretty much all. This is very straightforward. Now we can go to the middleware and here use user provider. So in every single route we have here, we can have an access to our user. So now let's go ahead and do like context user request user. We can import our request user, but before that, let's export our user provider to the middleware and import here API. Then we're going to check if user is anonymous. We're going to return response HTTP status unauthorized. Then we're going to access a TB from context. You should read connection. Then we're going to find user credit cards by our custom query. So let's do that in our database folder. In the queries, let's create credit card queries. Here, let's define find user credit card. We're going to extend it with the query DB credit card view as a nullable. So we can have a credit card, we can have a user credit card, we can not have it. Actually, I made a mistake here. We're going to define here find user credit cards with the list of credit cards as a return type. Here we're going to have a queryable DB credit cards view queryable. As a select query, we're going to have a select from everything where user ID is equal to user ID. Then we have a PostgreSQL result and return a PostgreSQL result like that, converting variable that decode. Now we can export in our queries, credit card queries, import here in database. Actually, we can export here in the API source in the database. So here we not always import this database. All right, so here now we can convert all of these credit cards views to the credit cards and return these credit cards here. All right, then let's define here route with the folder number. Here, let's create index.dart. All right, so here we're going to define an on request. Here we have a number, and we're going to have it as a decoded number by decoding URI component. Because we're going to get it from here, and as the value, the number we're going to get 44, something like that. And here we're going to have these like symbols instead of the space character. So this URI that decode component is going to decode this component. As you can see here, as an example, also have here this %3a, %2f, and is going to end up with this normal looking URL. And the same goes with this number. So instead of this %, we're going to have a normal number. Okay, then we are going to define a on post request. We're going to access the user. We're going to access a body. We're going to access a DB. We're going to access a expiry date and a CVV from the body. And on post request, we're going to actually create the credit card. Then we have expiry date and CVV null. Then the response status by the request. Selecting from the DP cards, find the user credit card by number. Let's go to the queries. Here, let's define find user credit card by number. We're going to be all the same as that, but the return type is DB user credit card nullable. And here we also check and number is equal to number from the props. And here we return an object that first. Actually, we can return here first. Great. So now if our card view is not equal to null, it means that we already have this card. We're going to update our DB credit cards. And here, as you can see, we are using something update credit card that we don't have for now. Let me tell you something. So here, as well as the query, we have an action, and an action is going to be execute something. So something like the update, create, delete. So it's going to be actions. So here we're going to update credit card. So here in database, let's create actions, credit card actions. Let's also create here actions.file. Let's export here credit card actions and the credit card actions. Let's define here an update credit card action that is going to extend action. As I said, we're going to apply here future void with the session DB and credit card view request. We're going to do exactly the same here, queryable table name, and here we're going to just await DB execute with the query update. Here we're going to also add it with the double quotes. Here we're going to set a number, CVV, and expiry date with the coalesce C with the expiry date from the props and expiry date from the credit card. If they are different, we're going to use the expiry date from the props. The same goes with the CVV and the number, where number, of course, from the credit card is equal to the number from the props. And the parameters is going to be number, request number, new number is going to be number, because we don't have here props. So here we have expiry date and the CVV from the parameters here. And here also we can have an extension on top of the DB credit card repository. And DB credit card repository is actually DB credit cards. That is an extension on top of the session, and the session is the actual, because it implements session. So we have an extension on top of it, and on top of the credit card repository, we have this update credit card query extension. So here we are defining this function, passing this number, CVV, card, and card as a view. And we have here a run. It's going to take up the action and a request. So as the function, we pass here update credit card action with the expiry date, number, and CVV. And as the request, we have here card. Okay, then we can export our actions in the database, and we are good to go. So now we try to update our credit card. We have here an updated card, which is going to query and find the user credit card by number. We are going to convert our credit card from view and return an updated card to JSON. Otherwise, if we don't have a credit card, we're going to create an insert request, and we're going to just call DP credit cards insert one without any custom actions. And we're going to access the credit card view and return a credit card from view. All right, so that's pretty much all for creating a credit card. All right, so here on top of the HTTP post method, we're going to have a method delete. I'm going to call await on delete decoded number, and HTTP method await on put request with the decoded number. All right, so here let's define on delete request. We're going to access a user DB credit card, find user credit card by number, and we're going to call credit cards delete one credit card.id. And on put request, we're going to access the user, the body, DB, expiry date, CVV. If they are null, we're going to return by request, and we're going to add. And we're going to find a query card. If card is equal to null, we're going to return response not found. Otherwise, we're going to update credit card with the number, CVV, expiry date, and the card as request. Now, this is done. Okay, now we can go to the URI builder. And at the very bottom, let's define here URI to get credit cards, add credit card, and delete credit card. Now we can go to the Yandex Eats clone client. And at the very bottom, let's define functions. Add credit card by calling post URI, then return credit cards from JSON. If then delete credit card, delete URI, and get credit cards, get URI. All right, then let's go to the packages. Here, let's create very good package payments, very good Dart package payments repository. So let's go to the Yandex. So let's go to the orders repository, where it is orders. Okay, leap. Okay, where is the orders repository? Sorry, payments repository. Okay, in the pubspec.yaml, let's add here dependencies. Let's add here API. Okay, so here initialize API client, and let's call get credit cards, add credit cards, and delete credit cards. Nothing fancy, but just make sure to define here an abstract class for payments exception with an error, with the toString payments exception error. Here we define get credit cards failure, add credit card failure, and delete credit card failure. All right, so let's go to the pubspec.yaml. Also, let's remove here a test. Then let's go to the pubspec.yaml in the root folder. Let's add here payments repository, path packages payments repository. Great. So now in our user profile page, we're gonna display the list of our credit cards. So let's go to the profile view and the delete list style. We're going to find a new list style. Is the content patching is 0, leading Lucid Icons credit card, title payment method, trailing app icon, icons adaptive error, shard error forward sharp, and icon size app size extra small. And on tab, we're going to show scrollable model with the initial size, mean child size, snap sizes, max child size, and the page builder payment model view. For now, let's comment this out and return here sized box. All right, so if we go to the profile page, we can see here payment methods. Let's create here folder, and let's create here view, and let's create here payments view.file model view, and let's create here, and let's return here for now sized box import the material. Okay, so let's create here block. Let's create here block for the, and actually let's rename it to the payments. Let's create a block. Let's create file payments Dart. Let's export payments block. Let's export view payments model view. And actually we're gonna have more than payments model view. So let's create here export view, and here let's export payments model view, and the payments Dart file, let's export view. All right, so in the payment state, we're going to define a list of credit card, and in the payment status, we're going to define processing card success, and processing card failure, associated boolean getters for them. Then in the payment block, let's define here payments state initial, and in the events Dart file, we are going to define here the payments fetch cards requested, payments create card requested, payments update requested, payments delete card requested, and here don't forget to update in the payments event object as a nullable. Then we're going to create a payments mixin Dart, or just a mixin, not a block. All right, and in this payment mixin, make sure that you make it part of payments block. Here let's define data update type. We're going to create here create and delete. This data update type is going to define update type we are making, either creating a new card or deleting. Then we're going to define here a data update that is going to store a new credit card that we are adding, and a data update type, whether it's create or delete. Then we have here a payments data update that extends data update. It's going to accept super credit card and super type, and this is basically it. And then we have here extension on list card to update payments with the new card, and whether it is deleted or not. If new credit cards is now, we're going to return this, the initial original list. And if it is deleted, we're going to identify the index of the item where the number is equal to the new card number, and we're going to remove this item at this index from this list. Otherwise, we're going to insert at the 0 index the new card. All right, this is needed for us to identify the type of the update to locally add a new credit card or delete it. With the Dart fork, unfortunately, we cannot achieve the real time, so we're going to do it locally. So here in the payments block, let's handle on payments update requested. On the on payments update requested, we're gonna emit state copy with the loading. We're gonna access the update from the event update, and we're gonna access previous state. Then we're gonna have a list of new credit cards from state credit cards update payments, and let's actually import our client and the developer here. So here we have a list of credit card, which is going to return a list new credit cards as I shown before, with a new card update, new card credit card, and whether it's delete update type is delete. Then we are emitting a new credit cards. Then we have here on fetch cards requested function, which is going to just call credit cards from payments repository and emit. And I have here on create requested, which is going to create a new credit card. And on success, we're going to call event on success with the credit card and emit processing card success or processing card failure if some error happened. And we're going to have on payments delete card requested with the transformer droppable which is going to be added from the block currency dependency. Droppable transformer needs to be able to call this event only once, and if the user taps on the button to delete card and this event is still processing, we are not gonna handle any more events until this one is done. It is made to prevent any overflowing API calls whenever the previous is processing, so users should wait and not wait any new requests. It's gonna cause some issues. This is basically it. And let's create here a new block. Let's actually create a qubit for the selected, and this selected card qubit is going to store the card that the user has selected. Here in the state, let's define here credit cards as a selected card and credit card JSON converter, credit card from JSON and object to JSON. Then let's run Dart run build runner clean first, and then Dart run build runner build. And we forgot to mark qubit as a selected card qubit.g.dart. Let's run our clean and build again. So here in the selected card qubit, we're gonna have a payments repository, and we're gonna future void init payments, access all the credit cards. If credit cards is empty, we're going to return clear card selection. Clear card selection is going to emit selected card state initial. If state selected card is empty, we're going to return nothing. And if nothing of these cases are true, we're going to copy with selected card with the credit cards first. Then we're going to get a selected card function, which is going to do the same stuff. Then we have here select card function, which is going to call emit state copy with a selected card. Then let's export here block selected card qubit.dart, and let's finally implement our payments model view. Alright, so here we accept here can delete cards and scroll controller. In the init method, we call payments fetch cards requested. Then we access all our credit cards. Is loading is failure selected card. We check if it's failure. We're going to return a link credit card list style. We're going to create it in our widgets folder. And here we are going to return a list style with a non-tab function to show bottom model with the add credit card model bottom model view. Title link a new card, trailing adaptive arrow forward back, and leading app card lucid icons credit card. Let's add a new widgets.dart file. Let's export here link credit card tile. Let's export widgets as widgets.dart file. Now if it's loading, we're going to display app circular indicator, which is adaptive, and we're going to display link credit card. You can actually do like if credit cards is empty or is failure, we're going to return the link credit card list style, and we're going to return a single child scroll view with the actual credit cards. Let's create here a delete card button. Delete card button. So here we're going to return a row typeable faded with the on-tap function call payments delete card requested with a number or non-complete. We're going to call context read get selected card. So basically we delete our card from the payments delete card, and we're going to call selected card qubit get selected cards to update our selected card if we have deleted the one that is currently selected. Then we're going to call payments update requested update with the new credit card and type delete. So we're going to delete from our local list of credit cards this card that we have just deleted. And inside of it we have a row, an app icon, delete trash with the text delete. Then let's export our inside of our widget delete card button. Cool. So here for now we can return sized box, and now we can go to the profile view and return here a payment model view. Then if you go to the profile view, tap on this payments method, we can't because we need to initialize our payments. Let's here have block provider, payments block, payments repository here, payments repository. We're gonna pass it in here. Let's make it final payments repository as a required. This payments repository. Let's go to the main.dart. Here, let's initialize our payments repository with the API client, and let's pass it here. Also, if you auto load and go to the profile payments method, we don't have a select card qubit for now. Let's go to the app.dart file and let's add here another block provider with the selected card. Also now we can auto load and go here profile, and here we can see our link new credit card actually take up the whole space. It's my bad. Link credit card tile. We're going to wrap this list tile with the column. We're going to add here children. Now if we go here, profile, payments method, and here we can provide. Here we just don't see any other. Okay, so here we have an issue 401. It means that we have an authorized request. Yeah, and it's expected because now in our app deal, what we're going to have, we're going to add a new interceptor. We're going to add a token. Now in our remote interceptor, let's create here token provider type def, which is a future string function, and we're going to have here this token provider going to be token, and we're going to add it to the headers of the options HTTP headers authorization header bearer token, and add to the handler next these options. Also we can export token interceptor. Actually we don't need it, or maybe we should place it from here this token provider to the app.dio, and here we can import. And in the app.dio, we're going to provide here token provider. And firstly, we're going to import the token interceptor. And here we're going to provide token provider. And in the app.dio, we're going to have token provider as required. Also, now in our main.dart file, inside of our app.dio, we have a token provider as a required parameter. So we have this token storage, and here token provider, token storage, read token. So what are going to do? Is going to read our token from our token. In token storage is going to be constantly updated once in a while on each user change from our Firebase. Also, now if you hold reload our app and if you go to the profile, we now have a 500 exception because the most importantly, we forgot to add a migration because relation credit card doesn't exist. We forgot to add a migration, to run a migration in our API. And this is the most important because every time you add new schemas, new tables, you always want to add a migration. Alright, so after running this command here to migrate our Stormberry schemas, now if I go to the Neon database, I can see my credit card here appearing in the tables gray. It means that if we go to the profile page, now we should not encounter any issues. So if we go to the API, we should see a 200 status code with the route API cards. It means that we have successfully made everything correctly. We have everything made correctly. And if you go to the cards here, it means that we have successfully fetched for credit cards. It means that we have some data, but it's empty. There are no credit cards for this user. Now let's create a view where we can actually create the credit cards. So typing on this link, a new card, we're going to open up a new model with the text field for the number, CVV code, and the expiry date. So let's go in the payments, and here in the view, let's create add credit card model view.dart file. Let's add into the view, add credit card model view. Right, so here let's create a stateful widget, add credit card model view. We're going to return here padding. In the padding, we're going to pass edge instance only, bottom on text, green widths and text. View padding bottom. In the channel, we're going to have a column with the main axis size, mean and cross axis alignment dot start. Then in the children, let's provide here a title to add a card with some padding, horizontal app spacing extra large and vertical app spacing large, app spacing extra small. So then we can go to the payments model view, and here clicking on the link credit card tile, we're going to show bottom model and return here this add credit card model view. If we go here, now we should see add card title, but of course we have no content to display rather than this text. So we're going to display here text fields for the number, CVV code, and expiry date. Alright, so make sure that you add a new dependency called Flutter. Below the padding, let's return here credit card form, and on top let's define here form key. It's going to be global key form state. Let's pass here key form key. So by default, card number is going to be empty, expiry date empty, card holder name and empty, string CVV code empty. And actually not here we are providing form key, but in the specific field form key. And we specify here an obscure CVV set to true. It will make the CVV code obscured. Then we can specify holder name visible false, because we're not going to display holder name. And on credit card model change, let's for now have an empty function with an anonymous parameter here. And let's see what we get. So as you can see, now we have card number, expiry date, and the CVV code text fields pre-built in this credit card form. So we don't need to do anything rather than just passing here this credit card form. But of course, we're going to do some extra validations here. So for that, we have here an input configuration to configure our card number decoration, text style, CVV code, text style, and specify card number decoration to be an input decoration with the label text credit card number. So instead of the card number, we're going to display credit card number. As a hint text, we're going to display here a multiple axis, then a line label with hint, and the label style is going to be context body medium. So the same goes with the expiry date. Here the hint text is /year and the CVV hint text is 1 to 3. If we save these changes and go to this page once again, now we see that our label text is a bit smaller, and now we have some different hint texts here. Then we're going to pass our custom holder validator. We're going to get here a value, and on top let's define here a function that is going to validate our credit card. So we're going to check if our valid card number is valid by getting a nullable string credit card number. Then we're going to check if the number is null or is empty. We're going to return false, meaning that the credit card is not valid. Then we are going to replace every single space character with an empty string. And here we are using a specific algorithm to check if the credit card number is valid or not. And here we return some percent 10 equal 0. It will indicate that our credit card is valid. So here we are going to return if it's valid credit card with the value, we're going to return invalid card number. Otherwise, we're going to return null. Actually, here is if it's not valid. And for the CVV code and expiry date, it's by default okay. So we are going to leave them as they are by default. Only the card holder, actually not the card holder, sorry, card number validator here. We're going to implement the function on credit card model change. Here, let's define first the late that comes from our API client. We're going to call it credit card, and let's create a function on credit card model changed with an optional credit card that comes from this Flutter credit card package. And if card not equal to null, we're going to assign the credit card to the credit card with the values from this card. And let's pass here this function on credit card model change. Okay, then lastly, at the very bottom, firstly, we're going to give it, then we're going to create here a shad button with the width infinity. Well, let's wrap it with the padding edge horizontal, edge insets, metric horizontal app spacing. And as a child, we're going to have below this button, we're going to have another gap. Then we're going to check, we're going to select whether we are processing from the payments block. We're going to select status and check whether processing card. If we are processing card, we are going to remove const. So if processing card, we're going to remove return here text please wait or add. Then we're gonna disable our pattern if the is processing is true, and we're gonna have an icon if it's not processing. We're gonna return null. For padding, edge insets only right app spacing MD, sized box square, dimension app spacing large with a child circular progress indicator, stroke width, and on pressed function we're gonna pass credit card. So let's define here function save credit card. Firstly, we're gonna check if our form current state validate is not true. We're gonna return nothing. Then if the valid card is not, when then is valid credit card number is not valid, we're going to return nothing as well. If the credit card is valid and the form state is also valid, we're gonna execute payments credit card requested with the credit card that we defined. And on success, we're gonna call context read selected card repeat select card this new card, and payments block we're gonna call payments update requested with an update type payments data update with the new credit card, and the data update type create. Okay, so in this page we can try to give it a credit card. Firstly, we're gonna try to give it an invalid credit card, and if we try to add this button, if you try to click on this add button, we will see that this card is not valid. So here, let's try to provide a valid credit card. Then upon clicking on add, we should be able to see of creating a credit card. And as you can see here, now we have created credit card and automatically selected, as you can see here. Also, we can add here context to automatically redirect to this page. And as well as that, we can also go to the Neon database, and here we should be able to see our credit card with this number, expiry date, and CVV code, and the user ID that this card is belong. Also, we can click on the delete button, and our credit card is deleted, as well as in our local state management. So here we can link a new credit card once again, and we should be automatically popped from the context. Great. Yeah, we should not pop it like that. We can pop our context upon. So now let's try to do it again. We can delete. Now let's try to create another one. And yeah, after successfully creating a credit card, now our context pops and credit card automatically selects. Okay, so now we are ready to move forward. So in our card page, let's implement is going to be executed upon tapping on this next button. We're going to show up another model view. So what we can do here, firstly, let's check if the restaurant is opened that stores in our card block, opened now or false. So then if it is not opened, we're going to find here restaurant close dialog. So if it is not opened, we're going to call show restaurant close dialog. Otherwise, we're going to show checkout model bottom sheet. So here, let's go checkout model bottom sheet with the context. Okay, and in the widgets, let's create here view.dart file. All right, so here in the checkout model view, let's return an app scaffold. In the bottom navigation bar, we're going to use card bottom bar with an info text total title pay, and on press function we'll call show choose payment model bottom sheet. It's going to open up a scrollable model with the payments model view exactly like in the profile. So if our selected credit card is empty, otherwise we're going to return null for now, but we're going to implement this function. So then in the body we return here a single child scroll view. Inside of the child we have a column, and in the children we have a checkout info tile. Checkout info tile return a list style with an on-type function, padding, leading, with a title, subtitle, and a divider. And also trailing, if an on-type function is equal to null, we don't have a trailing, or the app icon's adaptive arrow forward sharp. It means that we can actually tap on this list. We can tap on this checkout info tile. Checkout info tile is gonna display us an address that we are selecting from our location block. And here we can just use $address, because if we go to the actual address implementation, we have here a toString function. So by default, using a $sign is gonna use a toString function on the address, and is going to return us a humanly readable text here with the street, locality, and the country. Tapping on this checkout info tile, we're going to push our route to the Google map. Okay, then we have another checkout info tile, which displays formatted delivery time. And then we have a list style, show choose payment model bottom view, will display either a selected card, choose credit card text with the app calls red if selected card is empty, indicating the user that he has to choose some credit card. So let's save this code and let's export in the widgets. And then if we go to the card page, as you can see, we have here displaying our address, delivery time of the restaurant, and our selected credit card. We can tap on this button on this list style and this model view that we have seen previously, but here we cannot actually delete our credit card. Only choose or link a new one. And upon clicking on pay button, the whole payment so we're going to implement the Stripe in our Flutter application. And we're going to create our custom server with custom endpoints to handle the payment process. Okay, so first let's go to the Stripe dashboard. You're going to log into your account. So now you're going to configure your account. And most importantly, if you are located in the country that doesn't support Stripe, that's not an issue. You still able to use version of the Stripe, and it's more than enough for our purpose. And so you don't need to configure this almost anything rather than your account. Then you can go to the developers, and here you can open up an API keys. Now here you will have a publishable key and a secret key. So you never want to expose your secret key, and we are going to need these keys in our application to actually communicate with the Stripe API. So let's go to our app packages env folder. So here in the env.env file, we are gonna, on top of your Google Maps API key, add publishable key and the Stripe secret key. And here you're gonna copy and paste your next thing in the env.dart file. Let's 2 times our Google Maps API key, and let's rename it to the Stripe publishable key, and another one to the specify here publishable key. Then in our terminal, let's go to the packages env build runner clean first, and then build conflicting outputs flag. And we should see the succeeded after with 3 outputs. Now we can use our Stripe publishable and secret key in our app. So let's go to the main.dart, to the bootstrap.dart file, and here let's add a dependency. Let's add a dependency Flutter Stripe, and here let's call Stripe import Flutter Stripe, and let's specify here publishable key is equal to the env Stripe publishable key, and we're gonna import in our pubspec.yaml file. We can go back and import our env package, and on top of that, let's call Stripe plus settings. Okay, so the next thing we're going to implement our custom server, process the payments. We're using TypeScript and Express. So here, let's create a server. Okay, then let's create a new terminal, and let's run cd server. And inside of it, let's initialize our project by running npm. Now in our server, we should have package.json. Then let's install dev dependencies such as TypeScript, ES Node, NodeMon, and types. And we're going to install .env and course. And lastly, we're going to initialize TypeScript by running npx --init. And we should have here a tsconfig. Okay, then in the tsconfig, let's add a few comments here, and then exclude source spec.ts. Then let's create here in the server source index.ts. Let's define a function test. Let's console hello world, and let's execute our test function. Next thing, let's specify here in the tsconfig allow JS and allow JS true. Let's add here comma, specify here out dir build, and let's specify here root directory is source, our node, type roots node modules types, no implicit any true, and ES modules inter op true as well. Yeah, we already have it. And resolve JSON module true. Okay, we are done with the tsconfig. Now let's go to the package.json. Let's add here on top engines node greater or equal than 20.6.0, and in the scripts run here build, start, and dep. In the build, we're going to run npx ts script TypeScript start node build index.js, and in the dev mode, we're gonna run nodemon source index.ts. So we're gonna watch for any changes. Nodemon allows to do that. So we can go into the server, and now we can run command npm run dev, and we should be able to see our hello world text. And now we can change it in real time, and changes are gonna apply. And in the console, we're going to be able to see a new text here in the console log. So here, let's specify, and we are able to see it in real time. So this is what is nodemon here is for. And let's add here a nodemon.json file, and let's specify here watch only source, extensions, TypeScripts, and JSON, ignore nothing, and execute ts node source index.typescript. So let's rerun our npm. So the nodemon is gonna listen only for the source folder. So if we make any changes outside of the source folder, the nodemon is not going to re-execute our. And the last thing that we're going to add is a git ignore. And you can go ahead in my GitHub repository, copy the content from the git ignore and paste it here. So basically, most importantly, we are going to from our git ignore node modules. Okay, then let's define here a .env file, and you're going to add here Stripe publishable key as well as Stripe Stripe secret key, as well as in the packages env folder. You're going to add those secrets in the server. All right, and let's finally go to the index.ts. Here, let's import env from .env, and let's specify here env.config with the path./.env. And let's define here Stripe publishable key and Stripe secret key to be process.env Stripe publishable key or an empty string, and a process.env the Stripe secret key or an empty string. And we're going to initialize your app to be an express. Let's import press from, and let's app use from our, and then let's use our app listen 4242 port. Let's here node server listening on port 4242. Now if we run, we should see this message, or actually we have here void function, and now we have another issue, couldn't find course. Let's run npm I save dev types course. Let's try to run npm dev run again. We have this issue again. We don't have an express. Let's run this command npm I save dev types express. And let's run dev again. So yeah, now our node server listening on port 4242. Okay, now let's import dependency Stripe, and let's import. Next, we're going to import body parser, and then let's use our app use command with the request express request response express response, and next express next function. And let's call void function here, and let's call next if request original URL is a webhook, or else we're going to call body parser JSON with the request response and the next. Okay, then let's define here a function get keys, and let's define here a variable secret key, which is going to be a string or undefined equal to the Stripe secret key. Then we have here publishable key string or undefined equal to the Stripe publishable key, and we're going to return an object with the secret key and the publish key. Then let's define here and let's create here generate response function. It's going to accept Stripe payment intent. We're going to get a client secret requires action and a status, or client secret and the status or the error response. Then we are going to switch the intent status requires action, return client secret, intent client secret requires action true, status intent status, case requires payment, card was not properly authenticated, suggest a new payment, error, your card was denied, and case succeed. We're going to call console log payment received, and we're going to return client secret intent client secret and status intent status. So here the payment is complete, authentication not required. To cancel the payment after capture, you will need to issue the refund. Great, and otherwise we have here return error failed. Okay, then let's define here that post that is going to be called pay without webhooks, going to be asynchronous, and it's going to accept request and response from express. We're going to be promise express response any, and we're going to access from the request that body payment method ID, intent ID, CVC token, items, currency, use Stripe SDK and email, and we're going to calculate order amount. Basically, the items is going to be from our app, the items that we have added to our cart, and we're going to calculate the order amount. So the total is going to be items reduce, sum and string. Sum is going to be plus number string, and the string is going to be the actual number of the total price of the whole item calculate it based on the quantity, and it's gonna turn us a total. So we're gonna calculate order amount based on items. Then we're gonna get a secret key from get keys. Then we're gonna initialize the Stripe instance with the secret key, API version 2024-6 TypeScript true. Then we're gonna get try catch block if CVC and email. If we have CVC token and email, we're gonna access customers from Stripe customers list API call with the email. Then taking all here, the list of all customers endpoint can return multiple customers that share the same email address. For this example, we're taking the first returned customer, but in production integration, you should make sure that you have the right customer. So here, if we don't have the customer data at a 0 index, we're going to return response. There is no associated customer object to the provided email. And we have here a payment method associated with this customer, here card. And if we don't have a payment method here for this user, we are going to return a response. There is no associated payment method to the provided customer's email. Then if we have a payment method and we have a user, a customer, we're going to create Stripe payment intent create params with the amount order, confirm true, information method manual, currency, payment method data, first element ID, and payment method options card, CVC token, use Stripe SDK, customer data, first index, zeros index ID, and return URL Stripe example. And here let's create Stripe payments intent, and let's send our response with the generate response function, and here we're passing an intent. And once again, in the generate response, if case is succeeded based on the intent status, we're going to return client secret and the status of the intent, and we're going to use this client secret in our to successfully confirm the order. And then let's create an endpoint to charge a saved card. Let's define here payment intent and the customer, get the secret key, initialize the Stripe, then access from the Stripe customer with the email, request the body email. Then we get a payments methods first customers from the first customer. Then we generate here payment intent with the amount, calculate order amount, currency USD, payment method data 0 ID, customer ID, off session true, and confirm true. And we send here as a response with the succeeded true, client secret, payment intent client secret, and public key, Stripe publishable key. And this is pretty much all that we're going to do. Server. Then let's import here generate response from utils, and we are done. So now we can run npm run dev. So here import body parser, not body dash parser. So now we are listening on port 4242. Great. So now we can go to the packages, and here we can create, and inside of the payments client, we're going to create Flutter package. Then in the Stripe payments client, let's remove the test, and let's add here in the pubspec.yaml file env. Then let's add a dependency, sort all the dependencies, not a deal here. We can import here API. And now let's go in the source Stripe payments API client. Alright, so here we are initializing our app.io that comes from the API client. And here we're going to call first a future map string dynamic call no webhook pay endpoint intent ID with the payment intent ID. The URL is going to be URI parse Yandex Eats payments URL and charge card off session. So before going and using the Yandex Eats payments URL, define here static is going to be if our target platform is equal to the target Android. We're going to return HTTP 10.0.2.2 semicolon 4242 port, and for the iOS we're going to just return the local host with the port 4242, and then let's use here these payments. So for now, when we are using local host, we are going to use this payments URL, but then at the end of this tutorial, we are going to actually host our server and API, and we're going to replace it with our custom URL. So then we're going to return a response here by using app.io HTTP client post URI, and by passing here in the side of the data JSON.encode payment intent ID, and let's return here response data. And for the call no webhook pay endpoint method ID, we're going to require boolean use Stripe SDK payment method ID, currency, and items, list of string. And list of string is going to represent a list of numbers, but just in string. Okay, so here let's here with the payments URL as well, and the same goes here with the response, but here we are passing use Stripe SDK payment method ID, currency, and items in the data, and returning response.data. Okay, now let's go to the payments repository, and let's import here from the payments client Stripe payments client. And yeah, I have an issue here, no version matching. We have here test version mismatch, search for the test. So here in the payments repository, we can replace our test version to be 1.25.2. So next in our payments repository, let's initialize here payments client, and let's call here these two functions, call no webhook pay endpoint intent ID and call no webhook pay endpoint method ID from the payments client. Then let's go to the main and let's initialize here Stripe. But firstly, we're going to import the root of our path.spec.yaml from the path packages payments client, Stripe payments client. Then we're going to sort all the dependencies, and we can now use it Stripe with the app dealer and pass here payments client as a Stripe. All right. So then in our cart page, upon tapping on the pay, we are gonna another model. So in the payments in the view, let's create here process, actually payment model view.dart, and let's rename it to the model page.dart. Let's define here stateless widget payment process model page model view, and let's create another stateless widget payment process model view, and let's import material. Okay, so let's create here an app scaffold. In the body, we're going to create a column. Out the column, we're going to display shimmer from colors payment text with the base color and highlight color that's going to be adaptive based on the theme mode. Then we can go to the app UI and let's export here a Dart file. And now we can use our shimmer from colors, and we have here text waiting your bank to approve, and we're displaying here text of the progress, and then we have here a smooth payment process indicator. In the widgets, let's create here indicator. Here we're gonna return an animated builder with the animation, and the animation is just animation.double, and return here a linear progress indicator with the animation.value, background colors gray, shade 300, and value colors.blue, app colors.deep blue. And here have here a slowdown curve that is going to return, that is going to override transform value, and we're going to check t value, that is the animation value, is less than slowdown, we're going to return t, or then we're going to slow down our process a bit by returning a slowdown start value plus t minus slow down start, or multiplied by slowdown start. So it's gonna slow down of the linear progress when it's gonna a certain slowdown in the init state. We are initializing a controller for the animation controller with the duration seconds 50, and the animation is gonna be between double begin 0 and 0.95. And we're going to animate with the curved animation, parent controller, and curve here a slowdown curve, and the slowdown start is going to be 0.3. Now in the export here, let's export smooth payment progress indicator, let's import. And last, let's create here an order progress qubit. Let's create here qubit, and let's actually define this qubit in our cart. In the block, let's create it here. Let's move it from here to the block. Let's remove qubit, and let's remove here state. We need only qubit. So here, let's extend qubit with the type of string. As a default super value, we're going to pass 00 column semicolon 00, and we're going to have a void function add count with the duration, and here we are going to define an elapsed string depending on the duration seconds and duration, and here we're going to display a duration in seconds divided by 60 floor, which is going to represent minutes, and with the semicolon duration in seconds percent 60 to string pad left 2 with the 0, and emit elapsed string. Now let's export order progress block order progress qubit, and let's import here. Okay, so now we can go to our checkout model view, and let's define here function show order progress model bottom sheet. We forgot to export our payment payment process model view, and here we're gonna call context show bottom model with the is dismissible false and the builder payment process model page. And here, instead of a null on pressed when the selected card is not empty, we're going to call order progress model bottom sheet. Here we can go to the payment process model page, and here also we forgot to wrap our payment process model view with the block provider progress qubit. And in the card, let's click on the pay, and here we should see, and let's reload our app. And yeah, we have no implementation found for the channel Flutter Stripe. Then we're gonna run our app from scratch. And here also in the show order progress model bottom sheet, let's disable the drag. We should end up model bottom view that we cannot drag and that we cannot dismiss, and that displays this little linear progress with the payment text that has a shimmer and has a counter. And for now, the counter doesn't go up because we are gonna create a function that is gonna the counter based on the timer. So here let's convert our payment process model view to the stateful widget, and let's define here timer and the stopwatch. And in a dispose method, let's call timer cancel and stopwatch stop. Then we're going to create a future void, a synchronous callback. Here we're going to call stopwatch, and timer is going to be timer periodic duration seconds 1, and we're going to read order progress qubit, and we're going to add a count stopwatch dot elapsed. Now we can call init state, and in the init state call process order. Now we can go to payment model view, and our payment and this counter should now increasing once in a second. It's not done. Okay, then let's handle our pay process. Okay, so the handle pay process is going to take into account selected card, and we are going to convert the selected card into the card details plus that comes from the Stripe, and we are going to call await Stripe instance dangerously update card details. Then we're going to access the user from the app block and the address from the location block, and we're going to gather customer billing information. Initialize here billing details with the user email, username, address, city. You can specify here any city you want, but for me it's Almaty. Then as a country, we're going to call widgets instance platform dispatcher locale country code, and as a line 1 we're going to call address street, line 2 empty string, postal code empty string, and state empty string. Then we create a payment method. Payment method we're going to create by calling await Stripe instance create payment method, params payment method params card, payment method detail data, payment method data, and here pass billing details. And we're going to access the state of the card, and we're going to get order delivery fee. If card order delivery fee is equal to 0, or we can check if card is delivery free, we're going to return null, or card order delivery fee to string as is fixed. Replace all the dot symbol with the with an empty string. So basically, if the order delivery fee is, we're gonna get to string as fixed with the 2 digits after the dot, and we're gonna replace dot. So we are gonna end up with this 500 number. But in Stripe, actually, this number here 500 is equal to the $5. So this is why we are gonna always convert our single digit to a string as fixed with 2 decimal digits, and we're going to replace this dot symbol, and we're going to end up with this number. So if, for example, we have the number something like $19 for the Stripe, it's not valid number. So we are going to convert it to string as fixed with 2 digits, and we're going to remove the number. We're going to remove the dot, so we end up with 19,000, and it's going to be actual $19. So take this into account. Then we're going to call API to create a payment intent. We're going to call payments repository call no webhook pay endpoint method ID, use Stripe SDK true payment method ID, payment method.id, currency USD items. Here we are going to provide here a list with the order delivery fee or an empty string, and we're going to map through each cart item, and we're going to return here an item price with discount multiplied by cart quantity of this item, to string as fixed as I said you, and replace symbol with an empty string. And we check if we have an error during creating or confirming an intent. We're going to show here a snack bar. If we have an error, then we're going to check if we have a payment intent result client secret not equal to null and payment result requires action equal to null. It means that we have succeeded the payment, and now we can successfully show the user that we have confirmed the payment and his order has been placed. Then if payment intent result client secret is not equal to null and payment intent result requires action is equal to true, we're gonna check if payment requires action calling handle next action by using await Stripe instance handle next action payment intent result client secret as string. And we're going to check if status is payment intent status requires confirmation. We're going to call API to confirm an intent. Let's define confirm intent function. It's going to take up payment ID. We're going to call no webhook pay endpoint intent ID. So it's going to confirm our intent in the API that we created in our server index.ts. Here this is our endpoint charge card of session. And here if the result doesn't have an error, has an error, we're going to display the error or display successfully confirmed payment, or otherwise the payment failed, and we're going to display here an error. And in the catch, we're going to also display an error. So here in the process order, let's try catch block. Here let's call handle pay process, and when complete, we're going to call context card block add card place order requested. So we're going to create in our API, in our database. So that we're going to call stopwatch timer cancel. We're going to call context pop 2 times from the Go router, and we're going to call context Go named to the app routes restaurant name. And in the catch method, we're going to call stopwatch stop, timer cancel. And here we're going to show, also let's define here a function generate random delay. And before handling the process, let's call here await future delayed, generate random delay to int. So for now, let's comment cart place order requested because we have not implemented this event. So now what we're gonna do, let's check whether our API server works or not. Let's double check if we have our server running, and we can go. And here we have some items added in our cart. So let's go and click pay. And after a few seconds, we should be able to see success, but we haven't. Yeah, we don't have a payment repository, payments repository. We don't have it. We didn't add here a repository provider for the payments repository. This is my mistake. Okay, we can go to the cart once again, click next, click pay, and just in a few seconds, we will see if it is succeeded or not. Cool. So we have here successfully confirm intent, confirm payment, and your order has been placed. And here also, if we go to the Node.js, our server, we should see here payment received message. And if we go to our Stripe SDK here in the customers, we can see our user with the name that goes from our profile, with the email, and with the default payment method with the credit card that that we have actually provided. And here, as you can see, I had a bunch more previously, but now today is the 17th August. So here these two orders that I have done before, and the new one that I have done just recently. So here it has a status succeeded with the payment method, with the last updated time, with the payment authorized message, with the expires date, and everything like that. So it's amazing. So it means that our API works flawlessly without any issues. And so now we can finally create our order, because now we can actually pay for the order. So now we can try to create it. Okay, so in our app, we can basically place an order, paid. So for now, the only thing that is left to create is the actual order that will store the data of the items that the user has ordered from a specific restaurant. Okay, let's go to the API, and here in the source data models, let's create a new Postgres model for the DB order. Dart. Let's actually call it order. It doesn't matter. Rename it to the DB order, or maybe, yeah. Okay, so let's create here DB order details, and here let's define an abstract class DB order details with the string ID, with the user ID. So this user ID is associates with the user who has created, who has ordered. Then we have here an associated user order status, and we have a date when this order was created, then a restaurant place ID, restaurant name, order address, order menu items, total order sum, and order delivery fee. So now let's create here order menu item. Okay, the abstract class DB order menu item is gonna be a model with the table name order menu items. Then we can create here an integer get ID, name, quantity, price, and image URL. Then let's export here in the Postgres.db and export here DB order menu item. So in the DB order details, let's import API, and let's go to the API and run here. Let's create a new route for the API, the new terminal, and run here .run build runner clean first, and then build. Good. So now we have our DB order data schema and DB order menu item schema. Okay, so now let's create a model for our order. Let's create order.dart file. So the order is gonna store pretty much the same data that we have defined in our DB order. So here is the ID, place ID, restaurant name, address, items, total order sum, and delivery fee. Except for the status, we have here custom enum order status. Let's create here an order status.dart file, and let's define here an enum for order status. Here we have a from JSON that is gonna get the first value from the order status, where status.name is equal to the JSON string to lowercase, and to JSON we're gonna get the first value from the order status where it equal to this instance, and we're gonna get the name, and we're gonna capitalize it. Now let's export in our models order.dart and order status. So then let's create here order menu item, order item.dart. We define here an order menu item class, ID, name, quantity, price, and image URL from JSON factory constructor to JSON map string dynamic and factory from view that converts DB order menu item view from our DB order menu item schema.dart to order menu item. Okay, so let's create the API terminal once again and run once again clean. Great. So now we have the order menu item, and the order status. Now let's go in our routes, and let's create a route for let's create here orders folder index.dart, and let's define here an order, and let's define here a named order ID, and here let's create index.dart. Great. So in the index.dart file, let's define here an on-request function that is going to accept request context and string order ID. Then let's switch for the context request method. Then it's, if it is get, we're going to on get request, call on get request function with the context and order ID. Then if it is post, we're going to call on post. So here you just basically create on a future response for each of these functions that accepts request context and string order ID, which is in a synchronous function. And for each HTTP method, you create this function. So for the put, we create on put request, and for the delete, we create an on delete request. So basically, when we call get, we're going to get the order by the order ID. When we call post, we're going to create a new post by the order ID. When we call put, we're going to update the order by the order ID. And when we call delete, we're going to delete the request by the order ID. Let's firstly tackle the creation of the post. So here, firstly, we get the user from the context request. If user is anonymous, then we return HTTP status unauthorized. Then we access the body from the context save JSON. If you don't remember, it's just context request body. Then we decode body as map string dynamic. So here, if the body is equal to null, we're going to return HTTP status by the request. Then we access from the body created at restaurant place ID, restaurant name, address, total order sum, and delivery fee. If any of them is null, we're going to call no parameters, and we're going to return a response by the request. And we can access the DB from our context as a future. Then we create here an insert for the DB or the details insert request. Here we pass all these parameters that we get from body, and as a status we pass here all the status pending name. So as our initial status, we're going to get, we call DB order details is insert1 insert, and we return here a response HTTP status. And for the get request, we do basically the same stuff. We get here user DB, call here query DB order details is in the query parameters, we pass where ID is equal to ordered ID and user ID is equal to user ID. Values, we pass order ID and user ID. We're limiting the query to be only one, to have only one result. Then we access first or null element. If order ID is equal to null, we are going to return response order null, or otherwise we're going to convert the order and return the order to JSON. Then on put request, we do the same stuff, access the body. Then we have here nullable optional parameters for all this. And if each of them is equal to null, we're going to call bet request because we have called put method, but we didn't provide any parameters, so that we can't actually update the request, update the order. And then we create here an update request, and we call here update one, pass here an update, and return created status. And on delete request, we do the same stuff. We call here DB order. We find here DB order by the ID, by the order ID and user ID. If it's null, we return not found, or we call delete one with the order.id. And basically, you can just remove all of that and call delete order ID, but just to return not found if the order not found by the order ID, we're actually fetching for it first, trying to delete this order. Okay, great. So with this route, we can now get order by the order ID, create a new order ID, a new order, update the order, and delete the order. Now let's create here in the index.dart. So let's create here a new request. If the context request not equal to get, we return method not allowed. Get here user. If it is anonymous, return unauthorized status, and we access here a DB, and we are querying DB order details is where user ID is equal to user ID from the context request. And then we convert all of these orders view, the order from view, and return here JSON body orders. All right, and the last route that we're going to create is going to be items.dart inside of the order ID folder. Okay, so here we define on request. In the on request, we call post request if the method is post. Otherwise, we return in a response with the method not allowed. On post requested, we get request ID, request context and order ID. Then we get here a body. From the body, we extract name, quantity, price, and image URL. Then we get a DB connection. Then we define here a bad request if name or quantity or price or image URL are equal to null. True, we return here an response with bad request status. Then we define here insert being order menu item insert request with the order ID, name, quantity, price, image URL, and we insert into the DB order menu items a new instance of the menu item insert request. And this is all for the routes. Now we can use them in our Yandex Eats client. But before that, let's define here actual routes in our URL builder. So here we create delete order, update order, get orders, create order, and add order menu item with the appropriate. You then go to the Yandex Eats client. Okay, so there in the Yandex Eats client, let's define add order menu item that calls post URI with the data, name, price, quantity, image URL. Then we create here an order. Then we call here ID, generate order ID. And the generate order ID, let's define in our utils.dart, let's define here generate order, let's input math, and everything that this function does just generates an order ID, a unique order ID based on the current, so nothing fancy here. Then we pass this ID to the URL builder here, create order, and we pass here in the data address, credit at, restaurant place ID, restaurant name, total order sum, and delivery fee. And as return type, we pass here an ID that we have created. Then we have here get orders function, fetches for the orders, have here get order function, and we have here delete order and update order function. All of them are pretty straightforward, and all of them are almost the same. Okay, so now let's go to the packages, and here let's create a very good repository tool. So in our packages, we now have packages orders repository. Now let's add here a dependency API. Okay, so in the order repository, let's define orders repository with the Yandex Eats client. We define here create order, nothing fancy here, delete order, get orders, get order, update order details, update order, and add order menu item. Nothing too complicated here. But one very important thing that we are going to create here is going to be something called an imitation of the order completion. So basically now we don't have any sort of admin or admin panels where we can track orders that are placed and based on their completion status, complete them or cancel. So we are going to create our imitation of the completion of the state of the order. So let's go to the API, and here in the config, actually not in the config, we're going to create it in the shared, in the lib source config. Let's create here a new file called background timer.dart. The background timer doesn't have anything to do with the imitation of the status, but the actual background timer class is going to create a timer in the background that in like 30 seconds is going to update the status of the order. So this is going to imitate that our order has been canceled or completed. Also, on top of the background timer, let's go to the API, and here in the config, let's create UUID gen.dart file. So before implementing it, we're going to add dependency called UUID, and this class will create a class that will create a unique UID using this package UID, and we're going to create here our custom crypto RNG, and we're going to find here a global instance of the UID to have an access to it without actually initializing our UID. Do it static, but doesn't matter. We can do it like as a global. Not the very best practice, but anyway, it works. So let's export here UID gen.dart, and in our API, in our client, let's here source common config UID gen.dart, and let's go to our background timer. Here in our background timer, let's define a class background timer that keep timer at the background. We're going to need a Yandex API, Yandex Eats client, and timers storage. The timer storage is the abstract class, read timers, read timer, and save timers functions. Then we define here a timer data class, int count and timer instances, and make sure that you don't make the count and timer final, because we're going to mutate them. Of course, we could do copy with, but I have decided to make it as immutatable. Then we implement our timer storage and create an in-memory timers storage. Here we store in-memory list of timer data. By calling read timers, we return our timers. To read timer by the ID, we're getting first where from the timers where timer ID is equal to ID, and to save timers, we are assigning a timers value to the timers. Then we have a function here, future void start timer required string order ID. We generate here a random ID from the UID v4. Then we call here try catch block, and here we call here we catch on state error. This is very important. Then we call here await timer storage read timer and return nothing. So basically what it does, the read timer calls first where timer.id is equal to ID. The timer doesn't find any value. It defaults to throwing a state error. So if there is no element in the list with this ID, with this test function, and or else is equal to null, it is going to throw on state error. So if we didn't find a timer in the storage, we're going to create a new one. Here we define a timer.periodic with the duration seconds 1. Then inside of this timer, we are fetching for the current timers. Then we are trying to get an index of the timer where the timer ID is equal to the ID that we have just generated. The index not equal to null, not equal to -1, it means that we have found this timer. We're going to update timer with the current timers. We're going to get the updated timer with the current timers by this index that we have found, and we are going to update the count of this timer, and we're going to increment the count number, and it's going to do this operation as many times the count is less and not equal to 30. So then if case we're going to call updated timer cancel, we're going to remove from the current timer at this index. Then we are going to redefine here a list of order statuses completed and cancelled. Then we're going to get a random index based on the list of these statuses, and we're going to define a status from this list of statuses with the random index name, and then we're going to call update with the order ID and the status. So this is going to imitate it. Our order has been completed. That is going to be a random. So then if we didn't find in the list of current timers that we have here in the timer storage, we're going to call that as timer cancel. So we're going to cancel the internal timer that actually is timer periodic. Okay, then after we initialize all this code, we call here a new timer, which is going to be timer data with the ID that we have created here with the count by default 0. And we're going to initialize here timer, and we are going to call updated timers. We're going to read timers. We're going to concat them into this list and add here a new timer. And we're going to call save timers with the updated timers in the timer storage. So this is pretty much all. Now we can export our background timer, and in our orders repository, let's in the path here sort all the dependencies, and now we can initialize our background timer. Now in the create order, we are going to call background timer start timer order ID. And if you remember, our create order returns a string, which is an ID of the order that we are creating. So at this point, we are done with the orders repository. Now we can actually create a view where we will display all the orders. But before that, let's go to the cart. We're going to implement the last event that we have defined here, place order requested. So at the very bottom, let's define here function on cart place order requested, cart place order requested. So before that, let's initialize here orders repository. But before that, we're going to add in our pubspec.yaml file orders repository, and we can sort the dependencies. Then we can go to the main.dart. Here we can initialize orders repository, and above that, let's initialize here background timer. We have here API client and the timers storage, which is going to be in memory timers storage, and pass here the background timer. Then let's define here an orders repository in the app file. Then let's add here another repository provider.value. Let's pass orders repository, pass here in the app orders repository instance. Now we can go back to our cart block, import here orders repository, and let's go back here. And also we forgot to initialize it, required orders repository underscore orders repository equal to the orders repository. And now we can go to this cart is order requested function. But before that, let's go to the cart state. And here in the cart status, we're going to create order, and create order failure. Okay, so we can define try catch block. We will emit create order loading status date time.now, formatting this now date time with the following that we were defining in our formatter extension.dart that is located in the API common utils extensions formatter extension. On date time extension, we have a date formatter extension with the following pattern that is going to return date format with this pattern day, months, hours, and minutes with the English locale and format this, and this is the date format date time. Now we're going to access our restaurant from the state. We're going to get a restaurant name, the total order sum, order delivery fee, and we get here an order ID by calling orders repository create order with the created add restaurant place ID, restaurant name, order address, total order sum, and order delivery fee. We are calling await future wait for each items in our state, and we are calling add order menu item for each item with the order ID, item image URL, name, item price with discount, toString as fixed 2 digits after the floating point, and as a quantity we call state quantity item toString. So we're gonna add order menu items simultaneously for each item that we have in our cart, and then we call after all these functions cart clear requested, and eventually we emit here stated create order success. So let's go to our payment process model view. model page. And here, when we handle pay process, and when complete, we're going to call the cart block cart place order requested. Okay, so here also in app.dart we have here cart block orders repository pass here. Cool. So now we can hot reload our app, and let's try to eventually create our order with the payment. So now let's wait for the payment process. When it completes, we should see the order in our database. And yeah, of course, we forgot to migrate our database, to migrate our order, DB order details and DB order menu item in our. So if you don't remember how to migrate schemas to your database, you can call dart run stormberry migrate, and here specify DB port, DB password, DB name, DB username, and DB host address. And DB port you always have here 5432 if you use a Neon database. After the migration in your database tables, you should have here order details and order menu items. So we can go finally to our application, and here should be able to finally place our order successfully. So let's go to our cart, let's call next pay, let's wait for the payment process, and we should be able to see our order placed successfully. Yes, awesome. We have successfully confirmed payment, and we don't see any issues here with our orders. It means that if you go here in database, check order details, we should see here our order. Yeah, that's amazing. Here we have an ID, user ID, status, restaurant place ID, restaurant name, order address, order total order sum, order delivery fee, and order menu items. Most importantly, we have here order menu items as well. So here we have here exact amount of items that we have here for the name, price, image URL, order details ID, and the order detail. And also, as you remember, we have run on top of creating the order a background timer. So here, as you can see, our status now is cancelled. So after 30 seconds, we have here our order status cancelled, because it could be also completed, but it is completed random. So, and it means that it also works our background timer, and it's amazing. Also, very important notice here, if I try to remove this record from the order details, you expect to be order menu items deleted as well, but they are not deleted. So let's go to our dashboard here, to the SQL editor actually. Let's call here alter table order menu items, or whatever you called your table to store your order details. Make sure to add here double quotes, then you call drop constraint, and we call here double quotes order menu, or whatever you as well called here, maybe not menu order menu items, maybe something like menu items, and here underscore order underscore details underscore ID underscore foreign key. So we are gonna enter, and we are gonna drop this constraint here. It's very important. Constraint actually is auto-generated by this Stormberry. We're going to drop it first, and then we're going to create another table, another constraint. Then we're going to also alter table order menu items, add a new constraint with the same name, order menu items, order details ID foreign key, which is a foreign key for the order details ID that references order details, and it references order details ID. On delete, we're going to cascade, and on update, we're going to cascade. Stormberry, for some reason, calls on delete null or something like that, and we should call cascade. So whenever we delete the order, all of the associated order items with this order that we have deleted also deletes. Now we can call enter. So let's try to create another order. Let's choose here Subway, for example. Let's add here pancakes, breakfast burrito. Let's add next pay. Let's see if we have our order in the tables. We have here order details, order menu items. Great. So now if we delete this order, our associated order details, order menu items also deletes. And we have here this old that hasn't been deleted automatically. So yeah, this is very important notice here. You always want to add here when you have multiple referencing tables in your database, many to many, one to many, you always want to have this constraint to delete on cascade when you have a relation one to many. Actually, this also applies to the restaurant and menu item and to the menu and menu item, but we don't menu in our application, so we haven't added this this constraint. But of course, if you do delete, for example, you want to implement your admin panel, of course, you are going to create and delete on cascade whenever the menu is deleted. So all the associated with these menu items are going to also be deleted. Okay, so now we can create our last view for this tutorial, the orders page, where we can actually display the orders that user has created, has placed. So here, let's create here an orders folder, create here view orders page. Let's actually call it orders view. Let's create here stateful widget orders view, return here nap scaffold, and in the center we're going to call orders view. Now we can go to our app router. Here somewhere between profile and search, let's define go route, Let's actually copy it, paste, and replace the search with the orders, route, and name. Let's return here orders view. Before that, let's create orders.dart file. Let's export here view, orders view, and let's import here orders. All right, so now if we tap on this menu drawer, we should be able to see our orders view. Let's define here an app bar, return and constant to be a center title false, title orders, text title, text style, headline small. Now we should have this order style, orders app bar. All right, so then let's create here in the widgets list view, .dart. Before creating the orders list view, we're going to actually create a business logic which will store our orders. It's going to fetch for them. So let's create here orders block. In the state, let's create here state, orders block, orders status, and orders state. Here is a data we're going to pass here list of order, and let's call it orders. Great. So we're going to go to the orders block here, replace order status, order state. Let's replace our block with a hydrated block. And here two missing overrides for the from JSON and to JSON. Then let's mark our class order state as a JSON serializable. Let's add here factory order state from JSON, state from JSON, and the map string dynamic to JSON order state to JSON. Add in our orders block log.g.dart. And let's call here dart run build runner and then a build. The order state doesn't have a constructor. We should remove here an anonymous constructor. I always forget to do this. Okay, so let's call it. And here let's add the state. So in the order state, let's define here orders fetch requested, orders delete, order requested, and orders refresh requested. Then let's handle all of these events. Then let's initialize here user repository, orders repository, and stream subscription for the orders status subscription. Okay, then let's call here on orders fetch requested. Here we're gonna call package block, get orders, emit status, success orders, and has pending orders. Also, we forgot to add here in the state bool has pending orders, as pending orders, default has pending orders false. Then in this also we forgot to add a JSON key in the status to be ignored from JSON true false and include to JSON false. And let's add here has pending orders. Let's add here bool has pending orders as well. Run build runner clean first again and build. Okay, when building we have here this issue cannot populate the required constructor argument status. So in the order status, let's make sure that you don't have it as required. Instead, you are going to pass here a default value order status at initial, and then you can call clean. Okay, cool. So here we define in the hands, we're checking whether hand has pending orders or not by using orders any. Order status is equal to order status that pending. Okay, so let's then initialize here function refresh our orders. We're gonna call orders, and then and actually it does the same thing. So we can remove your refresh requested function and the refresh requested event because they do the same stuff. And let's lastly call here function on orders delete requested. That is going to call delete order, then loading, and then success. Make sure that you make here something like that. Yeah, first the loading and then success before the delete order. And then in the transformer for the delete and fetch requested events, we're going to call droppable. All right, so for the orders, we are done. Actually, we didn't need here orders user repository. We can remove it here. All right, so now let's go to the orders.dart and let's export here block, orders block. And finally, let's go to the orders view. Here in the init state, let's call here orders block. Let's add here orders fetch. All right, so in the orders list view, let's define here and return here block consumer. For the listener, we're going to listen for the status loading. If it is loading, we're going to call orders fetch requested. Then we're going to define listen when previous status is not equal to current status and previous orders not equal to the current orders with the least equality. And build when also you can copy and paste the same condition here. So in the builder, we define status and orders. Then we are switching for the status and whether orders is empty. If the status is loading, we don't care for the orders is empty. We're going to return orders loading, which will return sliver field remaining has scroll body false and app circular progress indicator with the adaptive. And the orders, we're going to return orders failure. It's going to return sliver failure remaining child error view on try again. We're going to call orders fetch requested. We don't care about the order status. If orders is empty, we're going to return orders empty list, which will return sliver field remaining app info section, no orders yet. On pressed, go to the restaurants, and the button label is explore. Actually, we can call here pop, text pop, we're gonna do the same stuff, and button label explore and icons to see the icons search. And lastly, if we don't have orders empty, we're gonna return an orders list view. Here we return sliver padding, sliver list builder with the item builder. We return here orders, and we select here the orders from this orders block state, and here we return for each order the order card. Let's create here an order card.dart file, and let's also here add widgets.dart file. Let's export here order card, and let's export orders, and let's export here widgets. Okay, in the order card we define in here in the build method order restaurant name, order total, date, status, menu items, and the order ID. Then on long press, and we return here a tappable faded with the top in the side of the tappable we define it as a child card, elevation 1, shape rounded rectangle border, shadow color app colors gray with opacity 0.5. Then child padding. In the padding we have a column. In the column we define a row to display restaurant name and order total with the currency format. Then we define here a row below this restaurant name and order total. We define a date and the status, whether it's completed, pending, or cancelled. And then we define here a wrap to display all of our menu items with the image attachment thumbnail, resize height 126, border radius, and image URL. And then on tap we're gonna display the order. So let's go to the app routes and let's define here order, and in the path parameters we're passing here an order ID. And on long press we're gonna call confirm action. As a function we're gonna call delete order requested. So then let's go, and in the order list view we can actually use our order card, and let's go to the orders list view, and in the center instead of the center let's define here refresh indicator. On the refresh we're gonna call orders fetch requested, and inside of the child we have custom scroll view and orders list view. Now if you go to the orders page, we don't have here an orders block. We can go to the app, let's provide here a block, orders block. And if we hot reload our app and go to the orders page, now we don't see anything because we have deleted our previous orders. So let's go to Subway or maybe KFC. Let's add here grilled salmon as next page. And now if you go to our orders, we should see our new order with the menu items that we have actually ordered, with the name of the restaurant, with the total, with the time then this order was placed, and with the status. And just in 30 seconds we should be able to see our updated status if we wait for a bit. And in the meantime, let's go ahead and actually in our profile view, user profile avatar, if you remember, we have here a badge, and this badge will display whether we have pending orders or not. So let's wrap our badge with the block provider, with the block builder, orders block, and is label visible is going to be true if state has pending orders. So our state now has pending orders, and so we display here this orange circle box. And if we go to the orders now, we should see our status cancelled. And if we go back, now we don't see our has pending orders badge. And on long press, we can delete our order. And if you go to our new database, in the order details, we should not see anything, and as well as the menu items. Great, everything is working perfectly. Okay, so let's place our order once again with some burgers. Okay, now we go to the profile. Now we go to the orders, sorry. Implement our order view. That will display more details of the order. So in the orders folder, let's create another folder, order, view, order page the dart. So before creating our order page, let's order the dart. Let's export here view order page, and then let's create here another block in the order state. In the order state, we're going to have exactly the same as in the orders state. We have here an order, a nullable, and an optional restaurant. Actually, an nullable, not optional. And don't forget here to pass order status, order state by default the status, order status that initial. We have here from JSON to JSON. Then we can go to our order block. Let's extend hydrated block by here order status state initial. Then let's override here order state from JSON and state to JSON. Then we can pass here as a required parameter order ID, string order ID underscore order ID equal to the order ID, and as a unique identifier of the hydrated block, we're gonna specify here order ID. We're gonna have a unique hydrated block with unique data. So this is why we're using here and we're overriding here an ID be an order ID. Then in our order event, let's define here fetch requested and delete requested. Then in our order blocks, let's define orders repository, restaurants repository, and user repository. Let's add all of them in our order block repository. Then let's implement here order fetch requested event and order delete requested. So let's implement on order fetch requested event. We're going to call loading, then get order. If order is equal to null, we're going to call with the nullable order. Otherwise, we emit state with the success with the actual order. And we define here a user location and the nullable restaurant. And we call in try catch block. Then in the restaurant, we are getting the restaurant by the location user lat user lng. And if the restaurant is not null, we're gonna copy the state with it. The actual user location might be out of the range of the restaurant that he was ordering from. People can change their location, and probably today I order from the Burger King, then tomorrow I fly to the Thailand, and I should not be able to order from this Burger King that I have ordered. And lastly, let's define here a function on delete order requested. We delete order, and that's all. And now let's call dart run build runner clean, and before that let's part here log.g.dart, and let's call here build. All right, and lastly let's go to our order page, but before that let's export our block order block. All right, so here let's create an order page with the block provider order block order ID that comes from the order ID required parameter order repository, restaurants repository, user repository. And we're going to immediately add here an event order fetch requested. Then we're going to call order view, return order view in the child. The order view going to be a stateless widget. We're going to call here an order select is error and is loading state. We're going to return here an app scaffold. Inside of the body, we're going to return a custom scroll view with the slivery bar, force elevated true title, nullable status to JSON or an empty string. And if you remember, the to JSON is going to is going to find the order status, and they're going to access the name, and they're going to capitalize it. And the sender title is going to be false, elevation 2, pin true, and floating true. Reverse as well, we have a builder. If it's loading, we're going to return order details loading. We will display here an app circular indicator adaptive. And if it is error, we're going to display here order details generic error. The error view, order equal to null, we're going to return order not found. Liver filler many column, order not found, add button, context pop, text back, context body large, apply color, app colors white. And lastly, we have here an order details view. We have here an order, restaurant order ID, total sum, date, restaurant name, order menu items, delivery fee, cost of goods. If order items is empty, we're going to return 0, or items map e that price multiplied by e that quantity, reduce sum plus current, and we're going to convert it to the currency format. And order address is going to be order.address. Then we return sliver padding, sliver list, children list style, order ID, list style, restaurant not found, actually tappable button, tappable list style, say from restaurant, and on tap we're going to show info dialog restaurant not found if the restaurant is equal to null. So as I said if we change the location and now the restaurant is not nearby our location anymore, we're going to check, we're going to show here restaurant not found, or we're going to push to the to this actual restaurant with this restaurant instance from our state. So then let's actually implement here an order menu item tile. In the widgets, let's display here order menu item tile.file. Let's create here widgets, also widgets.dart, order menu item tile, and in the order.dart, let's export widgets. Let's go to the order item tile, and let's return here a list style, horizontal title gap app spacing, medium content padding, each instance 0, leading aspect ratio 1, child image attachment thumbnail 168, resize height, title text name, subtitle text quantity pieces, subtitle text style, context body medium, apply color, app colors gray, trailing price, and leading and trailing text style body large. Okay, so now we can actually use them in our order page. Let me quickly show it to you. If I export here, and actually I can go ahead and in the app router, in the routes, we can create a routes, go route order, create your order page, and order ID. Yeah, we're gonna get from path parameters order ID as string. And now we can go to the orders. But now order, yeah, we should see, but maybe if we go to load our app, now we tap on the KFC, we don't see our, in the name, in the path actually, we're gonna specify here semicolon order ID. Now if we go to orders, yeah, now we should see our page. Okay, so let me now explain to you order page. So firstly, we define here a list style to display an order ID, and as a subtitle text date of the order when it was created. And we define here list style to display from restaurant. If we tap on it, we can go to the menu of this restaurant, and if it's not found, we're gonna show an info dialog that this restaurant is not found. Then we have here with the padding divider that from top and bottom apps, from top small, from bottom app spacing MD. Then we define in here, and then we're going to define here in the children row to display here order action buttons. Let's create here another widget button.dart, and in the order action button, let's return column stack container circle, and inside of it we're going to display an app icon hide, app icon button text hide. If text is equal to hide, we're going to call confirm action on tab, title delete order icon size, and below we're going to display text. So then we can export order action button. So here let's define 3 order action button, support and repeat. the order. So if we save it, we should see now here these 3 action buttons. To hide our order, that will call delete. Report does nothing, and repeat also does nothing. And the hide button is going to call context read delete this order and context pop. Okay, so then below it we display here padding text order list, then a divider here, and here a list of order menu items with the list style divide tiles by mapping order menu items and converting them to the order menu item tile. Then we have here a delivery and payment inside of the list style divide tiles. Then we have here a cost of goods, displays cost of goods, because sometimes there can be a delivery fee and the cost of goods can be different from the overall price. So this is why we cannot use overall price as a cost of goods. Then we display here delivery fee, and in the subtitle we display here an order address. In the trailing we display here delivery fee, and lastly we display here an overall list style with the text overall, not inside of the list style divide tile. So make sure that you don't include it inside. So here there is no divider. And in the trailing we display here total sum. This is all you gotta do to display your orders with the items, with their pieces, price, order, total sum, with the orders, refresh our orders, with the completed or pending or cancelled status. And if we have some pending orders, another order, let's place it, let's pay. Now if I go to the orders page, I have a pending order and completed order. Now I see the pending status here, the badge. Okay, I can go here to this page. I will see the pending, I will see the order list, cost of goods and delivery fee. I can go to the restaurant once again here. I can add some items and perfect. So finally we completed our application. So my congratulations. And finally, in the conclusion of this project, we are going to host our API backend and our server for the payment. So our app uses a real URL, not a local host that works only on your local machine, so that you can use your application on a real device from a real server. You can make your requests from a real server. My personal solution that I came up with is the Railway.app. You can find it in the Google Chrome or whatever browser you use. The only bottleneck here that it is not free. It is $5 of charge in a month, but I guess it's not a big deal for you. But of course, if you are looking for the free solution, you can search the internet and eventually find one. I would suggest you to host your API on the Docker and then host your Docker image on the AWS or whatever, or anything, or whatever you most likely prefer to host your APIs, your backend. But I choose Railway because it's the most straightforward in my opinion, and it's the effortless way of hosting anything. Here you basically just log into your account, you connect your GitHub with the Railway, and then you start a new project. Then you can immediately here deploy from GitHub repo. So this is what we are going to do now. In your VS Code editor, I hope you use it. Or you can go in the terminal and run here git init and do all of this chain of commands to initialize your project. But in the VS Code editor, you can go to the source control. So here you basically click on this initialize repository button. Or in the terminal, you can run git init. And this is basically everything that you need to do. So I prefer to tap on the initialize repository button, and here I will see all the stashed changes that I'm going to commit, and let's give it a name for version 1.0.0, or you can specify here whatever commit name you want to have. Then we're going to click Command Enter or Control Enter to stash our changes immediately. And here we can click on the Publish Branch button. And here we can either publish to GitHub private repository or public. I already have another repository of this project. I'm going to create it as a private. So here you can specify whatever name of your project you want to have in your GitHub repository, but you can always change it. If for some reason I face this git rpc failed issue and I have found out solution, you can copy it from the Stack Overflow, and hopefully for now, if I click on the publish branch, yes, now I successfully publish my branch. I don't know, it's just a weird issue. I have never faced it in my life before this video, of course, but yeah, it is what it is. If you face this issue, you can also search for it, rpc failed, http 400 curl 22 the requested URL returned error 400 by request, and you can copy the first comment from the first solution here. Great. So now if we go to the GitHub in your profile, you should be able to see Yandex Eats clone right now. Here it is. Here we can see all of our stashed committed files here. Make sure that none of your env files is not exposed in your GitHub project. Okay, great. So now we can go back to our Railway, and here we can choose deploy from GitHub repo. Here we can choose our freshly created GitHub repo, and here we can choose deploy now, and it is going to create a project and immediately deploy. But of course, we haven't set up it yet. In the settings, we're going to choose the main branch API because initially our project is not the API as it is we are going to use here. We're going to specify here an API. So here in the settings of your project, you can add root directory. Here we will specify API. Specify here API, click save button. And before deploying, actually, we forgot to add one crucial thing here. In your API, you are going to run, let me create a new console API. We're going to run Dart-Frog build. It is going to create build folder, which contains all the files needs to be created for the deployment, for the production build. So here is the crucial one is Docker file. Here you can copy it. You can basically just copy the whole file, not the content of a Docker ignore and Docker file. Here you can copy them and paste in your API folder, just like so. And this is pretty much all you gotta do. And you can delete your build folder that has been created now. And what you can do now, you can create another commit here, edit Docker file for deployment, commit -- add a commit in your repository. So now we can click deploy, and in our deployments we should see now a new deployment with our commit here or added Docker file for the deployment. Okay, for now we don't see our deployment successful, and this is my mistake actually. Instead of copying this Docker file from the build, you can go to my GitHub repository Yandex Eats clone, and here you can copy the Docker file and paste it. And this is what we have to have. Here are a bunch of things that were not included in the build folder. Here we can add here generate a production build, generate pub global activate Dart-Frog CLI, and here run Dart-Frog build, very important. And then we can specify here build, and inside of the build we're gonna have bin server and bin server inside of the build. Everywhere here we added build instead of the bin directly inside of our build. So when we created the build folder, we didn't have to specify here build because it was obviously inside of the build, but by default we're going to have it outside of the build. And then when we will create our production deployment, we will create our build and inside of it we're going to use our server and all this stuff. And now you can go ahead and create another commit, change Docker file, add the commit, and now this Yandex Eats clone should rebuild once again, and hopefully we should get our deployment successful now. While it is building, here in the settings, here is the networking feature that you can use and generate domain. Or if you have a custom domain, you can click here custom domain, but we will click generate domain. Here the default, but you can specify here your own, but I don't recommend you. Leave it as it is by default, 8080 generate domain. So after using 8080, you're going to generate your domain. And here you can use the default one, or you can specify here your custom. I will use Yandex Eats. I'm going to use API client, or you can have here backend, Yandex backend update. And we're going to use this URL instead of our local host to actually make the API request. So yeah, in our deployments, we have our active deployment that was successful. So now we can use this URL to make an API request. And if we go to this URL, now we can see no content. And it is actually the message that we are expected to see, because in our routes, in the index, we have a no content, and this is exactly what we are expect to see. So here we can call restaurants and get the restaurants, but of course we are not going to get restaurants. And here we should actually specify API version 1 internal server error, because we don't have we have specified here latitude, longitude, but it doesn't matter. So yeah, this is pretty much everything that you have to do in order to deploy your backend with the railway. And the same goes with the server for the payment. Here we can click at the top, create a new project, GitHub repo, Yandex Eats clone, and let's go to the settings. Here, add the root directory, server, deploy, and in your server, you should not make any changes. You should not add here any Docker file or anything like that. And here in the settings, let's go and create a domain once again. But here, the port is going to be a little bit different, 4242. And here, let's rename it to be our Yandex payment gateway update. Then in the settings of your payment server, you can search for the build, and here you can specify custom build command npm run build, and watch path you're going to specify server source, and here everything. And for the deploy command, we're going to input npm run dev, and lastly we can actually rename our server. Here we can right click on this. Here we can update info name. This is going to be our payments, and this one is going to be our API. Now we can deploy once again, but we have already succeeded, and our node server listening on port 4242, and this is a success. Okay, now what we're gonna do, and one important thing also here. Previously, you were handling your env by passing your own values, right? But we're gonna use a network API variables. Here in the Railway, you can actually do it. You have a shared variable. You can go to your project settings. Here you have shared variables, and here you can create shared variables for the secrets that you want to share with your project and also with your client. So in your API, you had PG host, PG database, PG user, PG port, and PG password. You're going to copy them with their respective values, and you can go here in the project settings, shared variable. You can add here a JSON env file, env road editor, and here you're going to provide your actual values of these environmental variables. And in your server, we always create Stripe publish key and Stripe secret key environmental variables, and we are going to as well add them in our shared variables. You can also add here, you can add them one by one, or you can go to this JSON editor as well as you added these previous values and add these two Stripe publish key and Stripe secret key. So after you have added all of your variables, you can click share on all of them and choose here projects that you want to share these variables with. So our PG password, PG port, user, database, and PG host, we're gonna share only with API because payments had nothing to do with these secret variables. So we're gonna use them only in our API. We're gonna share all of them. And our Stripe secret key, we're gonna share with both of them, with both of these projects. And we can click here deploy, and all of our projects will redeploy, because we have added variables inside of them. Then the very next important thing is going to be modify our env files inside of our application. Make sure that you have this step included, because otherwise you're not going to be able to use your app, to use your deployment deployed successfully. So here in the PG host, PG database, for all of them, we are going to specify another value. Instead of hard coding, we're going to use $, and we're going to specify here double squared brackets. And here we are going to call shared .pg host, or here you can specify the name of your project that you actually share your variable with. We can specify here API if you want, but here stands for the shared variables. Actually, we could not share these variables with this API and payments because they also have nothing to do with them. But just for the convenience, we did that. And here you can use shared or API, whatever you want here. It doesn't matter. And you're going to copy and paste all of that and specify here the actual name of the secret environmental variable that you have actually given to them in your Railway. And I know that it works maybe not only with Railway, but at least I have never seen anything like that with any other host servers that you might use apart from Railway. So this is might be unique or might not, but I don't know. But very important note here, once you've made these changes, you can use your API only with this URL that you have specified here. And you will not be able to use your environmental variables, these values that comes from the Railway, with the local host. So make sure if you try to make some changes and play here around, you comment this out, you copy and comment this out and provide here an actual value to your PG host, to your PG database, who actually work with your API with the local host. Because not every time you want to make commit, then try to test something with your actual API, because it takes time. Whereas with the local host, you can make changes immediately and test them effortlessly. So this is very important note here. If you want to test with something in the local host, you're gonna remove these shared variables. You're gonna remove here this implementation with these double squared brackets and with this shared host, PG database, user, and etc. Now we can go to our env inside of the server and do the same thing here. Here, publishable key, or here we can specify payments, maybe doesn't matter here. And let's specify here Stripe secret key. And this is all we want to do. This is all changes that we gotta do. And we don't need to commit these changes because obviously we make them locally and our env files are not shared with the GitHub server. So yeah, with the GitHub repository. Okay, so and the last thing that you want to do you can go that you need to do is go to the packages env, and inside of the third env file that we have here, you're gonna leave your variables for Google Maps API key, Stripe publishable key, and Stripe secret key that you have, and you are gonna add two more variables for the Yandex API URL and for the Yandex Eats URL, not the server payments. And for them, you will specify here the values of your actual endpoints that you have customized in your API for the API URL. And here you can make HTTPS API version 1. And for the payments URL, also HTTPS, you can copy this URL from your settings and paste it here, API version 1. I'm sorry, for the payments, of course, you do not need API version 1. And now let's go to our abstract env class in the env.dart file. Let's copy a Google Maps API key 2 times and replace it with the Yandex Eats API URL and the Yandex Eats payments URL. Here, specify Yandex Eats payments URL and the Yandex Eats API URL. And now we are gonna dive into the packages env, run here dart run build runner clean, and then build with the delete conflicting outputs. Great. Then we can go to the Stripe payments client here. Then let's remove here static final payments URL and let's replace it with our env.yandex its payments URL. And now in our main.dart, let's replace our Yandex client localhost with the default Yandex clients. And here the base URL is going to be env.yandex its API URL. And if we hot reload our app, we should not encounter any issues. Yes, our API works exactly as before, but now we can use our application on a real device because now our API and server is deployed on an actual cloud server that can be used wherever you want, and it is not dependent on your local host and your local machine anymore. So now we can go try and make our call for the payments as well to try and check whether it works or not. Let's go and create a new order here, and yes, in our Yandex backend, Yandex payment, we have a request response with no issues. And if we go to the orders, we should be able to see our pending order right now. It means that both our payment backend works flawlessly after we have deployed them. So I want to thank you all for watching this tutorial. I hope you have a good day and see you in the next one.